Good morning. I think it's counting down, but I'm just going to start. Hold on. I put it on my phone to make sure I can see. Because the chat's already going. You guys are funny. Okay, putting the baby back to bed, Lashes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go through the names. Give me a second here. Go on my own channel. I cannot see my scheduled lives on my own channel, but when I'm live, then I can see. I don't know what's going on with this. Go into another profile. So good morning, Lashes Journey, Badass 93 Stang, Triple Threat Firearms, Earth Varieties. Good morning. Scrolling down. I think I got everybody. Oh, good morning, Tammy. You just popped in there. Good morning. So get your coffee, get your tea. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about water, but before that, I'm going to talk about some other stuff, and then I'm going to open the panel up once we get to the actual topic. I'm having sorrel ginger tea bag with some fresh mint put in there. That's what I'm drinking. And as for badass for the raccoon, over here we have, I don't know if my typing made sense. Good morning, TLC. Good to see you. We have an organics program. So all your food and stuff, your bones, your whatever, cheese, all the rotten food stuff should be going in a compost or green bin. And that has a raccoon lock. That's picked up weekly. Garbage and recycling is rotated bi-weekly. So your garbage should really only have non-food stuff, maybe some takeout containers and stuff, but all your food scraps and stuff should be put in the green bin. Now, because I have a garden, I look tired this morning, but I have a garden. I put all my veggies and fruit cuttings into the garden, and any meat and stuff like that and dairy I put in the city organics bin, because I'm sure you can do that in your garden, but I just don't. I was not raised that way. Oh yeah, you can recognize the real ones. Okay, guys. So I'm just gonna update you guys what's going on with me this week, and then we'll talk about the topic. And just to let you guys know, I'm trying to find information on the topic, but what I'm looking for, I'm not really finding it. But we still have enough information to have a good dialogue, because I'm trying to insert more prepping into this thing, and there are some things that we need to be doing, even in major cities, just to make sure we have what we need. And today we're just going to focus on water, drinking water, sanitary water, but also the social context of water. So I'm just going to do a quick Google. Hopefully I don't cut you guys off, or I'll do it on my phone. Just bear with me, because there's something I'm looking for and I don't. It's like when you're doing searches on Google, it's not like how it used to be. It gave you some good hits. Right now you're getting like nonsense. So I know some cities. Good morning, Kenyatta's Journey. Good to see you. So for those who are not subscribers, please subscribe with my banner. Please subscribe. The numbers are fluctuating, but that's how the channel gets pushed out. That's how it reaches more people. So we can at least reach our milestones of 500 and 1,000, so that we can, get monetized, not to get rich, but just for, have another stream of income. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe or think about it. Let me just see here, because I'm looking for specific things about the water and I'm not finding the information. And I've talked to you guys about a documentary called Sludge. I'm going to see if I can find the link from one of my other videos that I tagged it on and drop it in here. But we'll start off with some more lighthearted stuff. So in my garden this week, if you don't have me on Instagram, you guys should put me on Instagram, only because I don't have a community tab here. So all my garden pictures and, updates on the garden are on Instagram. So that's how I'm doing it. And I put the video. Someone's asking me, is 18-year-old and plus, not because there's anything rude in here, but I might take my phone into the garden and add another window and show you my garden. And I was told that cannabis, you're not supposed to show it. I don't know. There's some other rules. And we may say some basic swear. I don't know. I just don't want any issues with the platform saying, oh, this was inappropriate for children. So just going forward, I think I might put 18 plus, but there's nothing bad in my videos. There's nothing vulgar, as you guys know, but you got to work within the platform. So this week, so have me on Instagram because I'm posting stuff in the garden. I took a picture of a bug. It looked familiar, but I'm like, I put it on Instagram. Within 5 minutes, people are replying, and people I don't even know. That's the vine borer moth. Oh Lord. And it was on my cayenne pepper. So I now know what it is. I didn't kill it, but I put diatomaceous earth on my zucchinis, my watermelons, my patty pan. I don't have a lot of stuff going on. One or two of each plant. So if I lose the plant, it's like I lost the plant. It's kind of devastating. But at the same time, I'm going to the end of my growing season. So, you take the good with the bad. But, as I keep saying, the weather's changing. I'm getting bugs that I didn't have before, but I'm also planting more things that I haven't planted before. Good morning, D Macro. So this week, I went on Friday to go buy the ammo box. I went, it wasn't far, but it's out of my way. There's nothing else around there where I can go to like a grocery store and make 3 stops and make it worth my while. So I drove to the store to get the ammo boxes so I can have things in place. So when I, move forward, I have the stuff ready. They said they have 54 in stock, nothing on the shelves, nothing here. I'm up and down the stores, up and down the aisle, trying to find, it's not a big store. Finally, I go to customer service. I said, listen, I can't find the thing. Well, did you check here? I checked. These reps are a bit, I walk up and down the store. The man said it may be in the warehouse. Good morning, G Mama. When them look, they can't find it in the warehouse because there's skids upon skids. They have, in a warehouse, they have shelves and racks where the skids are put on. You need a forklift. The shipping person doesn't come in till X time. Anyways, that was a waste of time. I was irritated, but I got a few small things for prepping, which I might show a little later. I noticed also that the chicken coop that I purchased, which time really flies. I purchased the chicken coop, they said in June 11th, and now it was August 12th. So almost 3 months to the date, 2 months to the date, sorry. And the chicken coop is about $50 cheaper than when I purchased it. So I asked her, can you guys give me back the difference? And I asked because they have a 100% guarantee policy where you can return it at any time. And I went on the website before I went there, and I think there's a 12-month return policy time. If you're not satisfied for any reason, you can return the item. So if I can return the item within 12 months, and I'm coming back after 2 months and saying, okay, there's a price difference, can you give me back the adjustment? Good morning, Andale. Can you give me back the adjustments? Because I'm a couponer, but I'm not heavy in it. I'm frugal. And this is how you save money, people. If you go back to the same store and the price has been adjusted, I still have my receipt and all the packaging. Mind you, the chicken coop has been assembled. But I would just pack it on the car in the trunk and you're going to take it back. So the woman was like, she asked her manager, she came back. She said, oh, no, it's only 4 weeks for a price adjustment. I said, where's the policy? Show me the policy. You need to verify. It wasn't rude, but I'm very assertive. Show me the policy, because I went on the website and there's nothing telling me that I can't do what I'm asking you. Then she kind of got a little flash her hand, go ask him, he's over there. Go ask the manager, he's over there. So I have an international student and my sister with me. So I'm like, who you telling to go flashing to go over there? I'm asking you a question about your policy and you work for this company. So if you can't answer my question, then you can get someone over here at the customer service desk where I'm standing to help me. Don't be sending me here, there, and all over the place like I'm a dog, like I'm a puppy. So I was like, but I didn't get rude, but I got assertive. No, because this is the point. They try to wear you down and make you feel embarrassed to ask, or, just try to treat you in a particular way. And there's certain people who are good at doing this. When they don't know the answer to the question that you're asking, they try to dismiss you and make you feel like you're the problem. Oh, you're just cheap. Why you trying to get the price adjustments? $50 to me is a good amount of money. And when I have to still buy chicken feed and the actual chicks, that money can go somewhere else. And I have to still get the hardwire mesh. Like that can go to the hardwire mesh. The manager came to me and was like, what's the problem? Like, not rude, but I'm making it sound more rude. He's like, what's the problem? I said, listen, I checked your policy online and you guys have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I could actually take the chicken coop. I have the receipt and I have the box still and all the cardboard, all the tissue paper. For some reason, I kept it to use in the garden as cardboard. So it's still there. So I can bring the whole thing back to you, return it, and then buy it back for the cheaper price. So instead of you making me go through all of that, which makes no sense, give me back the price difference. And he did. And the woman, you could tell the girl was kind of vexed, like, oh, they customer service is like, so I just saved myself. I went there and wasted my time. I did not get the ammo boxes, but I got about $50 back for the chicken coop that's already assembled in my backyard. But yes, very, very, very rude. People don't know how to treat people, but thank God I got that blessing. I went to Canadian Tire, which is a store here, kind of like Tractor Supply-ish, to get a knife that I mentioned on Al Chafe's channel. So I got a knife. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Earth Varieties. Yeah, you'll be in the background. Thank you. I got the knife. The knife is usually $50-something. It's a U.S. brand called Buck, but it says made in China. That's another story. The price was on sale for $16, but the tag said sale ends August 4th. Now, mind you, I went to the store. The knives are locked behind a glass door. I have to wait for somebody. I have to find somebody who's walking around the store. It was hard to find somebody. Again, you're up and down, but you have to talk to people and treat them with respect. The service workers. So we all know, like, don't be rude to the cashiers and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, I go, oh, the sale ends August 4th. Like, is there something that you can do? She goes, oh, don't worry. I'll have them override it for you because the sale has ended. So I got the knife at the sale price, even though the sale has ended. So another blessing. And what else happened this week? I got some stuff for prepping, which I have to my right. Maybe your left. I think this is reflected. So I might show you if we have time, but we'll see. Okay. I'm going to talk a bit about the water issue, and then I'm going to open the panel. So the water issue, the topic was my title of my video. Yeah, water, society, and more. So water is very important for hygiene and just basic living. Like, without thinking about it, or think about it now. When you wake up in the morning, how many times do you think you turn on the faucet? You brush your teeth, you wash your face, you have a shower, which takes up a good amount of water. You may put the kettle on or the coffee maker on. If you have kids, you wash that. You wash your clothes. You wash your hands. There's a lot of things, Oh, we pick up a new toy. Oh, what's that? Just stuff like that, and you take it for granted. I wanted to focus more on the quality of the water in the infrastructure. So I was trying to find information about the water quality in the US. So let me I'm trying this for the first time, so bear with me. I want to share my screen on a good computer. Please give me something. Share screen. Okay, you can see. Okay, I think you can see my screen. So the only thing I could find, I have a Word document with some screenshots. So no, that's not going to work. Is that going to work? Give me a second here, because this is the first time I'm doing. Okay, so it lets me share. Give me a second here. I'll just share the entire screen because I don't have anything private on here. Okay, so you're probably seeing my. Okay, I see it now. Ooh, this is good. So I have a Word document. Nope, it's not showing me the Word document. Okay, I'm going to have to find the links. Bear with me. Sorry, guys. So I noticed, hold on. What's happening here, guys? Do I have to click? Give me a second here. Okay, so I see the screen in the StreamYard, but I don't see how I can Oh my goodness. You see it? Maybe I'll have to just, I don't see how I can scroll. Like when I go on the window that I want you guys to see, I can't see if you're seeing it. Give me a second to go on my phone and see if you're seeing what I'm seeing, which I don't think you're seeing it. This is crazy. Hold on. I have a sound. Yeah, you're not seeing what I'm seeing because I don't know what I'm doing. You see? How do I take control of that window? Lord of mercy. Sorry, guys. It seemed like this meant no sense. See, I see the chat. I see all that. All right, we're just gonna stop sharing because it's not work. Sorry, the chat thing, not the practice. It's different on Zoom. On Zoom and on Teams, you will need a whole lot better than you are. Oh, okay, you're talking to Lashes. I mean, I know. Oh, so are you saying Lashes? Okay, you when I bring you up, you can tell me. I think you're taking your classes. Okay, yeah, G Mama, no one see. Sorry, I tried something that it didn't work, so forget that. Okay, so what I'm gonna leave the screen for a second. So New Jersey has had a water main break, and the issue I was looking at, I noticed there's an article that was mentioned on July 29th, 2022, that New Jersey asked residents to curb their water use, and there's drought conditions in 6 counties. So on July 29th, they asked the residents to slow down on water use, no watering of lawns. There was I'm reading the article now in front of you, but you guys can't see it. I'm going to drop the link in the chat because it's not, I wanted you guys to see it, but unfortunately, if you don't know what you're doing, this is what happens. So I'm going to copy and paste this link. So there was a request to ask residents to stop using so much water, which is not unreasonable because over here there's been a little rainfall and a heavy drought. And then I see on just doing all kinds of on August the 10th, which is a couple of days ago, a water finally shut off following Belleville water main break. That's again New Jersey. So I'll drop that link in the chat, and you guys can review that at your own leisure. But I'm wondering, I don't know what you guys think. Do you think there's a connection? Good morning, Gina. Is it a random water main break, or do you think it's connected? And do you have what you need in your home to survive a couple of days if the water was shut off? That's my first question. Also, I was looking up some information about water. I just use the US because most of you guys are in the US. So I'm just going to read what's on my screen, which you guys cannot see, but this is just on Google. So it says here, when I looked up, water in the US, it says, let's see here. They said that the demand for water has increased significantly in the US. Obviously, this population increase. That's not uncommon. It says wasteful flush toilets, non-insulated pipes, and generous shower heads are the culprits of the water crisis. That's what popped up, but that's not what I'm looking for. So finally, I found that 2 million Americans live without basic access to safe drinking water and sanitation. When I scroll down, it gave me the percentage of 0.41% of occupied US households lack access to complete plumbing. So, and that was from 2014 to 2018. So almost 40, is it 0.4? So 0.5%. But I don't think that's accurate because they're making the numbers look less than they are from what I'm seeing here. But I'm going to dig for more data because I'm trying to dig and it's not giving me what I want. Anyways, and it also said that the US has one of the safest drinking waters based on the UN website, United Nations website, and the EPA. So let's have a conversation about this. Do you trust the water you're drinking? I've never trusted the water. I've already mentioned that we drink sewage water. That's what we drink. And the documentary Sludge kind of goes through that. and I'm going to find the link on my phone and drop it from my phone so I don't lose the screen here. But the information that I'm getting obviously is not fully accurate or fully complete. So I'm going to be digging deeper. But do you trust the water you're drinking? Do you trust the infrastructure? For the U.S. Viewers, do you guys trust the EPA to protect the citizens and have safe drinking water? And if the water got shut down, do you have enough water in your home? Not just for drinking, but for sanitation, cooking, for a couple of days. And let's discuss how we can prepare a little more for that. And we'll go to other topics, but let's keep within the water so that we can, work on that. So I want our discussions to be informative, but then we can leave with, okay, I'm going to go do these 3 things and get something done about it. Because I want to give a shout out to Starduster had a, thank you. Starduster had a live on Thursday. So if you didn't see it, check it out. G Mama, if you don't mind finding Stars live from Thursday night with Bougie Prepper, you can drop either Stars channel or drop that actual video link in the chat. And she talked about, water purification and stuff like that, but it's all in line because right now I've been trying to get my water game up and it's on my list, but I bumped it up as a top priority a few weeks ago, maybe months now, because we can't live without water. And the water that we're getting out the tap, we can't trust it. And Tennessee, I looked up who has the best water, and one of the states popped up. I don't know if it was Tennessee, but something popped up. But if you have well water, great. But if you just have tap water, it's coming through pipes that are corroding. So I don't know if we can trust that. Number one. Also, shout out to Gina versus Gina. She did a live on Thursday night, I believe. Everyone was on Thursday, so I couldn't watch them actually live. I watched you all. Good morning, Tarsha. I watched them on the replay. So Gina was talking about finances, which is also tied into prepping, because if you're in debt and have credit card debts and all these things are going on and you can't pay your bills when, ish hits the fan, and you can't, let's say, pay your rent or your mortgage, where are you going to live? So finances is very important in this conversation, and she'll probably talk more about that. And I want to shout out Starduster. Planter Garden had a live on Thursday night as well, and he had somebody on there who has 99 acres. I have to still watch that one, but growing your food, growing your gardens. So back to the water. So do you guys, and you guys can come up, I dropped the link, but let me find it and pin it. And if you can also drop Gina versus Gina's link to the video she did Thursday night, and it's called Let's Chat, because I just finished watching it this morning. G Mom, please drop that link. So how you doing, Triple Threat? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm doing good.
So you said you don't have, I saw your comment, you don't have enough water in your home? Oh,
no, you were saying, do we trust the water?
Oh, do you trust the water? Yeah, not at
all.
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying not at all.
Now, Badass is saying he doesn't have a water bill, so I don't know how it works in, you said Tennessee. You can fill us in if you don't mind. I don't know how that works.
You said he have a well system.
Maybe it's a well. Yeah, if you have a well system, it's the water is cleaner, but I think there's some contaminants that are starting to leach the water table, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would still filter well water.
Yeah. So New Jersey has basically had a drought warning, and now there's no water, the water main. And a lot of people can't shower. It's hot. But if the water turned off in your house, anybody, and I'll talk and Tasha will talk, do you have enough water to go at least a half a day or a day without having to worry about water?
I do. Yeah.
I have enough
cases and cases of water in the garage and inside the house as well. And then we have the jug water that we can use to, bathe with. But we have the bottled water for drinking.
Yeah. So I have bottled water. I don't think I have enough. Well, I'm alone, so I have enough to live on for a couple of days.
Hmm.
Sanitation water, I I could have a bird bath, but I'm just thinking, like, I do have some water. Like I have these. When I buy these jugs, I keep them and I fill them with water to water my plants. But I think I'm going to keep a couple of these in the bathroom, like two that are just always full of tap water from now on. And just in case the water, I could at least brush my teeth, wash my face, and do a little bird bath. Because I think most of us don't, like, sometimes the city tells you, okay, the water's going to be turning off for maintenance, or your condo, or the building's going to turn off for maintenance. So then you fill up on water, you fill your pots. But if you don't know it's going to be shut off, you don't know. You don't know. So I'm not going to wait for a warning any further. I'm going to have at least 2 or 3 jugs in my bathroom. And I'm so OCD. I hate the way clutter and stuff looks. But at this point, or maybe I'll put them in my garage, or just have a couple of jugs labeled. You know, I have to label mine because some of them have like fertilizer for like watering plants. I'll put down, bathroom, so I know, okay, that's for like washing your face and stuff. But we need to start keeping. New Jersey's a big city. New Jersey's not a small town in the country. So if they don't have water, it's not hard for it to happen over here where I am. So I shouldn't be waiting and, oh, that's terrible. Oh my goodness. We need to start having solutions ready. And I don't know, what else do you think about solutions?
Um, just be prepared. I know, like a lot of people that live in apartments, I done experienced it before when I used to live in the Atlanta area. And, a lot of people be at work and you come home and that's when you find that your apartment complex has shut the water off.
Yeah.
So what would you do if you didn't even know when you was at work? If they gave a short notice for a lot of people. So if you're not stacking bottles of water in your home or jugs of water, you will be without for several hours. So I just think that you just have to be prepared at all times.
Exactly. And we do have a filter. Okay, so the good badass has a filter. But what I noticed from the article that I read, and I dropped the link, guys. So there's a video attached to it.
Hmm.
Everyone realized, okay, there's no water. Then everyone's running to the store to go buy bottled water. What are the odds of you finding bottled water if everybody's running to the store at the same time now because you're all without water? It's not going to
Right.
be likely. People are going to get maybe nasty and say, like, fighting over the cases that are there, getting
Hmm.
aggressive. You don't want to be going to the stores when everybody is shopping for that one thing as well. I don't think
Yeah,
I want to be in a store fighting with people over water.
that's a scary
So
situation. Yeah.
yeah, so don't wait until it happens. You saw that it happened in New Jersey. We are all able to, reuse some empty bottles, put them under the bathtub faucet, fill them up with, 2 or 3 bottles, put them in the corner in the bathroom so that if anything happens, everybody in your house or each bathroom, I have 2 bathrooms in my home, so each bathroom will have 2 jugs. And after, I don't know, I'll give myself 4 weeks. I'll dump those into the plants and I'll pour fresh water in there because you don't want to keep the water sitting there just stale indefinitely. Good morning, Cassandra.
Good morning,
Cassandra, are
Cassandra.
you the Cassandra Dominic? Because I haven't seen Cassandra Dominic, but I'm seeing you. So I'm wondering, are you the same person? Let me know. Because no. So I'm gonna recycle the water. I'm not gonna let it sit there indefinitely, guys, even though it's just for bathing, but I don't know
Hmm.
what's in the water. I don't trust the water. So let's go back to that. There's bacteria in the water. There's there's stuff in the water. So if I'm not going to filter the water that I'm using for sanitation, I'm going to have to turn it over, more frequently or put something in there. Now, on Stardusters Live, they mentioned water purification tablets. How many of you have water purification tablets? Not bleach tablets, but water. So Tarsha has them. I do not. I only have bleach tablets. Oh, it is her. Okay. I only have there's Starduster. I do not have water purification tablets. So while I was on her live, Starduster's live, I said, you know what? I'm not going to keep watching these videos and watching people talk about stuff and then keep putting it off. It doesn't make any sense. It's just foolishness. I need to start having solutions. And I understand, like I'm talking for myself, everything costs money. It can get expensive. But if I allocate a certain amount every 2 weeks or so, I can start buying small things. So the the purification tablets are not that expensive. And I have Amazon Prime. I can get them in my hands by Monday. So if you don't have your hand up saying that you have purification tablets, after seeing what's going on in these streets, please purchase some purification tablets as soon as you can. Check your Amazon app, shop around, wait, put it on your wish list. The price may go down, and then you purchase it. Bleach tablets as well. I do have those just in case. I have that from a while ago. I didn't even know they made bleach tablets until I was watching the prepping community. Good morning, Miss AKA Lady. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, everybody. Okay. And good morning, Starduster. And then on that video, I was also, they mentioned 2 books. So watch her video because we need to start having solutions. We don't trust the water. Fine. What are we doing about it? First and foremost. So I know in that chat, we're talking about, the Berkey and other water filtrations. And again, I know things are expensive. I've been watching that Berkey for a while. I'm like $400, $600, depending on how big you want to get it. But it's either you're filtering your water or you're the filter for your water. Right. What's better for you? You being the filter or it being pre-filtered? Yeah, iodine can be used to purify water. Okay, thank you, Badass. So
okay, I'm glad I've got tons of the iodine then.
And I recently found that out, Badass. While I was looking for the purification tablets, iodine started popping up. And there's also a use for iodine for disinfecting, I guess, your sinuses, especially during the Kofifi. During that whole Kofifi, I had to start finding other ways and other products because I don't want to be like I have elders in my family and people who are sick. You maybe can't get to the hospital fast enough. You can't, and you need to give them some kind of care to keep them from getting, sick. She came back, yeah. So iodine, and iodine's not expensive. So we need to start finding things that are a little more affordable for those of us who are on a budget or have to save up for a Berkey. So we can purify our water. Yes, I boil my water. That goes without saying. I'm Caribbean. But boiling water in North America does not kill what you think it's killing. The water filtration systems in America and Canada, let's just say North America, was not built to filter out the things that we're putting down the drain. It wasn't built for that. It cannot filter out medications. It cannot filter out arsenic. It cannot filter out, it's not even made to filter out fecal matter, to be perfectly honest. And that's been going down there since the beginning of time. It's not made for that. So just because your water is clear and see-through does not mean that those things are not in your water. That's what we've been drinking for, most of us are like 35 plus. And you're wondering why you have liver and kidney and pancreatic and whatever other skin eczema issues. You're searching for, yes. So I found a purification tablet. So if I'm not watching the chat, please guys forgive me. I just want you guys to get the information. So if I don't greet you, please, I apologize in advance. A distiller, I was looking for that, but I'm going to put that on hold. Not because I don't need it, but because I'm going to prioritize things as I go and I save up some money. I start adding more things to my list. But yes, a distiller may be useful, especially depending on where you live, maybe near a water source. But I'm going to my Amazon and I put things on my wish list. And let me just tell you what I found, and it may help you. If it not, then you can suggest something different. I forgot the name of give me a second. Prime, where's the thing? Amazon, my wish list. Okay. So I found a company called I think it unclicked it, but there's one company I found called F Chlor. I'll type it in there. F on Amazon, and they have purification tablets. And there's a major company, I think it's Aqua something, but I clicked it and it's not here. I think it unclicked itself. I don't know. This app. Anyways, purification tablets, guys. Look for them. If you don't trust your water, which none of us should, I don't care what city, what county, what state you're in, don't trust the water. The system was not made to filter out what we're putting into it. Yeah, you can see floaties in your clear water. You can see cloudiness in your water. A lot of you don't want fluoride in your water. That's been put in the water in many states, not all, because some do not do that. And if that's not being filtered out your water, you're consuming too much fluoride, which is not good for us either. So we can talk about this till the cows come home, but what are we doing about it? Yes, you should boil your water because the heat does kill some parasites and bacteria. Once your water is boiled and cooled down, it should be now run through some kind of other filter. Now, many of us have the Brita because that's like available almost anywhere, or some kind of over-the-counter system. But are those filters made to filter out what you're looking for? Probably not. But Brita does have more expensive filters that actually remove more particulates than the regular filters. So, try to upgrade your filter. If the Brita is fine for you, which it is, the real thing is the filter. It doesn't matter what brand they put on it, the packaging, it's the filter that you're purchasing. And if you can buy another filter that fits in your Brita from another brand, I think there's another brand out there that's like Brita, then go right ahead. My subdivision has warning signs: do not play in or drink the irrigation water. That's disgusting, but there's a reason for that.
It may have sewer water. They're probably using that as sewer water for irrigation.
Well, that's what we're drinking, and that's what we're watering our gardens with. Is bleach sewage water. Now, bleach tablets, purification tablets, water filtration. I had mentioned in Star's chat, that's all good, but we also need to filter our showering water. And that's a whole other thing. So for those of us who can't afford to do a full house filtration system, some of us people have that, which is good. So when you're bathing, when you're washing your hands, the water has already been pre-purified, especially you got young children. But for those of us who don't want to do that, you can buy filters for your shower heads, but that has to be changed frequently. Is that feasible? I don't know. That's something I'm going to start researching because your skin is absorbing all the toxins. That's your largest organ, and it's not good. And I have eczema, so right now I have an outbreak, and I don't know what it's about. I think it's the food, and I had house guests. I'm eating a lot of packaged stuff, and my skin is not happy. And the water, when I'm using it, I'm feeling it burning, not just my eczema, but like something in the water, guys. I can't put my finger on it, but it's burning my skin. It's not making it feel better. So I don't know. Something's going on. Now, as terms of, I live in Central Florida. And do not play in. No wonder it shouldn't be ingested. Exactly. And some of the bacteria in the water, if it gets into your eyes, because that's a mucous membrane, your nose or your mouth, it can cause some serious health problems, especially children who have, the smaller bodies. It's more concentrated in their bodies than our bodies. That's not good. So Gigi Mama is saving for a reverse osmosis filter. Now, a lot of people talk about distilled water or distilled water. So those of us who are researching an alkaline kind of diet, what I've come to realize is, and again, I'm not an expert, but when you start digging into the rabbit hole, so when you drink too much or any distilled water, it has no nutrients, and it actually seeks out the minerals in your body and depletes your body. So by drinking distilled water over the long term, it's taking away the minerals from your body. So if you're relying on drinking distilled water, I don't think that's going to be a good plan. So we're going to have to find another solution. I don't have the answer to that one, but just start thinking about that. So Dr. Sebi was talking about it. I started digging a little further. I'm like, so if I'm drinking distilled water, it's sucking my nutrients away from me. And you're going to start having other health. And you're not going to realize why. Like, why? I'm drinking water. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm not constipated. I'm not like, and you're going through your health. And it's like the type of water you're drinking is different. The water you're drinking needs to be putting minerals and stuff into your body. Does tap water do that? Absolutely not. It doesn't give you minerals, but I'm not sure if it's taking away minerals, but it is adding toxins. So you either add toxins to your body or you drink distilled water, which is taking away minerals. Either way, it's problematic. So I was researching also. Good morning, Tori. I was also researching last night because I was up saying, how can I put this conversation together? And we all know that water is important to societies. Good morning, James Franklin. You can't survive without water. You can't, like, the disease and infection rate is going to go up so exponentially that you're going to lose a lot of the population. And usually it's the children that suffer the most. How can you have people? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Starduster.
My apologies, sis. I was going to say I would suggest supplementation, sea moss gel. Like if you have to have distilled water for whatever reason, supplement your minerals by having sea moss gel in your diet as well.
So that will counteract the effects of the water depleting your system?
Sea moss gel gives you about 92, 94, something like that, of the daily amount of minerals we're supposed to receive, which is maybe about 105. So it's one of the top things that we can take that will help replenish whatever we're depleting.
Okay. So I do, yeah. So I have sea moss gel, and what I started doing during the whole Kofifi, I call it from Belt Loop Kofifi or Karunda, I started stocking up on sea moss. So if I see it somewhere, I pick up some because I don't want to, again, be going to the store and you're fighting with people and you can't find what you need. Now, I do use sea moss. So guys, if you don't have sea moss, add that in. I'm going to start digging a little deeper to find out, because I'm wondering, Star, if I do have the sea moss and I'm drinking distilled water, I'm just wondering, is that just going to cause this distilled water to keep leaching more and more? Is it still depleting me? Like, how much do I have to input into my body to counteract the effects? That's what I'm kind of looking for. But I'll dig deeper, because if I take the sea moss, does that nullify the effects of the distilled water, or does it still leach from my body at a slower rate?
You know what I mean? So like if you add lemon, that's supposed to help alkaline the water. But that's a good question, and that's not a question that I'm able to answer at this time.
No problem. I'm getting you curious so that you could start saying, let me find that out. And I'm going to find that out too. So yes, I add lemon to my water to make it more alkaline. Some people don't, I don't know, but start adding lemon to your water. I recommend drinking with a straw if you have weak teeth so that you don't deplete your enamel. But definitely drink your lemon water. James Franklin is saying use rocks to get what's missing. And good morning. So yes, a lot of the filters, there's some filters. There's one called Santevia that keeps coming up in my feed, because when you start looking for water filters, they start advertising towards that. And they have some kind of rocks. Once the water is purified through the filter, there's some rocks that the water sits in to add back the minerals. I don't know which rocks or if there's certain kind of rocks, but we need to be adding that back, because even without distilled water, even without bottled water, the water that we are getting is not giving us the minerals. It's just bleached and run through a filter. They take out the solid matter, and that's all that they're doing. I'm going to drop the link for sludge in a minute, but I keep talking, but give me a minute to go into the chat.
Yeah, what TLC just said is what I've thought about whenever I've heard of people using distilled water, it wasn't necessarily for their own consumption. They were using it
it was for sorry. Okay. Most people because they have okay. I hear you, TLC. Yes. So I use that for my stuff here, but people drink it. So I guess we need to be clear. We probably shouldn't be drinking it. But if you have no choice, are you going to not have water? Of course you're going to drink it. If you have no other options,
Right.
you got to drink, but it's not recommended. And if you're drinking tap water, it's still the same problem. You're not getting your minerals that you need. So what water should you drink? I don't know, aka lady. Well water, if you have well water, but I don't. Or
Right.
coconut. I'm
Coconut
moving to. Sorry, go ahead, Star.
I'm just agreeing with you. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. I wasn't sure. I don't want to cut you off. There are brands saying, "Oh, alkaline." Again, I don't trust any of them. It's all a marketing gimmick. So the only thing I can suggest is I'm trying to drink more coconut water, and actually getting the coconut and my hammer and hitting the coconut. I was here hitting the coconut now to get the water from a actual coconut. I do drink the bottled stuff and the carton Tetra Pak, but I'm trying to get an actual coconut, actual watermelon, and it's hard to find seeded watermelons. I thought it was a joke on TikTok and Instagram. I cannot find a seeded watermelon except for the ones in my garden, unless I go to Whole Foods, and I'm not going to pay $10 for one watermelon. So I think I'm going to be growing watermelon in my living room in the wintertime because I need to get water from fruits. I'm moving towards that. I've been watching Laquita from Blind Guy has been posting this person, Yaki Awakened, on her channel, and I started watching some of his videos. And the cleanest source of water in terms of this day and age is basically from the fruits and vegetables that you grow yourself or some kind of organic source. So I'm going to try to get my water from fruits. Hopefully, I can grow more and I have my fruit trees going on, coconut water. And then I'm going to be, getting a better filter, either a Berkey or I hear, Alexa Pure, I think is the name that's throwing out there. And there's Santivia or whatever you can afford, because my body's not happy. My skin is itchy, even now I'm scratching, and it's not, it's the water, something's going on. I can't explain it. I don't have any scientific proof. I just know what I'm feeling and my body's not liking it. I'm drinking tea and I don't know. I have to use bottled water in my kettle lately because something's not right and I need to just address it, because these things are happening for me to start talking about it, to start telling everybody else. Because don't wait till you hear the announcement from your city, oh, the water is unsafe. I'm in Canada. We have a town called Walkerton that had an E. coli outbreak and many people died. E. coli can be killed by boiling your water, but some cultures, I'm from the Caribbean, so we boil our water. People who are Canadian, they don't know to boil their water. They're just drinking it, and their water was contaminated. They knew it was contaminated in the water plant, but by the time the information got down to the citizens, people were dropping like flies. Elderly people and children cannot bounce back as quickly from things like that. So a lot of people died. So when you mention the town Walkerton, people just know right away. You're talking about tainted water and E. coli. By the time they tell you that there's a problem, people have already died. So don't be sitting here saying it's their job to tell me. Really? Says who?
Right.
Tell you what? Are you their blood relative? Do they care about you specifically?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I shouldn't be so jaded, but it's your responsibility to protect
No,
yourself and your household.
No, you
and
need to
part of the protection, sorry, 1 second. Part of the protection is not just firearms. It's giving your family the best chance at a healthy life. And if you know you can't trust the water, I know I can't trust the water. I have to make some adjustments to get what I need to get my water clean. Go ahead, Starduster. Sorry.
I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, sorry. You're my background.
But
so James is
true. Be jaded. Yeah. Thank you for being honest and upfront, because people need the truth.
We keep expecting, like, even in the 2A. Oh, they. Who's they? You can't even give they a name. They is not a person.
And they are going to look out for their families.
Correct.
You need to look out for yours.
Exactly. So this is part of, protection, because a lot of us have elves. Can you imagine if Starduster has dirty or contaminated water and she's giving her mother this water who's an elder, and then her mother gets sick?
I would be so hurt.
That who's they? She's gonna now start to get mad. I'm gonna blame who's they. You can't even find them when you're looking for that they. So don't wait, guys. The only thing that you can control is your own. Like, you can only control your own home, your own little environment, and even in that, there's limitations. But the water you eat, water you drink, and the food that you eat, we can control that. But let's get back to the. So James Franklin is saying there are many kinds, but the most popular is quartz rocks and not the crystal. Okay, so for those of you who are watching this or watch the replay, jot this stuff down, because sometimes it'll lead you down a path where you can find some more information that you can share. So coconut water is the best. Yes, coconut water. Let me just see what I'm missing. I might be skipping some people, guys. Sorry, but I'm just trying to get the information out so that we're not, we can go back and research some more. I love how I feel. Yes, drink coconut water gives you electrolytes. Sorry, go ahead, dear.
Yep. I wanted to know what you know about Sulphur Springs. Is anybody aware of any springs anywhere near where they live? Because that is a water source.
I don't have any near me, but I do have heard of it, and I know it's good for, it's good for you. Especially like in St. Lucia and Jamaica, they have the springs, and the people go there to soak. Too much coconut water will upset your stomach. Sorry, dear.
My apologies. I'm only
no problem. I didn't want to cut you up. I know when you talk, I can't hear you.
Yeah, if anybody is able to find a source like that near where they live, look into that as a backup.
Okay. And I also was digging, and I noticed that in some states in the U.S., they don't allow you to dig a well, even though there's water. Like, I don't know the details of that, but I noticed somebody was finding a back door. Sorry, let me drop the link again because I'm just here talking. There's a back door where he found a way. He didn't dig a well, but he put some kind of pump or something that could still access the water underneath the ground. And then it said, so those of you who are in the States, I don't know, every county is different. It said groundwater, which I'm assuming is underground water, belongs to the landowner, and surface water belongs to the state, which sounds a little strange to me. So I'm going to be digging that a little. Something sounds strange with that. Something sounds a little, it's too specific. I don't know. It's just a little weird. And if you own the groundwater, why are they telling you cannot dig a well on your own property? So I'm gonna go into that a little further, but just, you find stuff and it, yeah, Yaki Awaken. I just joined, I just found out from him about him, and he has a totally different ideology that's like almost against anything you've ever learned, but it's interesting, and he has the knowledge to back it up. So I think I'm going to be digging deeper. I wouldn't trust anything from the grocery store saying it's alkaline. Yeah, yeah. Alkaline stuff in the stores is a marketing scheme. Cucumber and lemon, yes, is very refreshing. Everything that we're talking about is going to go back to you growing your own food. So some of you who are like, grow your own food, because the food that you're growing can also be your water source. You don't have to just drink water for hydration. And from what Yaki Awaken is talking about, he's into H3O, which I guess is food and fruits with minerals that can hydrate your body. So we're going to have to just change our way of thinking. Water may be more for sanitation and dishes and laundry, but in terms of drinking, we should not have to, you can do whatever you want, be getting some more water from fruits and vegetables. That's why I've been juicing for years now. And I stopped, and now my body's like, what are you doing? And all the problems are popping up because I haven't been doing it, because I've been busy, and I'm going to buy a deep freezer. This is my problem. I'm going to buy a deep freezer so that when I have time, I'm going to make a bunch of juice. and put them in the freezer so that when I am busy, I can just draw from my supply in the freezer because my body is not happy with me right now.
Urban, I wanted to also suggest to people you can put coconut slices, apple slices, mint, and water. That has a combination. I can't remember exactly what the specifics are, but that's a good combination to look into. One with cinnamon and apples, I think, and mint. There are ways, I believe, that you can bring the minerals back to your water. Putting your fruit in your water. Putting a mix of strawberries and blueberries in your water. Letting them sit overnight before you drink that water. Putting it in a copper cup or a glass versus plastic.
Exactly. The copper. My parents had one. My sister has one. I have a stain, like I use, stainless steel. If you can see it, you saw my ceramic cup. I don't drink. There should be no plastic. If you have water in a plastic jug, you pour it in a glass. That's why the Berkey and stuff is so appealing because it's stainless steel. You're not having your water sitting in a plastic. Yes, it could be BPA free, but some of the old fashioned ways that our parents had, they never had no plastic, nothing. It was all glass or ceramic or terracotta or something of an actual, it wasn't plastic. Yeah, seeded watermelons are rare. I can't find them. And I'm trying to be more conscientious of what I'm buying. And I'm thinking, I'm in 3 stores and these stores ain't cheap. Some of these stores are not cheap. And I cannot find seeded watermelon. I cannot find strawberries that are not sprayed with pesticides. Then I have that dirty dozen list with me. And I'm thinking, I can't eat any of this. How do you feel being in a first world nation? You're at a store and you don't really feel you can, because now you have knowledge that you can eat any of the food that that's here. All the apples have wax. I gotta soak them in vinegar and apple and baking. So it's a lot of work just to eat some food. Once your eyes are opening. So, red pill, blue pill, whatever pill you're popping, you can't go back. TLC saying when our treatment plant had a problem a few years ago, we could see it. The water was lilac for about 6 months. Oh, God. A lot of the sicknesses and diseases I have come to realize are about dehydration. So most of us are dehydrated, not because you're not drinking, but you're not getting anything from what you're drinking. You cannot drink water from a salt. No, I think it's for soaking. Arkansas has a natural spring, hot springs. Sulfur Spring is for washing. Yeah. For soap, it's good for your skin. And pulling out the toxins. Yeah, it stinks, but there's health benefits. Also, let's talk about laundry. Let's say, okay, so there's a water shortage. The city says, okay, guys, you have to cut back your water usage, or there's no water at all. What are the things that you can do or ideas on how you can live to help with, let's say, laundry? So for instance, for me, I'll start first. I don't have a little bit of clothes. I have a lot of clothes. And people say that's too much clothes. Because if something happens, I can go at least 3 to 4 weeks without repeating an outfit and without having to do laundry. So when I do have time to do laundry, it'll be a bigger load, obviously, but I have enough that, and obviously I know how to wash by hand. I have laundry hand soap. I can wash by hand, your socks or stuff, hang them up. But I technically have enough clothes that I can go about a month without repeating an outfit, or maybe I could repeat, and not have to worry about doing laundry. What do you guys do if there's no water or there's a shortage and you can't do laundry? Good morning, Mrs. Queen. Okay, we'll start with Lashes. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
What do you do if you have no water to do? I know you're Jamaican, but anyways, go on. What were you gonna do?
I'm thinking about the rainwater. I know rainwater carry bacteria or pesticide, and stuff like that can live in the water. But I think I drink rainwater back home. What do you guys think about rainwater? Because I'm thinking about that. If it come down to have a rain barrel, I'm gonna get a couple more out there.
Well, I noticed
Good morning,
well,
everyone.
good
Sorry.
morning.
I'm honest.
Again, I'm Jamaican
Good morning,
background, so
Lashes.
we drank rainwater, but that was in Jamaica. We didn't have all these factories pushing out fumes and stuff, so it's a bit different. And even now, would
Yeah.
I drink rainwater in Jamaica? No, not because it's not safe, but because I'm not used to it and it's going to give me diarrhea. So I boil my water in Jamaica just because if I were going to go back down there and live, then my body would get used to it. But if I'm going there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'm going to have run belly down there and I'm going to come back and I'm going to have run belly getting back to this. So that's the only reason why not. Rainwater here, I noticed in one of my searches that some states do not allow you to use rainwater for drinking
Mhm.
or anything, which is weird to me. But anyways, I would boil it and I would filter it. So there's life straws that you can, it filters the water. There's the Berkey, there's, all these other things. I would filter it. But that is definitely an option for me for drinking. I'm also in Toronto. We have snow. I will be shoveling snow in buckets and letting it melt if that's what I have to do. And I've done it in the spring to have water so I can water my plants when I'm doing my seedlings because rainwater is better than the tap water from the plants. So most of you who grow food know there's something about rainwater. There's when the lightning goes off, there's an electric charge that electrifies the water and electrifies the soil. I saw a study on it and it works. I can't explain it, but there's something about nature that what it does. But how would you wash your clothes, Lashes? Is that an issue? Are you concerned? Because that's hygienic. You don't want to be walking around with dirty clothes. So there's a water shortage or there's
Mhm.
a no water at all. How do you wash your
Well,
baby's clothes and your family's clothes?
I'm thinking I would use the rainwater also if there's no water, right? You say if there's no water in the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
pipe or anything. I think I would use the rainwater. I know rainwater when because I use a lot of rainwater. I'm from the island back home, and if there's no water, the rainwater kind of slippery. You know that it's hard to
Yeah,
rinse off
it's
when you
yeah.
put soap on it. It's very hard. If you bathe with it, because I bathe with it before. It's like really slippery. I know it's gonna take a lot, but you gotta do what you gotta do. We gotta survive, right? So I'm
So
not gonna
Queen,
drop out. I'm gonna find some way of using this rainwater.
yeah. So Mrs. Queen saying, I know she's Jamaican descent, wash your clothes in a pan or a bucket by hand and hang it out to dry.
Yep.
And you know what's funny enough? I don't have a clothesline. So how many of us have a clothesline? Just do a quick hands up or put a one in the chat. Do you guys have a clothesline? Because I have a rack that I can put out and hang clothes, but I do not have a clothesline. And I think some areas don't allow clotheslines. So I guess it looks ghetto or chucka chucka, whatever they say. But
I don't
I
have
don't have
it
a
up,
clothesline.
but I will put it up if I need to.
Yep.
And I
Okay,
was
so you guys,
talking to my family about
Mhm.
or yesterday about putting up a clothesline. I'm going to put up a clothesline.
okay. And how many of you, I know I'm just throwing out questions, have the proper soap to hand wash? Because you cannot hand wash. I learned that as a child. I was washing like my mom. Jamaicans, you wash, you get that squishy sound. And I was using the powdered soap in the machine, and it ate out the skin of my here where you're washing, because that soap is not made to hand wash with it. It will eat out your skin. You have to have like the laundry bar soaps. We in Jamaica we have the blue soap. We have there's soap for hand washing. Do you guys have soap? Well, I think if you're Caribbean, you have it anyways. I have it for hand washing so that you can get a bucket, you can wash your little socks on your this and your that, and you're hanging them up to dry.
I
Because if
have
you're
that
relying
Fails
on the say that again.
the Fails naphtha.
I think that's what
You ever heard of
Phelps. Yeah,
Fails naphtha?
Phelps.
That's what I have, the Fails naphtha. I have 2 bars of that on hand,
You
but I
need
need to
that.
get more.
And
I
you
don't have
also
bars. I go on Pinterest and I get recipes from Pinterest and I make up stuff on my own. And it's liquid.
okay, exactly.
Yeah.
So
That would be
don't
nice
wait
to
until
start
something
doing.
happens. If you don't have some of these things, because maybe there's men on the line who
Mhm.
are like single and they just never, they may not have been raised this way. You don't even know, oh, I need a bar soap to wash. They may be using their bathing soap. I don't know. I can't assume. So get some of those bar soap, and those soaps are made to cling to the dirt and get the dirt out and the oil out of the clothes. It's made for that purpose. I'm just going to pop into Gina says here, I have a washing tub and I keep lots of water, so I'd be washing my things by hand. This combo has me about to get some more water, because if I'm without water too long, I don't think, yeah. If I had no water to do laundry, then obviously I'm going to maybe have to repeat some clothes. And I would pick and choose what I'm wearing, because I'm not going to wear something thick and heavy that's hard for me to wash. Like you start thinking about things, because like, I got to wash my clothes. You want clean drawers. You don't want to be walking around. You want to bathe yourself properly. But you can't be running the shower because there's no shower. There's a product that I noticed that is for camping, that you can put water in a bag and you can shower outside. But that can be used in your own bathroom if you have no water. Yeah. So if you have, jugs of water or whatever, you can put that in the bag. Everyone can have a shower, and you have basically 60 seconds to have a shower. And let's talk about showering, because some of us have not grown up in water shortages. I have been in Jamaica. My uncle didn't tell me there was a shortage at the time, to go on vacation, and there was no water. You know what a bath is? A bath is maybe a cup, literally a cup of water. And you better have some Dettol, because it was rough and hot and you're sweating. And you have a cup of water, and I put a little sprinkle of Dettol. Come and always walk with Dettol. And you have to just wash the essentials, they call it, the bits and the pieces. You can't be washing your elbow and your knees. Like, you ain't got enough water for that. And you don't go into the shower and the water's just running. You know, people go in the shower and the water's just running the whole time they're in there. No, the water goes on for 2 seconds. You wet your rag, you wet your body. Then you go be in. Water's turned off. When you finish soaping up and washing up, you rinse off real quick and water turn off. The water's not running for 5-10 minutes. Oh, I'm relaxing my muscles. No, that's not going to work. You ain't going to have no water for nothing and nobody else. You have to adjust how you're living. And because we're so used to just putting on the water, I have water. And the thing about living in a city, when the city asks for everyone to cut back, nobody cares about nobody else. If you're in an apartment building, do you think floor number 2 cares about floor number 5? They don't care. They're going to do what they want to do. They don't care. So you could be doing everything right and doesn't matter. You're going to be affected by their wasting of water. So you have to make sure you have your buckets and your jugs with water in the bathroom. I'm going to be doing that this week, having 2 and 3 jugs in each bathroom. And if the water doesn't work or something happen, I know I can at least do my basic hygiene. And part of my hygiene, if things go rough, is Dettol, or I don't know what else you guys use over there, but me use Dettol. If you never heard of it, it's like a British thing, and even Jamaica, and they have Dettol bar soap, so that when you are bathing, you're disinfecting, because things are so tight and limited, there may be more bacteria on your skin. Not like you're nasty, but because you can't have the water running on your body, things are limited, you're still sweating, you can't really do good laundry because things are rough. You may find you're getting bacteria on your skin. You have to find a way to disinfect your skin, especially if you get like eczema or any kind of pimples and stuff like that. You can't.
I have this foam. I have this foam, no water wash. You can wash your hair with it and body parts as well. And I stocked up on a lot of those just for emergency reasons. And I have them in our, get home bags or our go bags as well. But it comes in a pump, and you can buy it on Amazon. It's a foam. So it disinfects your body without water.
So you see, because you're going to need, there's a reason why they made that product. Because as we said earlier, lack of water increases diseases and infections. That's why they always, all through this pandemic, wash your hands. You should have been washing your hands 10 years ago. That's not something you have to tell me now. You should have been doing that, but people do not practice good hygiene. Even up to this week, anyways, I'm not going to even go there. I'll go left. But people do not practice good hygiene. And that affects you when you're going to buy products and they're touching 50 million things and they're not washing their hands. So that means when you go home now to go, you have to be, because you're exposed to a lot of things and your own sweat glands and your own, so just New Jersey doesn't have water. I believe Bougie was talking about a place in the States that haven't had water in months. We all know about Flint, Michigan. We all know that I can name off stuff, and you guys probably know more than I do. Yes, I have enough for a year of washing or close to it. So James is prepared. He's not waiting until, Also washing soda. Yes, I have washing soda, and I mix that with my detergent. I don't just use like what they instruct. I mix some soap and a bit of washing soda. It makes the
What's
soap
washing
work.
soda?
It's
I use the
basically
borax.
borax
Oh.
is washing
Mhm.
soda.
Oh.
Even Arm & Hammer baking soda can be used for washing. And
didn't know.
there's another product called, is it Arm & Hammer? But yeah, Arm & Hammer and borax. And if you are washing clothes, I've been doing this for years. I mix, so that makes my soap last longer because I'm mixing a bit of soap and a bit of borax and sometimes I put vinegar in my rinse. And why? Because I was told that disinfect. So even before the pandemic, your clothes need to be a bit of disinfectant, because if you're on the bus, the public transit, I don't know, just the clothes may be clean of dirt, but there's still maybe bacteria in it. And especially if you're hanging it to dry outside, that helps just keep your clothes from getting a little moldy. Anyways, we all have our way of doing things. But yeah, washing soda makes your soap go further and you spend less on soap. 1 second. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Sorry, he knows I'm doing my live. I have Zote and Fells Nafa because I make laundry. Okay, exactly. So TLC already has those things, and those things can get the grease and dirt out, and they will not burn your hands. Because laundry soap, powder soap, the liquid was not meant for your hands. It's meant to be used in a machine. So if there was no water and I needed to wash clothes, then I would get to the river water, boil it in a metal tub, add detergent, and wash my clothes. And even that reminds me, I don't have a metal tub. My all the stuff my mom had. My mom used to have the old fashioned washing with the handle and then the ring. You know the washing what do we call it? And we threw it out. Maybe that's something we should have kept just in the furnace room just in case.
They
But we
still
didn't.
sell all that on Amazon.
Yeah, so now I have to go now and buy it now. It's gonna cost probably an arm and a leg. I don't know. And the one that she had was like heavy duty. It wasn't no, they don't make them like that anymore. Let me see here. Give me a second. Yeah, lye soap. I see someone talking about lye soap. Yep. There are certain things. Yeah, Dettol. Yeah. If you guys know me, I swear by Dettol. I have it in the car. I have it in the bathroom. I have it. Lay your clothes on the vehicle. The top of your cars can get well over 100 degrees. So you see, he's telling you how to dry your clothes, especially if you're in a hot climate. Now, me in the wintertime here, that's not going to work. I have to line it up at the window in the living room if it came to that. Mrs. Queen is saying, let me see if Amazon have laundry bar soap. Forget looking cute. Give me some shorts and a bra. You have to use old school powder detergent. Yes, but the old school one's not made for hand washing. Because if you go and use any name brand powdered soap right now, for me, I will see my knuckles turn black. When my knuckles turn black, I know there's some kind of chemical or something in there that's not agreeing with me. Rainwater is better for that, and save your drinking water for drinking. Yeah, for the laundry. Also, there's carbolic soap. For those of you, carbolic soap is a stinky kind of soap, but if you have any skin issues, it clears that up. So I know we use it in the Caribbean. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it.
I
Let
used
me
to
know.
like
But
it.
yeah,
That
carbolic. It
orange
doesn't
soap,
smell
right?
nice. Yeah, orangey, pinky, and it smells like sulfur. It's not
I
nice
like it.
smelling, but it gets your skin clean. And if you have eczema or pimples or any kind of psoriasis or infection, it will keep it under control. There's a liquid soap in the camping department that can be used in a bug out bag. So I was in the camping section and I'm starting to spend a lot more time there, because even if I'm not going camping, if something happens and I have to shelter in place, and I want to have a shower, I need that camping, thanks, Star, that camping hook to have the shower set up in my bathroom. So these are things I'm going to have to purchase, because if I can't put on the tap, but I have enough water, I don't want to always have a bird bath. Sometimes you need to let the water run down you. And even that, if you live with somebody, you can shower together. You know, you don't have to have each person. When I was a child, under a certain age, me and my sister would have to bathe together. There was no individual. You were all in there together. One mega shower, you're all showering, and then you come out. Once you hit puberty, that kind of stops. But even then, I think we're still, I think most Caribbean families, that's what you do. The boys bathe together, the girls bathe together. There was not all this like 10 people showering. That's just not how we did it. So you guys can let me know, but you can have all your kids bathing together if they're, the same gender. I have bleach tablets, not washing soda. I'm taking notes. I do. Yeah. And we were mentioning, I don't know if you heard earlier, water purification tablets, which are not the same as bleach tablets. So those are also something on the list.
Hey, Nikki.
Did I miss? Lye soap will clean anything, not just clothing. Good morning, OCDS chick. So we don't trust the water that we're getting. We see what's happening in these streets. That's fine. I like talking about issues. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's start making suggestions, and not just expensive suggestions, things that we can afford. Oh, only dress like that. Okay, in the house. Yeah, and I repeat, only in the house with short. Yeah, exactly. So you have to sometimes, and back in the day, I was talking to my parents, because sometimes you need to remember where you're coming from so you know where you're going. So your parents, you think of them as, oh, that's my parents. But your parents were young like you once too. They were in these streets. They were traveling. They were going to party and drink. They were young like you. So I was asking them, because when they left and moved to the UK, they were young. They were children. Like most of you don't even let your kids take the bus by themselves. My parents left their country and was going here and there and traveling the world, and your kids can't even take the bus. I just find that funny. So anyways, I was asking them how it was. So when they moved, it was like how Lashes has like the rooming house. Every person would have a room. And sometimes it would be 4 men in a room. And sometimes you would have to share the bed. So if you worked night shift, you were at work and somebody was sleeping in your bed. When you came home off the night shift, the person would get up, get ready for their work, and then you get to go into the bed. I don't think that would work for me, but you have to remember, they were trying to better their lives, send money back home to Jamaica, and take care of their families. So they had to share a bed, and each person had to contribute to the rent for that bedroom. You didn't have no washing machine. They had, back in the day, a laundress. So it was like, Roman times, you'd go to the laundromat and all the clothes of the whole town would be washed in this mega wash. And I guess your clothes had a label on them, so you would know whose clothes belonged to who. There was no independent washing machine. It was a place you would go and they would wash everybody in the town or the area clothes in some hot water and fold them and press them, and you go and pick them up. He had to wash his socks and his underwear and hang them on the the bathroom for dry, because he didn't have a lot of clothes. And you have to have your little bar soap and your toothbrush, and you have to pack them back into your little box, because there was no room to have the counter with all your stuff, because you're living with 6 and 7 other people. And some people have to share a bed where one person sleep north and the other one pointing south with a complete stranger, because I'm thinking, what? And they're like, yes, we had to do this to better our lives as immigrants and live like this with people that you don't know. And everyone had to live clean, because you don't want to be smelling and dirty and having germs. Like, people were very clean, but you had to wash by hand. You had to boil the water. You had to have the water boiling and put in jugs so that when you're ready to drink water, it was already boiled and ready to go. You can't be it was different. There was no water heater. There was no warm water. You had to bathe in freezing. Like, you have to understand where our ancestors, even your own parents, are coming from. And you have to sometimes just learn, because it may come to that again. Some of you all are in Florida and hot climate. I have to deal with snow. and pipes bursting in the cold. And it's one time the snow was so rough here, you couldn't even drive your car. That you would never get nowhere. I had to put on my snow boot and go walk to the store just to get the groceries and drag them back in my hand because you could not push the trolley. You can't, hey, Keon, you like, if we're not really ready to rough it and kind of go back to things and getting things in place now, can you imagine, your children and people suffering because you didn't get ready? Let's not do that. Oh, hi, Aiden. I'm like, what's his name? Aiden. Hi, Keon.
Say good morning, aunties and uncles. Just wake up.
Good morning.
So let's just get ready, guys. And I think water filtration is very important. Those of you who are listening, really, like, I'm not yelling and screaming, but the water filtration is important. It's you cannot trust the water that we're getting. We already know that. And they're not going to tell us. Let me see what Nikki's saying. My younger brother and I took baths together. Yes, that's how they save water because they couldn't afford this high water bill. Maybe some of you couples got to bathe together when things get rough. Share the water. I worked at a cleaning service. It was always hot in there. Oh yeah, it's because hot water disinfect the heat. Let me see here. Okay, so Queen's asking for your PO box. Hot water, heat water up on a wood stove. Go to the bathroom and wash. Yeah, I don't have a wood stove, so that's not going to help me. But maybe some of you guys do. I have the kettle though. I just can't afford that. My emails. Okay, yeah, PO boxes are expensive. Okay, so I don't have any other water filtration things to recommend. I can't recommend anything. I know the Berkey is the most popular one, and maybe that's the best one to get. But make sure you're filtering your water. And that includes filtering the water that you bathe with because it's not good. I know he's growing like a weed, eh? Keon's growing so big.
What are you sipping over there, Urban?
I am having sorrel ginger with peppermint leaves in the tea. And I put a bit of monk fruit sweetener in there. I didn't even need the sweetener, but it was just being extra. But I use monk fruit, not white sugar anymore. Oh, I have barbecue though, James Franklin. I have a barbecue and it has coal and I do have propane. So I can, it's not wood stove, but I can make something work. But I'm not, that's something I'm going to have to practice. You can use your barbecue. Yeah, I got my barbecue. So I made sure I bought a big bag of coal so that if anything happens, I can boil water in the wintertime outside. I can cook. I have a gas stove. I don't know if you guys have a gas stove. We had a power outage here about 15 years ago, and we were out of power for, I would say, 3 days or so, and other people had it longer because they were more out of the way. And those of us who I didn't have gas then, but those who had a gas stove could at least still cook their food. So I don't know if you guys like Lashes, and I think I saw you cooking, Tarsha, but I don't know if I noticed if it was a gas stove or not. But that also helps because you can cook. If there's a power outage, you don't have to necessarily go to your barbecue. You can cook it right in your kitchen because you're not relying on power, and you can light your stove with a match. Those of us who know about lighting with a match, you don't need the igniter on the stove. So just things to think about, guys. But boiling your water is not enough. You need to have some kind of filtration. Oh, you have stevia leaves? I like stevia, but I find it has a bitter aftertaste, guys. I don't know. I can't get on that train. Also, what I learned from Stardust's video, some of us need to invest in some books. You don't have to buy them brand new, but books about water filtration, about foraging. Let me just open my Amazon because I had put one on my list that she mentioned. Oh, it's called Earth User's Guide to Permaculture. I guess what plants to grow and how to grow things better. Like just some books. And I think TLC had mentioned in that live. Yeah, it was the grid. Yeah, you know about that, TLC. The whole grid locked down and nobody had power. And the plant was in the States. So you all didn't have power. We all in Buffalo, Toronto, all the way over, we didn't have no power either. That's the one I'm talking about. Those who had gas stoves were still cooking. They had no problem. But TLC had mentioned this Silcock in the chat. I'm just finding things on Amazon and I'm putting it on my list. But watch that video with Stardusters to get some more tips on that. We're just talking about, in America, Canada, you would think that, this is the modern society. We all have the same things. No. It was mentioned in Thursday, and now today I'm going to mention it. Most of the First Nations peoples in US and Canada have been living in very primitive conditions. They don't have running water. Some of the homes don't even have heat here in Toronto, and it's cold in the wintertime. They don't have a fireplace. They don't have furnace. It's just a building, a structure, and they have to get, like, the way they're living is not right, but the country isn't doing anything about it. So why do we think we're any better? If they're living like that, why do we think we're so good that we shouldn't live like that? Do you think the same government that hasn't taken care of and honored the trees that have been in place since 18 whatever, do you think they're going to treat you any better when it comes down to it? Anyways, let me go back to the chat. Yes, TLC says she's always going to keep her gas stove. People are scared of gas stoves, and I understand why, but I have gas just because I can at least roast a chicken. I can make something. You have to be creative to survive. Yes, that's correct, James. That's a huge jump. Yes, I'm reading your business. Yes, I'm talking about that blackout, TLC. Because I know you're in Ohio, so you know about that blackout. On everything. Think outside the box. Okay. Let me see what Badass is saying. He says, how many people in here knows how to make fire without matches or lighters? Nobody. Okay, not saying. I've said not nobody. I said I don't. I'm saying nobody. Like nobody. No, I do not.
I don't.
Could I figure it out? Yes. Would I be successful? I'm not sure. Like I know I could find some debris. I could find some leaves. I could find some newspaper. I could, I have coal. Like, I have without matches. No, that's a no. I'm thinking if I had a match or a lighter and all the debris. No, my answer is no. I don't know how to light anything. Let me show you guys my little rod. Go ahead.
Or you can use a magnifying glass or a ferro rod, but it takes practice. You gotta, you need to practice those skills.
Speaking of which, Badass, I'm going to show you guys. Excuse me, I'm all over the place. I bought a few things I've had in my possession for a while, but I'm trying to get more organized. I don't have much, but I have a few preps. So I purchased this from the dollar store a while ago. It's been in my garage, but I have a lantern. All I have to do now is buy the wick. It does not come with the wick and the oil. So if you're from the Caribbean, these oil, back in the day, these oil lamp. I'm trying to get it in. I'm trying to get it. Oh, the background is black. Okay. I'm trying to get the wick for it and the oil. So if anything happens, I do have some light. And yes, I can use a flashlight. I have flashlights, but suppose I don't want to use my batteries. Suppose I want to save my batteries for something more important. Then I'm going to go to the old lamp. I bought it's $2. It's called Survival Aid, and it's a 5-in-1. So I hope you guys can see it. Okay, and it says here, a whistle, a compass, waterproof matchbox, signal mirror, fire starter lint. So that was $2, and it has a string to go around your neck. So that's in my kit. I don't have much, but I'm starting to get myself prepared. I don't know why I have tent pegs. I don't know what use that's going to have, but I have tent pegs.
A lot of uses.
So I have about 4 packs of those. So I got that. I'm going to get a box in the garage, and I'm going to throw everything in a box for now, and then I'll get myself organized. I don't know. Can I show a knife on YouTube? I'm not sure, but it's in the package. So I bought a knife. This is the one that was on sale. So it's a buck knife, and it says it's stainless steel, liner lock for added safety, forever warranty. I don't know if that's going to be of any use to me. Yeah, so it's not a switchblade, but it's a foldable knife. So that's for, I don't know, cutting rope or I don't know, doing whatever. And I got this, which is a 12-in-1 multi-tool. So that was $6 and change. And then the back has a little case for it. So it's a knife, a small knife, a large knife, a can opener, long nose pliers, bottle opener, Phillips screwdriver, small and medium flat screwdriver, wire cutter, file, pliers, and saw. So that is going to be in my car. I'm going to make a bug out bag. So this is what I'm doing. And then I'm going to get the life straws or something so that if I'm out and about and something happens. And then for those who missed it, I'm keeping all these empty bottles that I get water in sometimes. I'm going to fill them up with tap water and put them in my bathrooms so that if the water goes out, I can still, do some basic hygiene. Simple things you guys can do. Don't wait until something happens with your water. It could even be basic maintenance where they say, okay, guys, we're turning off the water for 6 hours. You don't have any water ready, guys. What are you going to do? Did I miss some people in the chat? Sorry, I'm way behind. But any other ideas, guys, in the chat, or Lashes or Tarsha? And I'll drop the link again, guys. Whoever wants to come up, you guys can come up and add some ideas. Because sometimes when
Broke Farmer saying hi.
And just
is he in there? Hi, Broke Farmer. Don't see him yet. Hold on.
Hey, bro.
I'm behind. What are you guys doing about things is what I'm trying to say. Let's stop complaining about, don't get me wrong. I love talking about current affairs. That's what I'm about. But what are we doing about it? Are you going to keep talking?
I already have your plan out, what you want to do, how you want to get water if you don't have it at home. No places where you want to go, like Starduster mentioned a spring in your area. I didn't think of that, but like out back, I know I can utilize the creek water in the back behind the house. And I also have the Berkey to filtrate the water, as well as the tablets. I do plan to get the filter drops as well. But and then out on my land, out in the country, I do have a small pond. So it's, you already have plans of what you want to do. And then Stardust mentioned the Silcott key. I purchased a Silcott key a few years ago. So like maybe 2 miles down the road, there's a store. So if I need to go get water, I can always turn on their water with that Silcott key. So
I saw one and it's only like $8. Like it's not expensive.
Yeah,
It's
they're cheap.
So I'm gonna find that while we're talking and just drop some links. But you guys keep talking. I'm gonna drop links.
And we have them in all me and the kids' bags as well. And I keep one in my vehicle along with a ferro rod to be able to boil water. If you have to find water on the side of the road somewhere, you want to have a way of boiling that water and the container as well. I have the steel water boiling cup.
Hey, what up, lady?
Morning.
How y'all doing up this early in the morning?
We always up early this morning. I know you up too. You were probably up doing something with your animals and stuff.
Yeah, it's a sad day today. It's a funeral for me today.
Oh, what happened? Chicken?
Nah, one of my baby rabbits broke his leg or something. Broke his hind leg or back. Yeah,
so you had to put him down?
Yeah, I had to put her down. So the girls are still asleep. So this morning I was watching the news, and so it's a celebration and a funeral today. So let me give you, and so that's what it is. Okay.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. That's the thing about livestock. Like it's not, it's not.
So I put her here under the apple tree. So I got a coffin for her. Dug a hole this morning. So I waited till the girls get up and tell them the bad news that we lost Spotty. Either mom jumped on her, broke her back, or she fell back trying to jump up like her brothers and sisters and pinched nerves. So she was dragging the feet, the hind legs.
Yeah, so you knew something's not right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I came out. Gotta put her out. But I put her down already. So one of those things of a homesteader, farmer, people that's a pet owner with your dog, cat. Sometimes you gotta put your loved ones down, humans. Gotta know when to let it go.
You're right.
All right.
That's
So what
yeah.
y'all women talk about this morning? I didn't want to bring the bad news to y'all, but I had to. I was like, I see y'all on. I'm like, why y'all doing?
We're talking about Mark. We're talking about water. So I was talking about basically how like New Jersey, there's no water. People are scrambling at the source to buy a bottle of water. We talked about, do you trust the water you're getting from your tap? We all don't trust it, but what are we doing about it? We keep talking about what's happening in America and Canada. We see what's happening, but do we have what we need to clean our water? Do you have extra water if the pipes turn off for whatever reason? Do you have enough to bathe and sanitize and wash clothes for at least a couple of days so until they fix the problem? And like, what are solutions that we can purchase that are affordable for those of us who are new? So I talked about, filtration tablets, purification tablets. It's not expensive, but how many of us have them? People are talking about life straws and all kind of stuff, but who has them? I have some things. I've shown a few things, but we need to start, taking this seriously and having solutions and doing something about it. So
That's
you have two young children and you have animals. If the water turned off in Connecticut for some kind of, I don't know, pipe bursting or something, do you have what you need to water your chick? You have 30 chickens and you got
Mhm.
some rabbits. How would that affect you?
Oh, I have lakes around me. I mean, for me, it's not going to affect me as much because we have freshwater lakes. I mean, I hope y'all seen a video that I put
Mm-hmm.
out. Just not even a mile away from me, I could walk to the lake, a freshwater lake, and then behind on this side is a couple of other lakes. That's here, fresh water,
So,
and then not only that,
right.
wait, well,
Okay.
if y'all been following me, there's a creek that runs under me and my neighbor's
That's
um
always flooded. Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
yeah, so it's a creek that you can't see because they put these tubes when they built her house or whatever. It goes from here, it's coming from up the north. So when it floods, whatever rains up there, it comes down this way and it floods me out. But it's always having some source of water, so it's like a natural spring or some natural water coming from somewhere else. And like you said, get you a pair of those. I'm gonna tell you the truth. The truth be told, bleach, regular old Clorox, regular cheap bleach. You
Mhm.
pour it in a 5 gallon, a 55-gallon bucket. You put the bleach in it. You let it, because all the nasty sediment is going to go to the bottom of the barrel. So bleach is another simple solution. You don't have to have a purification. You can actually use the chlorine bleach,
Mhm.
and in a 55-gallon bucket, you let it sit for about 73 hours before you can drink it. I mean, people go ill, but hey, when you say things hit the fan like that, you can. Another one, I think the only people that probably will have a major problem with water is people that live in apartments that don't have the facility.
Yeah. But you
If
thought about it though, because you've mentioned right away, you mentioned 3, 4 things. So you've thought about it. You didn't just sit down and say, you've thought about if something happens, I have a creek, I got a river, I got land over here. I got like you've already thought about it.
yeah, the only thing I can say, if a person has a home or a chicken coop like I have, I can't show my camp. Well, the chicken coop here, if you can see.
Yes.
Now, the solution to that, if you have one of those sheds in your backyard, the solution is to go to Home Depot, go get you a piece of sheet metal. It's going to cost you. It's going to come out your pocket and let the water. Because a lot of people say you can't take the water from your shingles, the asphalt, whatever, the toxins from the roof. But if you have a small section of your roof, you could put a blue top. You could put a blue top on your roof and let when it rains, you can collect the water in the IBS totes. They come in like what 150-gallon plastic totes. Bury it in the ground. If you
Mm-hmm.
can't bury it, paint it black, and
Yeah.
just
So it's
have
not
a
so noticeable. Exactly. Yeah.
they're about $75 to $100. Don't wait till things hit the fan because they're gonna jack the price up like everything else. If you see them on Facebook Marketplace, you can probably snatch 2 or 3 of them up for like $75 to $100 a piece, which will give you 150 gallons of water. And if you have a
Mm-hmm.
chicken coop, if you can't afford the stainless steel metal to lay on it, do that. If you don't have that, you have a backyard, a small backyard. You can get those what they call those fiberglass fiberglass. What you want to call those things? Like they put on greenhouses. It look like corrugated metal.
Yeah,
roofing,
yeah.
But they cheap. They go for about like $9 to $10 a piece. They come 8 feet long, 4 feet wide. Get you 3 or 4 of those, put them together, build a little slant in your yard, put a little funnel on the bottom of it, and let the water run down into an IBS tote. I mean, that's the way of saving water, that part.
Now for you, because you're in a cold climate like I am, how do you find storing water in the winter? Because that's my concern. So you have a pool?
Right there. Over
Even
2,000 gallon pool.
In the winter though?
In the winter? Oh yeah, I come out here and like the Eskimos and knock the ice out this mother effer.
So it doesn't freeze, it doesn't burst, like you have no problem. That's what I'm concerned about.
No, it doesn't freeze. It doesn't freeze, but it don't totally freeze, right? I mean, the top will freeze, but the bottom, it can totally freeze, but I don't think we get that cold where this will freeze to a solid state. But it might freeze about maybe 7-8 inches, it'll solidly freeze, but under it, it'll be there. It won't go solid. And then the plastic stretches too. So this is vinyl. So even when it expands as an ice, if it does ice, the vinyl actually stretches. So it's not like a plastic box. It's not like, like a plastic bottle where it don't stretch. The pools are vinyl here. So it will, give a stretch. So when it turns ice, that's why it won't bust open. Because the vinyl will stretch. So this is 2,000 gallons of water right here in a pool. So
because if you have to water your chickens, you have 2,000 gallons right there.
It's not so far. Like I said, I can run a sub pump into that creek down there if it came to that situation. I think probably a bunch of us will probably do it too. I might not get no water because people probably think of the same thing. That's a little further up that this creek runs down. Right. Everybody be drinking. So, but on top of that is several lakes around me. Ponds, lakes is around me. That I showed in the last video, it's probably a 23-acre lake out here, either maybe more. It's a freshwater lake, and I think I showed that where there's a Caribbean lady that let me, go.
Yeah, I saw that video. You could go and you could fish from. You're allowed to go there and fish. You said, yeah.
The lady is like Urban Chronicle. She's a mean lady, but she's not mean. Talk to her, like you come correct to her. She let me actually walk through her yard because she has no fence, so you can walk straight to the lake. So I have access to that lake through her, to fish and everything if I wanted to do that. So you got to build that. You got to build that friendship also in your community if you're in the area. Say hi to your neighbors.
You're right. You do have to have. You can't do it alone. Like you do have to have a network, and at the same time, you can't trust them 100%, but you still need a network.
Yeah, because like you say, like you get a lot of people that they stick to themselves. They don't say hi to their neighbors. Shit, I drive and I look around. I say hello. They be like, "Oh, I know that guy. I always see him. You always saying hello." Might not know my name, but they see me. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like even the people here, they might not know me, but they know I got garden. They know I garden because they see me out in the front, right? So if things hit the fan, it could be a blessing. It could be a curse at the same time because now the people know that this guy in the blue house has gardens. My neighbors here, they hear chickens. They be like, this man have chickens. I got to worry about my neighbors here. When things, if it does go that route, they'll want to come and tell me, oh, we know a guy right here in our neighborhood. He got chickens. He has rabbits. And not only that, some of the neighbors know I got cannabis. They need medicine to do shit. I can get raided, so I know the resource that I have here, I might have to leave because I can't fight these neighbors. There's over hundreds of thousands of them here, Is that we only a family of 4, so you got to understand. Like, when y'all talking about preparation, you got to say when you got to know when the time to leave. If you stuck in the house, you can't leave. Then your house is gonna be your Alamo. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's people. I hear what people are saying. Like, if something happens, I'm gonna fight. There's a time to fight. There's, Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And there's sometimes where you can leave your home, and you're gonna come back, circle back, because the people who are coming here and stealing don't have the life skills to survive. They don't know how to plant a garden. They're going to come and eat everything, and when it's finished, they're going to go somewhere else.
There you
go.
So
you know how to start back again. You know how to drop seeds again. You know how to get a quick crop. You know how to, hatch some seeds, chickling, whatever. You know how to do that. So you can figure it out. So I'm not going to fight,
Yeah, because I always tell people that the preppers, if all your children or whoever's in your household, if y'all all planning this prepping thing, is to everybody have seeds in their bags. Not, oh,
Yes.
mom's gonna carry the seeds. Dad, because what happened if dad get captured and snatched up? The damn seeds are with dad. Dad loses his book bag or his backpack. All the seeds is in that one book bag. Every backpack that's on your family's back, everybody should have seeds in that
Right.
bag. In
And
case
that's something I have not done. So that's my next to do, is to get some seeds that are assigned to my bug out bag.
your bug out bag, another
Yeah.
bag. Don't put all your eggs in one basket because, like I said, if dad gets shot by triple farm, triple firearms over there, right? She snatched my book bag off my back. My wife and my kids keep running, right? But shit, all the food sources in dad's backpack. All the ammo is in dad's backpack because I'm talking about I'm bigger. I can carry all the ammo. Next thing you know, I get shot and they snatch it. Now you don't have ammo. Yeah, you got your 9mm and whatever, but dad was carrying all the ammo because that was the heaviest part. Because everybody should have enough ammo for everything they do in their backpacks, down to the kids.
And also, when you're putting those seeds into your go bags, put them in Mylar bags, seal them in that, because if you get them wet, they're going to be useless. So put them in the Mylar bags and label them so you'll know what it is, and never open it unless you need it.
Yeah, or Marlock bags, or either if you can't afford the Marlock bags, I think triple firearm was saying the same thing. She was like, you can't find those bags. They're going cheap. They're not selling them or something.
Amazon is going to discontinue them. So I've always purchased mine from Amazon. But lately I've been buying them every other week or every week just to stock up on them. The ones that seal with a little heat to it, so you can use a curling iron to seal it up.
Because that seems like that's a going trend. Like I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not a super conspiracy theory, but it seems like either the companies are making it where they're going to gorge on pricing you guys out, is by anything it seems to save your life. It seems like it becomes a shortage.
Right.
Exactly. And do you see that?
It's either the companies are marketing on, they're hearing what we say on Instagram and YouTube, and they say, well, the people think that, let's slow the production up and then start charging high prices.
Right.
Like anything that y'all speak on these social medias, it seems like these companies are turning around and go, there's a shortage on Marlock bags. At one time, Marlock bags are everywhere. Now she was saying, I don't follow Marlock bags, but if that's the case, it seems like every time y'all speak about things, it becomes a shortage. It becomes a demand for it. Because I think the prepping world is setting the market up because they come in here and warn people, go get this, go get that. Next thing you know, it's a shortage.
And another thing that I heard is they're trying to stop the shipping of seeds through the postal service. So that's another sign to me that they're trying to stop us from being able to provide for ourselves.
You can take it that way, either stop you from being self-reliant, or it's called what they call it, the demand and supply and demands.
Yeah.
Supply go low. $1 worth of seeds at one time, and now charge you $5 for it.
Correct.
Because people on YouTube and social media is setting that trend. Because what do you do? Hey, get seeds. Stock on seeds. All right, next thing you know, it's a shortage of seed, or they try to stop selling and not trap side sell seed. They're just making a demand, a supply and demand. Now it's hard to get seeds. Now you got to go out here and scramble. Now they can charge $5.
Yeah,
Just like that.
Yeah, get them and put them in the Mylar bags, put them in the 5-gallon buckets and set it aside.
Yeah, but that's, everything. But I just noticed that, like I said, everything that preppers I've been hearing saying, get this and get that, the next couple of months is a shortage of that.
Well, they're listening too, right? They're in the chats. They're in the groups with, we're preppers. They're not preppers. They're just getting all the tea, and they're, and planning how they're going to make us pay more, or whatever their plans are.
Or they're going to make a bundle.
In the group's your friend.
Let me tell you who's the expert. Let me tell you who's that fine expert. If anybody has a child between the age of 30 and below, Mr. Sony PlayStation used to do it every Christmas. There was a shortage of PlayStations, right? You run out there, $700-800 or double the price for that day PlayStation. Your kid wanted, right? Right after Christmas, you got 6 feet high, all in Best Buy. All them shit they say they didn't have, All of a sudden, you went gorge. They gorged the price out. They investors love that price. And then you come after Christmas, PlayStation's going all the way up taller than me, 6 feet high, 7 feet rolls. You can get all the PlayStation 4s and 5s, whatever you want after Christmas. But they make this demand like, oh, PlayStation short. You can't find a PlayStation. You can't find that game. Come after Christmas.
Exactly.
They have tons of that shit. Because why? They have people made a buzz for it. Same thing with Michael Jordan sneakers and stuff. They do that to us because they watch the media. They watch the social media.
Right.
And they got this up.
And this is not new. This is not rocket science. Like what you're saying is not new. We've seen this over generations. So we're having a talk about water and tablets and all the things. Don't wait until guys, buy your stuff now. Put your little dollars and cents together and buy the stuff now. Don't be waiting until the prices get jacked up or you can't find the stuff. And then you're like, oh, you're gonna have to blame your own self. You can't blame nobody. You grown, go to the store and buy what you need. Don't buy the coffee and the ice cream and all them foolery. Go buy what you need. That's going to help you and your family.
And the next thing is, if you cannot find those things, I hate to give out information like this because I know that people's watching, other people, not y'all. Iodine.
Somebody mentioned that. So you're the second person. So tell me why. Now that you're on the mic.
I kills a lot of bacteria and fungi. It's a simple solution. Iodine, you can go get a big bottle from. Sometimes you can find.
Yeah, I have several bottles.
But you know
and
what?
I heard that during the pandemic because everyone was gargling. Who had sense was gargling with that to prevent the covfefe, and I don't think they got it because they were gargling and killing the bacteria.
And that's why I do peroxide. Gargle with peroxide.
Yeah, I got peroxide as well, and I have that. Yeah.
And here goes another one: turmeric powder. It does a lot of stuff for infections in your mouth.
I need that one, turmeric.
Dirt cheap, right? But if y'all keep talking about it on social media, turmeric could go up to $10 a bottle. Easily. You can get turmeric for like almost $3 a bottle at the Dollar Tree store. Matter of fact, they come in the dollar bottles. Get 16 ounces in the Dollar Tree store. Well, now it's $1.25 or something like that now. But it's still cheap. But if the people keep saying, go get this, go get that, you know what happens? Price go up.
Correct.
Hey, African Dreaming.
And
African and David Corey.
And there's another thing that you see all the time. You know why you don't purchase it? Because you don't want it, right? You don't think about zinc. Zinc is another one. No, but I'm saying for the people that don't know.
The people, the people,
The people that don't know about it, zinc is one of the things that you might need in case a fallout happens. And zinc does a lot. So, not just the basic stuff you know about, it's stuff that you don't know about. Zinc, certain things that sit right there on that shelf that you bypass every day. You'll go get the vitamin D, C, A, and all that. Zinc is one that people just bypass.
And iodine.
If you ask the chat right now, do they have iodine in their medicine cabinet? Most people don't. Do you ask anybody?
We asked that earlier, and I do not. So I'm going to fix that immediately because my mom has had things in her medicine cabinet, her apothecary, and we don't. Even I was looking for. I can't remember the name, but she always had it in her medicine cabinet, and it's better than Vicks. And it cleans out your congestion in your lungs. And I could not find it at any pharmacy because they don't want us to have that. So all I could find was I found clove powder and I found camphor. I have camphor oil. Do you guys have camphor oil?
No, I don't have camphor oil. I don't have
Vicks
that.
Vapor Rub, the main ingredient is camphor oil. So if you can't find Vicks, but you have a Vaseline tub and a little oil and some eucalyptus oil, you can put your own Vicks rub together.
I buy it. I pick that up at Walmart all the time. The essence of eucalyptus, the oil. And I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. And I said this. I believe it was in off the prep when I said it. Clove, the ones you put in your ham on Christmas. Pick up a couple of bottles because that. Even though if you cannot find the oil, get the clove that you stick in the hams.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Toothaches. Now I know there's a lot of people in America that don't have dental plans, right? I'm getting my fix just because I'm hearing this story because. When things do hit the fan, that's when things go wrong with your mouth. And you cannot prep with a hurt mouth. So listen to these ladies of what they try to tell you. Oral hygiene will be the biggest problem if things hit the fan because there's a lot of people walking around with cavities in their mouth, knowing they need their mouth fixed, but they can't afford the dental bill. So what happens? They'll do all these little remedies and stuff, and then you realize when Jack hit the fan, think about it. Find antiviral herbs. Because that's going to be the number one killer viruses, infections. You get an infected tooth, you get an infected leg. Say you jump the fence and cut your leg open. It ain't the cut that's gonna kill you. It's the infection in that leg gonna kill you. I'm just saying. It's just you got to know stuff to rub on that because you might not be able to get no antibiotics. So you're gonna have to get that. You're gonna have to get some sage, certain herbs that you grow right in your backyard can help you. You can chew it up, grind it up, make it to a paste, and wrap it. It'll help your leg heal without catching an infection. Because I think infection is gonna kill a lot of people. You get stabbed by a marauder, you get shot by a marauder.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the bullet ain't gonna probably kill you. It's gonna be an infection.
The infection in the back, exactly in the feet. Yeah, and I've stocked up on what do you call it? But not I have Benadryl because that may help somebody, may not me, but somebody else. And I have polysporin because I'm learning about herbs and stuff. Yes, but I have a whole bunch of tubes of polysporin. I don't care if they're expired; they're still gonna be used some way somehow.
And let me give y'all a heads up for the ones who always on that conspiracy theory. A lot of y'all ain't up on your tetanus shots. Please go get insurance company. I don't care if you got the cheapest insurance plan. They pay for the tetanus shot. Some of y'all don't walking around right now with old tetanus shots. Haven't had a
one last year.
Go get a tetanus shot because you might step on an old rusty gas to an abandoned building, and now you got an infection because you got a tetanus shot. Your jaw lock up on you. You jacked. You done.
Right.
That you're correct. See, do I have my shot up to date? My mom was good at keeping us organized with that. She had the whole chart and the card, and she'd write down and so I got to work. I think a tetanus shot. Yeah, that's a simple thing. It lasts 10 years, right? So that's a simple thing to make sure that you're
up to date with your shots because you can have the most raggediest life insurance. I mean, health insurance. It pays for a tetanus shot, and a lot of us don't even think about it. We'll think about the flu shot every year. You never thought about, am I up to date with my tetanus? And other stuff that you should. Ask your doctor, am I up to date with everything I need to be? Stop listening to these people talking about the government's trying to kill you. If the government is trying to kill you, they'd have killed you. The last time you drank water out your faucet, the last time you drunk a Pepsi down your throat, they could have poisoned you off the rack. See, people, you got to understand, our government is the most corrupt government. If they really want to get rid of us, they will do it so subtly where like they did with asbestos. It's been in people's homes for years, right? And it slowly killed you. It didn't kill you in the masses. See, everybody thinks they're going to kill you in the masses. They'll slowly kill us like asbestos. Exactly. Tobacco, nicotine done kills so many people in America slow. Asbestos, slow. Mexican, whatever that shit, that cancer. Been killing people for over 50-something years. You know what I mean? So if the government was really conspiring to kill us off like some of the people saying, it's easy. Next time you take a shower, if you don't use your own water, it could be chemical warfare right in the water. It goes, your skin is an organism that absorbs stuff.
That's what we're talking about as well. Your skin can absorb it. Yeah.
So if they was going to poison the next time you take a shower and wash off your JJs and BJs, listen, you're a done deal in the next 5-6 years. They don't have to kill you right away. Your body start growing tumors at a rapid rate in the next 3 years, but you've been poisoned 2 years ago.
Right. So
just like the McDonald's burgers everybody talking about. You see how it's preserved? You are what you eat, right?
Literally, and we're not taking ownership. Like we keep talking, blaming government and all these companies, this corporation. Why do you expect anything different from them? Like we're a bit naive. Like they don't care about you. They care about the bottom dollar and money and profits. You are responsible for you. So stop whining about it and find solutions on how you can protect, not just with firearms, but with the food that you eat, the water you drink, exactly asbestos, the insulation in your house that's off gassing, and all these things are happening in your own home that you can try. You're not perfect, but you can try to mitigate to protect yourself and your family. Because they're going to do what, you can't expect the wolf not to be a wolf. You're acting like they're supposed to be a sheep. They're a wolf.
But that's a perfect way. I'm trying to tell you, you know what everybody says? Get woke, wake up, see the signs. Don't wait to be like waking up in the morning like, oh shit. There's signs. You might not prepare. You might not have the money to get these resources that a lot of us are talking about, but just be what is it called? Alert and wake about your surroundings. Go watch. I'm tired of hearing people talk about, I don't watch the news no more because because there's so much violence. That's the whole plot. Get you to go sleep. put your ass back to sleep. And a lot of y'all say that. I don't watch TV no more because of this. All right, they putting you to sleep because you're not watching.
Exactly. And you know what the solution for
You're
that is?
watching me, Urban Garden Crime. You're getting your information from people you really might be talking ass to work. Go look at the news every
Look
now
it
and
up
then.
yourself. Exactly.
Yeah, because
Well,
what
there's
they
a
did
solution.
was they put you to sleep, and they got people helping you put to sleep because you hear them. I don't watch TV no more because it's so depressing and so this and it's so that. They putting your ass to sleep because if you
But
don't know what's
but hear this though. Again, we're blaming. I don't watch the news either because it is a bit different. But guess what? I have two eyes and I can read articles and filter. So I don't have to hear all the rhetoric. I can filter and see what I want to see. So stop again, not you personally, but like, shut up. You can read a magazine, a periodical, a newspaper that has legitimate information, or you can watch the reels with the quick news updates. Get the 5-10 minutes and then turn it off. You need to know what's going on. You can't be an ostrich and think that you're going to have your head in the sand and life isn't moving around behind you. Around you.
And don't let YouTubers, all these creators, be your source of news. Because a lot of people being lazy, they don't do their own research, and they take what I would say, you would say, Triple Threat would say, Lash would say. They're getting that information from people that might be nutcases. You know what I mean? They're making YouTube a resource of what's really going on in this world. It's sad. It's just sad.
And everything that you guys are saying, for instance, may not apply to my climate or my situation. I have to take that information now and extrapolate it and apply it to my situation. Micro farmer has lakes and rivers and streams around me. So he's fine. He don't care if I have a problem with water per se. I got to pull up my socks down and figure out how I'm going to have water over here. Lashes has a different issue over there. Tarsha has something different over there. It's not exactly the same, but you take the information and you have to now take your own application to your house, your land, your climate, and figure it out for you. Because at the end of the day, you're on your own. When the fan is blowing, there ain't gonna be no phone call to call Micro. Things are gonna be down. I can't call Triple Threat to ask her how do I load the magazine. I should be doing that now while I have time to contact her to get out. I shouldn't be saying, Lashes, how are you fried dumpling again? I can't remember. No, that needs to be done now. I can't be saying, Micro, my chicken is not doing good. No, I need to be getting the chickens now to learn from him now so that when it hits the fan, he knows and I know I can handle that by myself. Don't wait until, now I'm going to call Triple Threat. Now I'm going to call. No, it's too late then.
Right.
Take what they're saying, apply it, figure it out, go practice it, and then say, I have some questions for you guys. Like, can you guys explain this? So that when it happens, I'm ready. Not 100%, but ready-ish.
And I want to say this, and I want a lot of people to take what I'm about to say to y'all. Because a lot of preppers do not talk about this. Traps. Human traps. Traps are, I'm going to tell you what it is. You didn't prep, right? I got bottled water. I got a piece of bread, right? Food supply is late. You coming down here with your husband, your 2 kids, whatever, or yourself, right? You don't know the famine. Right now, we all know there's a famine going on if it ever happens that way, right? The trap is learn from the trap. I'm going to give you the trap. We have food. Oh my God, we're Christians, we're Catholics, whatever. Hi, my brothers and sisters. We are all utopia, right? You my next fucking meal. Because what? You're thirsty, you're hungry. I'll feed you some apples off my tree. I'll give you some fruit. I even go let you wash your butt cheeks because I want my food clean. Next thing I know, you hung up in a shed, gutted like a goat and a deer.
That sounds like what's that movie? What that show?
That's
Walking
real.
Dead. Walking Dead.
But that's real. That conversation happened into groups. You might go ill because you can eat a Walmart burger right now, but I'm gonna tell you, that conversation's in groups. Groups know that the humans will be a food source, and the way you get the food source is you're hungry. You've been out the road.
I'm trying to make that happen.
And everybody sitting and go, ew, that's disgusting, you nasty bastard. No, I'm telling you, that's a conversation in real society of that world, is that your neighbors is food source. We are edible. Believe it or not, humans are edible. Just like you eating that chicken and that barbecue rib, you are edible with barbecue sauce too. Without barbecue sauce, you're still edible.
Yep. And some good old yep. You can jerk
Yeah.
that and you can curry
Big
that.
old
same way.
Homer. And not only that, only big old Homer, he comes with double jeopardy. He got oil. He got fat that can get lanterns going. So
Exactly.
when they run my body fat into a candle and eat the flesh, I'm a double sauce. You know?
Exactly. And people don't want to talk. Like our minds are so, like, I guess you say pure. We don't want to talk. People are wicked. That's happening now. When you're in a desperate situation, people who are helping you are actually not helping you. They're helping themselves because they want something from you or you to do something, or I don't know what it is, but
or enslave you, or
enslave you, or sex trade you, or I don't know, whatever they want to do. They're not helping you out of the goodness of their heart. So you need to prevent yourself from being in a desperate situation of needing water and food and whatever.
Ask yourself, and I use these two terms analogy. Are you an asset or a liability when you come to that homestead or that person? Are you an asset or a liability? Now, some of y'all women and some of y'all men, the word asset, you might be a piece of ass to them. Not an asset, but you're gonna set that ass up to get either you're going to be beneficial to those people or you're gonna be a liability to those people. And I'm not feeding nothing that can't pull his own weight. Women to this day ain't taking care of no grown man that can't pull his weight in their relationship. So what you think you're gonna come here with your hungry ass gut and eat my food that I struggle to get? And you can't even pick up a board and you have no skill set to help this homestead or this community that we built together. You become a food source for us. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to scare nobody. I don't want nobody to say, "Hell, microphone is nasty." I belong to a secret society, y'all. You know?
Yeah.
And I tell you that off the back. That's how much I can tell you. And it's real out here. You know, I heard people talk about this Illuminati. It's more than Illuminati, y'all. And they'll find you. And they'll watch your YouTube channel. They'll watch you in the streets, and they'll approach you. You be thinking they Men in Black. That's how Masons. A lot of these people get into the Masonhood. You just join the Masonhood. Somebody's got to bring you into the Masonhood.
Correct.
And you see it in Georgia. You see it all. You see the symbols on the back: black, white, Spanish. Oh, it's Masonhood. You just can't. I just want to be a Mason. It don't work that way. No. It doesn't work that way. You got to be brung into. As certain societies, you have to be brung in, down to our presidents. They belong to a society. Presidents just don't go, I want to run for president tomorrow. Nah, he's part of society. He's part of a certain clan of people. And that's how they groom them to be the next president.
Correct.
They invent Obama, Trump. They didn't just say, I'm just running for president. They make it seem like they did that, but that's not how it works.
No, and people who are alert and aware know exactly. Oops, I missed something. What that's about, but people want to be naive, and it's like, did I miss something?
Your senators and governors, maybe your mayor and your local mayors are like that, but when it's talking about making changes for America, those people been vetted. They've been schooled and groomed for years. From the time they was in high school, coming through college, they've been groomed to run this country and to make the laws for us. So. Don't think they just woke up in the morning like me. Oh, I want to be a senator. No, it don't work that way. They go back and look at your grandmama's history, your great grandmama's history. They looking at you personally.
Yeah,
you got from a certain clientele.
Yeah.
So, but one thing I want to say is, our people need to stop putting so much focus on these celebrities, their money, their shoes that they make, watches. We're just putting so much of that into them when you need to be doing for yourself. And it's every day you see these kids and grown folks as well spending all their coins to bring someone else up instead of themselves.
But that's part of that society. Exactly. There's different society. That society, they'll tell you they got a Lamborghini that costs $3 million, right? And you said our people, right? You're speaking our people, right? You know what $3 million could help the next 5 or 6 black graduates coming out of college with business degrees to open their own business, but they'd rather give the Lamborghini, Italian man family, money on God. See, that's the mentality that they work. They work for society. They cannot give back to the community because anything they give back to the community is given to them as a promotion. It's not their money. Like when you get J-Bag or Nike gives them, they go get turkeys out from Shady Farm, Brook, whatever turkeys. That's not the money coming out there. That's them promoting Shady Farms turkeys. Those are right. You ain't never seen too many celebrities say, I'm going to send 5 black young women and men in business. We're going to let them open up a firm for themselves. I have billions. See it. But they want, like you said, they want us to idolize them because they are part of that society. Keep your people dumb. Keep your people wanting that $500,000 chain around your damn neck or whatever it is. Let them want them $150,000 cars. They want 5, 6, or 7 of them. You know what that could have did for your people? Just one of those cars and you purchased. Just think about it. You could have paid one of these black. You don't see them going back into Miss Jenkins' house and pay her house off for the lady that used to give them a slice of bread when they didn't have shit. They'll tell you they never had it. I come from nothing, right? But I guarantee they knocked on somebody's door and got bread, a piece of egg or something, or some sugar from Miss Betty. But they don't go back and pay Miss Betty's house off, do they?
Right.
No.
They don't. Because that society told them, if you go back there, we'll dead your ass. We are in your career.
Right.
You know, you only could go a certain level. You see Bill Cosby? Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. See what happened to his ass, right? Some white women came up here and said he humped on them. Boom. Done. Done.
And what I find is that people mix up facts in terms of, for instance, if Bill Cosby did what he did, which I'm not justifying, they're using that as the focus and not what the good that he did. And they only bring up the bad when he starts to elevate other people. So people need to open up and realize this was always the case. He didn't just do what he did. He was part of a lot of people who were getting away with that kind of behavior. He wasn't the only one because he was taught and he was groomed with that behavior. But no one wants to talk about that. They're like, oh, it's wicked, evil man. Bill Cosby, Mr. Cosby, Huxtable ruined it for all of us. No, he was part of a group of men or whatever, and that's what they did. That's how they rolled. But now that he became elevated and was helping, all of a sudden, oh no, you're a pedophile, you're a whatever. It wasn't a problem before when he was following your rules. Why is it a problem now?
Oh, our girl Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey the same way. Oprah was the same way, right? Oprah had to go send money and open up a school in Africa, which it was going to fail. It was going to fail anyway, but she couldn't do that in Alabama, Mississippi, or Georgia, right? She could not help the people in America, the black. You can't help American blacks when you get that rich. You can't. You have the money. You have the means to do that. You know what I mean? But you can't do that because she belongs to that society. So she went all the way over to Africa. She went all the way over to Africa, opened up a school for girls, right? What happened to the girls of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia? You get what I'm saying? Mississippi, some parts of Mississippi look like a third world. But you know, Tyler Perry,
I've seen it.
Oprah, all these billionaires, Michael Jordan, go down and help Mississippi schools. Why? Because society told them, you go down and help your peoples, your ass will be done. You'll be done. I'm just saying.
People, you know, but go ahead, Gina. You can talk first. I have something to say, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, because the topic y'all were touching on a little bit, especially with the financial stuff, is why I started talking about that on my channel. And I was nervous about having that conversation because I didn't want people to feel like I'm judging the fact that some people's finances ain't in order. People are making really bad decisions about things that they're out here spending their money on, and then they wonder why they should have this extra money to mess with, and it's not there. And I'm telling it based on my own experience. That was me for a lot of my life, wondering why on paper I'm writing down my bills and my income and bills, and I should have this amount of money left, and I never saw it. Well, I had to get serious about what I was spending my money on, how quick I was just swiping my card for stuff. So many people are house poor. I have family members who are so freaking house poor. And I'm like, why are you in this house? It's just you. I have one cousin, and she's an elder cousin. It's just her. She's in a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. Why? Why?
Hey, let me cut in there for a second because before Michael. And this is the problem with people, because you have the means to buy this 4-bedroom and whatever house. And if you sell it at the right time, you're further ahead than staying in there alone and paying all the, we don't know when to exit. We don't have an exit plan. And right now I have a 3-bedroom home. I'm living alone, but I'm renting rooms. I'm not just sitting here.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, it's either I move out to something smaller that's not going to eat up as much of my income, or I'm going to start making money from, but we don't have an exit plan. And I've known people, and it's like sell the house, and they won't sell the house. Then they can't pay their
Yep.
mortgage. And what happens now? The bank
Yes.
takes that, and you're left with nothing. But
Yes.
because you don't listen to the system, you keep the house. Sell the house. Sometimes it's better to
Yes.
sell your house and go into an apartment for 1 year. You're further
Yes.
ahead than holding on to that 4-bedroom house.
Yes.
But go ahead,
But-
Mike.
We don't like to let go of things.
But it's
We
not
let
let go.
things keep
I don't-
us broke.
I don't want to let go. A lot of us don't want to let go. I tell you, you right on that part. I'm not disclaiming what y'all just said, but you know what it is? It's called clout. I want to
That too.
put what I call, what me and my wife said, put your titties out. You want to say, I have a 4-bedroom, I got a BMW in the front, I go on vacation to Morocco's and everywhere else on the planet. You just want clout because you want people to look up to you as an idol.
Yes. But guess
all
what? I see all that stuff, and what I see when I see that stuff is broke.
Yeah,
Because
but
I be like, because people might see me and be like, oh, she probably ain't got nothing. But I bet you I
I'm not-
do.
I
I
wear,
bet you I do.
let me tell
Exactly.
you something. I'm just I don't shave. I cut my own damn. Go give that man $35 to cut what? I don't need to do it. I wear Walmart sneakers because I'm in the dirt all the time. So I don't need to wear no damn $300 Michael Jordans for what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't entertain at my house. I don't do that. So I don't need to be all up. Got to have all the latest designs and stuff in my house. This right here costs us $2,500. This costs us $15. If I can
Yeah.
find a dirt cheap and it does the job, I'm buying it.
Yeah, and it's nothing wrong with spending money for quality either. Because if you're buying something because it's quality and you're going to spend a little extra for, that's different.
Yeah.
But when you're buying stuff, like you said, for clout, and then sometimes it's their own personal clout. It's not even so that everybody else can see. It's just that they gravitate to just spending for no reason and living in this bubble of out of their league.
Now the
And
only thing I will say to people, because it might be in the chat, I can't see the chat. The only reason why we have a Land Rover, and I kid you or not, is because of business. It's really because what happened is, because I do business and the wife has a certain level of professional. People sometimes, it's society, not all sides, not everybody. I'm not talking about everybody. Your car makes them do business with you for some reason. Like if you're in the real estate business, when you pull up in a nice vehicle, people tend to believe that you're the real deal. When I got the car I drive is that Pathfinder. It's a platinum. It was top of the line at the time. It's paid for. Ain't on that. But you do need, if you're in the business world, I didn't say if you ain't in the business world, good. You can get away with it. But when you are in a profession that your car does, your clothes do make a difference when you step up. I'm never in a suit. You'll probably never see me on YouTube in a suit. But if I know I got to go to that courthouse to get a license, I better pull up in that Land Rover. I better have that suit on. I better have
Denzel. Is that Denzel Washington? It's micro.
But I got to step, but I know I got to step in it right. Just like y'all ladies, y'all know, this is your everyday look, right? But you know, when you go certain places, you're going to have to step that game up. Men are the same way. So your car does make this. So I'm not saying don't get the, if you can't afford it, don't do it.
You know what? Your car can make that for superficial folks. The real people, most of the people who are really going to do business with you ain't looking at that. That's why they say the people out here who got the most money, you don't even see them. You don't even notice them. They standing right next to you, chatting it up in the grocery store line. You don't know that they bank account got 6 to 7 zeros behind it.
Me, but I ain't giving.
You don't even know that because you so worried about this other thing. And there's people who are going to gravitate to certain people based on those things. But trust and believe they got a whole group of a market that's even bigger. That ain't even worried about that. If you're a realtor, if you're a realtor with me looking for a house and you pull up in that vehicle, we ain't even on the same level, bruh. I need to go find me another realtor. You ain't got to come up in a hoopty, but you just need to look like you. Listen, I know realtors. If you selling $1 million houses, okay, I can see that. But if you selling the everyday house for me, don't be above. Don't, because you up here to you looking at. Nah, we.
But that's exactly what you just said, Gina. Certain doors you need to get in. You need a certain look. It's the same thing with men with women. to get a certain woman that you want, you gonna have to look a certain way, brother. You ain't coming to look like Micro Farmer with dirty ass Walmart sneakers on and dirty jeans on with a damn.
You can come to me with that because you know what I'm gonna see. This man works.
Mhm.
He's a man who works, and he ain't
Exactly.
afraid to get his hands dirty. My dad was a hands in the dirt dude. He was a guy who could take a car apart and put a car together. That's the kind of, I need a man who got some substance. If you ain't a suit, you might not be able to do nothing.
Nothing. You can't even change the light bulb.
Right. If I need you to go outside and build me a box real quick so I could plant some stuff in it, and you like, what?
Okay,
Well, let
Urban.
me see if I could pay somebody to do
Urban.
that. Nigga, get your butt out there and make me that dang old box before.
Tina,
I hear you.
Did you hear Urban? He might not smell good, Urban Chronicle. He might be the man. Boy, he might
Now
come.
he gotta be able to clean up. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, you
I
gotta be
want
able to be
always
able to
in them
clean up. You
dirty
can't
shoes.
be dirty all the time. But I
They
want
can't be dirty all the time.
Some queen was
Told you,
asking.
he ain't gotta look spiffy. He ain't gotta look like a distinguished gentleman.
No,
Urban.
of course not. I never said that. You know, I know you're joking, guy. You know I'm not superficial like that.
I know. I'm joking.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
you
joke.
joke. But the audience, he's joking.
Oh.
Mrs. Queen was asking what we mean by house poor. I think somebody else answered it, but I just want to clarify.
Yes. Did you want to do it? Oh, go ahead.
You go first. Okay, well, I'll go. It doesn't mean you're living above your means, but it means at the end of the day, there's not much cash flow left. So it doesn't mean that you can't afford your home. It just means that there's not much cash flow left. At the end of the month, everything is paid, but you don't have any extra or anything to put into savings or any. And in some cases, it may be that you can't afford your home. So it's a bit of both.
That's what I see it as.
So
I see it more as you
I
can afford
my
it.
home, and I have no problem paying for my home alone, and I do have extra. But if anything were to happen to me, it would quickly become a liability. So I watched The Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I finally read the book. I wish I read it years ago. And people have in their mind that a home is an asset. Your home is not an asset in the reality. We treat it as one, but it's not. An asset generates you income. So if you're not using your home to generate income by either renting the basement or having rooms rented, and you yourself from your paycheck are paying your mortgage, that's not an asset. It's a liability. When you sell your home now and you get the appreciation and the appreciation and equity, it can become an asset for you. But it took you 25 years to pay off the mortgage for you to actually benefit. So house hacking is what people are doing nowadays. You buy a duplex or a triplex, you live in one level and you rent out the other two, and that pays off itself. Your actual wages do not have to go to paying your mortgage. So people are not thinking, they don't get their information from the right people. We need to stop looking at our house and dying, paying off the mortgage, and then you're 65, you can sell it now and retire. Nah, that's not the way to go, guys.
Can I chime on that real quick?
Yeah, chime in, please.
Okay, you see that house right there?
Yes.
See that house? Yeah, that house right there? This is another game plan. Don't work for everybody. This house tripled in its price that we purchased it. Now, the house is an asset. Like you said, it's the way you treat the house, right? Now, here it goes. This house that's right now, we taking the home equity out this bitch. And we're going to build a new house. Paid for.
Correct.
Now, we can sell it or keep it, right? But if anything went to hell, this house behind me, this brown house you see in the back here, is going to build us a brand new house paid for in cash. No mortgage on a piece of property I purchased on a land estate auction from the state. I brought land where now we taking the equity out of this bitch to build a house paid for in our daughter's names, not in our names. So if me and my wife, something happened, God forbid, what happened to us, that other house in Arkansas in Catskills where we plan to build is paid for. That house became an asset, not a liability, y'all. Take your home equity.
And people are exactly. He's dropping some knowledge, guys, that I already know about. But listen to what he's saying.
If you don't have that much equity in your house, say $60,000. Now that's what we call. Gina was talking about. You can either flip a house somewhere in another state that you can get a house for $60,000. Might need a little fixing up. Put somebody in this Section 8. Now this house, your house, become an asset to you. because now you letting that house right there generate income for you. Now the house we building on that lake is an Airbnb. It's going to generate income for us within 3 years, at least a good 6 figures, sitting here while we sleep making money. Because 50 Cent said this, and probably other people said, you have not been successful until you go to sleep and make money while you're sleeping.
Correct.
When you sleeping and making money, you have made it.
Absolutely.
A lot of us don't want to live with other people, and I understand why.
And that's
we
the
don't want to
problem.
share. We don't want to cohabitate. We don't want to share, and I understand why.
That's the
But if you want to get ahead and stop working as hard, you're going to have to be a bit uncomfortable. And I've
Get
had to have the
uncomfortable
hard
with
talk with my
being
family.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
my dad called me and he said to me last week, because the whole point now is to rent the room to a college or university student. That means I have somebody for 8 months, and then 4 months I have my house to myself. But in that 8 months, I can basically be living free. So he called me and said, "What are you doing about it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm getting it done. I'm working on it. Like, school starts in September. Like, get on it." But it's like, you have to be honest with yourself. Do I want to work a second job? And people are working 2 and 3 jobs to make the same money you could make by sitting down, picking your nose, and maybe washing a dish for somebody, or vacuuming behind them, or mopping the floor, which I'm mopping anyways. Like, change your mentality. Is it annoying? Yes, it's annoying. Is it irritating? Yes, it's irritating. Is your house not going to be as clean as you like it? Yes, it may not be as clean as I like it. But every month, on the first of the month, when I look at my account, the work that I had to put in for that account balance is minimal, because I'm cleaning my house anyways. I'm wiping down the stuff anyways. So if I have a student here for 8 months, I'm basically, all my wages can go somewhere else. And a lot of us don't want to be uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. If you have young children in your home, don't be bringing no strange people up into your house. Don't take this out of context. If you have a basement apartment that's separate, then yes, rent the separate entrance basement apartment. But if you have young children, don't take my advice and misquote me. Do not expose your house and your family members to unsafe people. But I can take care of myself. And if I had somebody who had an issue with someone getting crazy, and they called me, because I have no problem bopping you in the head with a bat. I have no problem. Don't come and make me feel unsafe in my own home. Nah, don't do it.
Yeah. And I have something to add to that. Like you said, it doesn't even have to be in your home. Sometimes people think that you have to have someone living in your actual quarters that is your home. There are so many doubles everywhere. If you get a double, a house that's 2 homes that's together, that's what they call them in my state. So I don't know if in every state they call them doubles, but it's
duplex,
basically duplex. Yeah. And you could be on one side of that duplex and rent the other side to pay for the entire duplex. So your renter is paying for your living in that duplex. And while you're doing that, you double up the payment, because you already took the mortgage, pay the payment you're getting for rent, and what you were going to pay for a mortgage payment. So double up those payments, pay that off quicker. Now you have, like you said, Michael, an asset. Once it's paid for, it's an asset. When you owe the bank, you ain't owning nothing. That bank owns your home. All you're doing, it's like a loan for a car. Until that car's paid off, you won't own it. So yeah, it's yours in the fact that you're living in it. But if anything goes left, they coming to get it. Point blank, period. And when I say house poor, I mean where you're trying to make ends meet. So basically, you win it, because this one thing that, like Micro said, when the government attacks or anybody attacks, it will be in silence. You are not going to see it coming. So I'm going to give you an example. I've been working where I work at now for 19 years. 4 years prior to that, I worked for a mortgage company. I watched the banks lend money to people who made not even close to the amount they needed to buy a house that they were letting them purchase. And these people were ringing the phones down when the ish hit the fan and they could not make those mortgage payments, all because they allowed somebody to tell them what they could afford. Let me tell you, when you go get pre-approved, they're going to say, okay, they're going to get all your information. They're going to say, oh, okay, you can afford something up to this.
Mhm.
You don't let nobody tell you what you can afford. When it comes to your house, your car, anything, you
Yep.
go in there and you tell them what you want to spend, how much you want to pay for something, and then you show me what you have that falls in that category.
Yep.
And
That,
if I want to get something, I'm gonna get it. If I'm not, I'm not. Because they will tell you you can afford. They don't know what your lifestyle is.
yep.
They
Because most,
don't know that
cause
you like to go out every Friday night.
most time y'all don't. Most time y'all don't calculate your hair getting done. The little extra.
None of that stuff.
Y'all don't.
No,
Y'all
none
just
of that.
they ask you. They tell you how much your light bill gonna be, mortgage gonna be.
That's
But you know what? Get your hair done. That weave and shit,
yep,
150,
yep,
and you got 3 girls. So you're already
yep,
at $600 in tips and weaves and shit in y'all hair. Shoes, nails done. Like you said,
yeah.
you're not putting that part of your income. You're not doing that because they
Yep.
don't ask about that. How much
No.
do you spend
Yep.
on entertaining yourself? How much you
I,
spend doing your hair and
Yep.
nails?
And don't fall in love with what things look like.
Oh shit.
They first of all, when you're buying houses and cars, they they know that people are the shiny. They stage houses. That's why they stage them, because people see, they buy on sight. They get
Compulsory.
all excited about what they saw. I saw houses when I was looking for my first house. I saw one that I actually did love because of what I saw, but it was already, when I walked in, the price she told me it was already above what I told her I wanted to spend. She gonna tell me, well, we just gonna look at it. You know, you can always offer less. I said I would be I wouldn't be right the amount that I'm gonna offer for this house. I would be disrespectful to
Yeah.
ask for what I wanted. And she was like, well, you just never know. Mm-mm. So I told myself when I left that house, I said, it was a weekend. It was like a Friday. I said, give me the weekend to think about it. And I remember talking to my mom and I was like, I love the house. It's exactly all the things I think I want in a house, but it cost, it was significantly more than what I wanted to spend. And she was like, well, you got to make the decision. This is your money. And I had to have a come to Jesus moment with myself of, Gina, you told the lady what you want to spend. If God, the house that you need and that amount is going to come, just be patient. And I told the lady I wasn't going to get it. And about maybe the next week, I found a house less than what I said I wanted to spend. That was everything I needed in a house, just by being patient. Sometimes you just got to be patient.
Yeah.
see,
Yeah,
I
you're
had
right.
the opposite experience. In the house that I live in now, when the lady pulled up to show me the house, and the same way I was pre-approved, blah blah blah, the whole nine. And I was like, I don't know what the hell she pulling up in front of this house for. I can't afford this house. I just look at it and know it was above what I wanted to pay. And so I tried to buy this other house, and the seller didn't want to pay, some of the closing costs. And I wasn't finna give them no, hell no. So the real estate lady, this older white lady, she said, let's go take a look at that other house again. I was like, man, I don't gonna look at it. I can't afford that house. She said, just make them an offer. And I made them a disrespectful offer of what I was, what I was approved for. And they took the offer. So you
Nice.
never know. They took
You
the
don't.
offer, and I couldn't believe it. But what it was the guy that used to stay here. He was crazy old white man. But his real estate agent, when I talked to her, she was like, "This dude's so crazy." She was like, "Every real estate agent that he has had, he's run off." And she said the only reason I took it because his kids went to school together. And she's like, first, I said, I wish you would have told. I wish I'd have known that before. I would have been, even less. No, but you never know.
Bless your soul.
Yeah, you never know, because I definitely didn't think that they was going to take, my offer. And it took the next day. You know what I'm saying? They took the offer. So you never know. But you're right. You shouldn't try to live beyond your means. But I also think, when you're in your 20s, this is the things that you guys are talking about now. When you're in your 20s, maybe early 30s, these are the things that you need to have a plan of action about, like when you're going to buy a house, whatever you're going to buy. It always needs to be a plan.
Mm-hmm.
How long? Okay, I got a 30-year mortgage. All right, it's at this particular interest rate. All right, they dropped the interest rate. Let me go refinance. And if I refinance for 15, my mortgage may go up $100, whatever it is, to see if it's worth doing, because that takes so many years off of that 30, and you pay such a significant amount less money in interest. So if you have children, this is what I tell my kids. I tell them my story about homes that I bought. I have rental places and all that kind of stuff. I don't really care for the being a landlord. You know what I mean? Because it's hit or miss. Sometimes you get a good tenant, sometimes you get a fool. You know what I mean? And I don't had to go through the whole nine of going to the sheriff and getting warrants to get these people kicked out because they wouldn't leave. And then you got to give them another 30 days and the whole nine and blah, blah, blah. And you go in your house and, the toilet fixtures, you never know. But I had some good ones that took care of your property. So, but these are the conversations that we're having, these are the conversations that we need to be having with our children.
Yes.
At an early
That's
age.
what Gina was saying. She didn't have the education from her parents because maybe they didn't have it themselves. And back to hands in the dirt and both Gina's video, you need to have a plan and you need to have intention with what you're doing. You can't just be going through life willy-nilly. Oh, I'm going to buy a house. Even buying a house, I had people who were older guiding me and giving me tips because I'm inexperienced in this game. Yeah. And things that I should have maybe fought for, I didn't. Things that I fought for, I shouldn't have because I didn't understand the system. Now, somebody in the chat mentioned paying your mortgage bi-weekly. So let me share what I learned and what mistakes I made. I pay my mortgage bi-weekly because in the end of the year, you have made an extra mortgage payment. Yeah. So instead of making 12 payments, you've really made 13 payments. If that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense to you guys, they have spreadsheets to figure it out and tell you and calculate for those of you who maybe have not bought your first home yet. So it is better in the long run to pay your mortgage bi-weekly. You pay it off. I made the mistake. Like that. Yes. And people will explain to you why. Because when you're paying monthly, you will pay less, but you're paying off less of your overall debt. When I pay bi-weekly, when you add up the two payments, it's actually more than a monthly payment, but I'm chiseling away my mortgage faster. I made the mistake thinking I was doing good by increasing my bi-weekly payments. I didn't do it very long, but I did it long enough to realize this is foolishness. And the reason why it was foolishness was this. It was not being applied to my principal like I thought. The extra $100 per week, but I was $200 per month. My expectation was it was going on to the principal. It wasn't doing that. I called her. I said, cancel that right now. I was getting ignorant. And then she's like, I go, cancel it. Because all I'm doing is paying. I talked about
that Thursday.
Right. And I said, let me testify because I was paying interest. I wasn't paying the principal. And don't pay extra on your mortgage unless you've already went in and it's going on your principal. Right. Don't be paying extra. They're just lumping it onto your payments and you're paying more interest. I'm like, this doesn't make no sense. But because I was ignorant and I didn't know, I'll let you come in. Because I was ignorant, not stupid. Ignorant and inexperienced with the banking rules and this, that, and the third. And when they call you to offer you stuff, you're at work, you're distracted, and they're not working out your best interest. They're working out their commission, how much the bank's going to make, and that's all they care about. So I had to go back and say, I want you to reverse that. And any extra I was paying is going into a high interest savings account. And every 6 months, I'll put a lump onto the principal. Not on these payments. Go ahead, Micro.
I can't chime on because I gotta get out. I got things. I got buried this rat. I want to chime on something for the people that have child earned income credit. Yeah. What y'all saying is exactly true. If you don't have that extra 100 this month and every month you don't have the extra, let me tell you something. You've been living for 11 months without that income tax check, right? So if you have young children and they say the government gives you just $1,500 per kid as an earned income credit, right? Once you get that check, do not go buy yourself crab legs and Cokes and TVs and shit from Walmart. Take that money, if you have a mortgage, that extra $3,000 that you're going to get at one lump sum, you go to your bank and put that on the principal. So you might not have that $50 or $100 on your mortgage during the course of you paying it, right? But that tax time, that's like what we're gonna call unused money. It wasn't money that you needed. But I know a lot of us as minorities, we think that's extra money. It's not, because you're gonna blow that up within 3 months. Some of us, not all of y'all. Please, I hate, and that's another thing I hate about this community a little bit. When we talking, we're not talking about everybody. I don't know everybody in the planet. So when I'm talking, I'm just generalizing. If it fits and it works for you, it's something you might not thought about. But take your tax return money and actually, instead of you buy stuff and extra stuff because you think that's newfound money, put that towards your mortgage at one lump sum. If you can't do it like that, then take half of it and put it to a lump sum on your principal on your mortgage. You'll see a big difference, because if you got a 4-year-old, 5-year-olds, you're gonna get that earned income credit to what, 18, I believe, or 13, 15. What is it?
17. I used to do taxes.
So if you got
No,
two,
earned income credit, I think you get the whole time. It's the tax credit you only get through 17.
okay,
But it's earned income is only going to be based on what your income is, though, because you could get to an income that you get tapped out of that. I think I hit that years ago. Like, I think it's like they want you to be in low. Let's just say that.
yeah, because I was a taxpayer, I get mad because a person who make $10,000, they got a $3,500 tax. I'm like, she ain't made $10,000. But the government plays it because they know some of our mindset. They'll give us the money because they know what we're going to do. We're going to run straight to Walmart.
Give it back to them.
Give it back to them. You thinking they're doing something, but they're not. They just learned the mentality of a lot of us woke yet. Because they get hands on dirt and triple it up, the ones who making that money, who's out, they know we're going to put that money to use, and they don't want that. They want to come back into Walmart, Kmart, Track Supply, whatever y'all doing with it. They want that money to go back to Jordan sneakers. They know exactly what the poor is going to do, what we talked earlier about. You're out for clout. That's the only time your kids going to get a new coat. That's the only time your kids going to get some Jordans. And you're going to be broke by June, you are broke again.
Yeah. Remember how much they talked about people not spending that stimulus money? They said people were holding on to it. They needed people to get out there and spend it. They didn't give it to people so they can hold it. They wanted you to go pour it back in. They had to come back to them. You weren't giving it back to them. You were holding it. Now all they talked about was that. People aren't spending the money. They're not going out and buying.
Because we woke up, a lot of us woke up, we didn't give it back. They didn't give us no more. They're like, oh, hell.
One-way train, right?
Well, they was trying to get you to stimulate the economy. That's what they were trying to get you to do.
That's exactly what they were doing, because we weren't stimulating it with the normal everyday spending.
Yeah.
Then they came around with the PP loans, where they let people who didn't even have a business get that money because they knew exactly what they was going to do. Go buy cars, coats, and now they're in trouble. And now they came back. The government act like they do something. You got to follow the paperwork, right? And Urban Grandpa Prepper, he talked about follow the money. They gave it to people who did not deserve them PPP loans. But those people that got those loans under deceitful went and brought cars. They done brought all kind of mess, right? Then they turned around, they was going to put those people in jail, right? They made us think they was going to do something to them, right? They turned around and said, we'll forgive you. They ain't going after them no more.
Tom Brady got one of them loans. Tom Brady got one of them loans.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
The football player.
Yeah.
Wow. They probably ain't gonna touch him. They're not gonna touch him. There were billion-dollar companies who took those loans who didn't need it.
It was legitimate because he has a business.
Yeah.
But he took one of those loans.
Yep. It was a lot of probably that's public record. Not only is it public record who took it, it's public record how much they got. You could just Google that. I've looked at the list because we work in bankruptcy, so we would look on that list for different people who got that when we were dealing with cases.
I said you ain't gotta pay it back.
You gotta pay it back. It's a loan.
No, I'm talking about the people that wasn't supposed to. You know them. All right, you want me to say it? The black people that was sitting on their ass on the couch. You know that.
It wasn't all black people getting them.
They wasn't.
I'm gonna put that shit out there.
Actually, the majority of them who weren't legit were not. They
Yeah.
were mostly not black.
No,
Yeah.
They
not
just
getting the real money. Not getting the real
I'm
money.
not
just-
getting the real money.
Not getting the real money.
The real money. Okay, let's forget about the real money. But at one
Now,
point,
Bon Christian never getting, Cadillac money.
The
They-
problem is we got caught because we spend differently.
Yeah,
We
they
were
spend
spending
them.
more flashy.
you didn't get
They
caught.
don't spend more
Yeah.
flashy.
They told you got caught. Okay, if they wasn't black, all black, white, whatever. I don't care. I'm talking low income. Okay. They
Yeah,
shouldn't
low
have-
income.
They told
Yeah.
them. I don't care if they're black, white, Mexicans, whatever. They turned around and told them they will forgive them for that because they shouldn't have got it. But that's on our taxpayer dollars.
I never heard they were being forgiven.
They
Are
was
you sure about that?
yeah.
Well, damn, I should have got some of that money.
I don't
Must
think
tax
they were
businesses.
forgiven. Keep
I
watching.
got that.
Keep
You had
watching.
to.
I don't think that's true.
They're not going after them. They did that. They
Keep watching. Watch what I say. Keep
Stay
watching.
tuned. Stay tuned. Yeah.
It
And
The
they
probably
businesses,
would
businesses
cost
you
them
had
more
to
money
prove.
to
They,
go at
what they need to
everybody
do
that
is not
did it.
get comfortable
okay.
because they stay tuned.
1 second, triple threat. Let's let a gap. Yeah. Go ahead.
Only thing I'm going to say to y'all, you ain't got to take my word. Just go do your research. They forgave those low income people, regardless of their skin color, race. They forgave them. They're not locking them up because it's going to cost them more money to lock them up than just say, you know what, F it. We're going to make hands in the dirt, Gina, and any other person going to pay for that. We're going to pay for all that stuff.
I'm tired of paying.
Huh?
I'm tired of
He's
paying.
tired of paying. What were you
Okay.
saying, Tarsha? What were you saying? There's a gap now. You can fit in now.
Oh, I was just, when he was saying about the forgiveness, I know they was forgiven for businesses, but you had to prove that you was affected by the pandemic.
Yeah.
But I didn't
Now-
know anything about the low
Okay.
income families.
People
being
who are
forgiven.
not being put in jail, there has to be some other punishment. Like the government doesn't work to
my
help
last
people. I'm not-
thing-
like there must be some kind of bad credit. There has to be something that's they're just not nice.
Well, they
They're
didn't
not
punish the
kind.
banks when they bankrupt the.
I-
they
I've
didn't
heard
punish
that it's
them.
not on the front burner. It's just not a priority right now. So I say stay tuned. It's
Yeah, 'cause
not
they're
a
coming.
priority.
I can't foresee them saying, "Oh,
issue
go
for
ahead,
them.
live life, be happy."
Your homework. If I gave you $60,000 to lock you up for 2 years, it's going to cost me almost $200,000. Why?
No,
is
it's no. Prisons is a business.
It's a
Do
business,
that
yeah.
research. It's not gonna cost them. Do that research. It's
But
a
Well, it
business.
cost them to house them. It cost the house.
It's costing us, but it ain't costing the government.
Well, you got state, federal prison, then you got private prisons.
And they
And
trying
those
to
are the
make
ones
more
that-
private.
Yeah. So it's just different ones.
There's,
well,
yeah,
I'm
there's-
gonna say,
there's-
I don't want to go to
Y'all-
none of them though. You know what I'm
y'all
saying?
all
I can't fight.
y'all all
you're
created.
too cute, hands in the dirt. They'll hurt
No,
you.
no, I ain't cute.
Them
Huh?
pearly teeth, them white smile.
Hey.
mm-mm.
I live in Atlanta. Don't call me cute.
Yeah, they trying to do more private.
They're
trying to go private all the way.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah.
nowhere. Can't take you nowhere, man.
Hey man. Yeah.
We gonna have a
Yeah,
problem
you
up
look
in that
alright,
jail,
you know
man.
what I'm
Just
Say I look like my father or something, you know. Mm-mm.
But yeah, this whole thing is a mess. But knowledge is power,
but-
information is power. Micro
Right.
dropping gems,
Yes.
Gina's dropping gems. Like you guys got to ask questions with the people in your
Gina.
circle that can guide you.
I want
I
Micro,
took some gems.
micro farmer, pull the
you to be
equity.
the first person to go to jail for your PP loan. Please put it on your page and do it live to show me
I
the
ain't trying to
first
go to jail
four
for
person.
nothing.
Okay, so
Go to
we'll tell
jail.
you. Yeah, his pearly whites. But micro farmer gave an excellent example, and a lot of people are doing that over here because they realize that idea of paying off your mortgage and being debt free is foolishness.
No,
And
it
they
ain't. I'm debt free.
realize, right? But they've realized that they're taking the equity from their homes and they're either building a home or buying another home cash.
Yeah.
If the government, let's say, comes after you for the home that you pulled the equity from, what do you care? You got a fully paid for house to the left.
And don't
So
put it in
they're
your-
doing that multiple times.
put that new house in your child's name. Do not put it because they can come get your house. Don't go.
Yeah,
I'm
put in
gonna
your child's name and know your local laws because I'm in Canada, so it's different and estate planning and all that kind of stuff. There's rules. You have to
All I-
follow yourself. But
all
do
I'm-
not have your equity sitting there doing nothing. Money is supposed to move like water. If you pay
Right.
your mortgage off and your Micro's house is now worth 2 or 3 times more, is what he said. So I'm telling you, and I'm interpreting what he's saying to you for those who are new. His house was saved from 300,000 is worth 900 to 120,000 US dollars. That money is just sitting there for you to spend. The bank is already taking your payments and they're investing left and right, up and down, and making money off of you. You have a right to pull that equity, or appreciation is the proper term, and spend it elsewhere. If you're smart, you will not spend it on renovating your home and getting a brand new kitchen and a walk-in closet. You go buy a house or a piece of land somewhere else. Then you keep paying your mortgage. Then you do it again and you do it again. And if you're smart, every one of your children will have a fully paid for home or a piece of land. And somebody here in Canada, I'm not going to call any names. What is that? Kalaloo. Oh, yeah, man, Kalaloo. And they're doing that right now. Someone who's an immigrant. They're not Canadian per se. They came here. They use that knowledge. They have each of their kids has a home now, a paid for cash home. And what they did recently was they sold one of their extra homes. So they bought a home, they renovated it, and they flipped it. So the BRRRR, or no, not BRRRR, but whatever, flipping. And then now that he sold that one house, that paid off all the debt that he took out from the equity. So now his primary residence is fully paid off and he doesn't owe them for that equity loan. So now each of his kids has a house. He has a retirement home that's going to be smaller and more scaled down. And when he sells his primary residence, all that debt that was on there has been removed and he'll get the full appreciation. Immigrant. So if you sit down and listen and learn the system, and if you stop spending money on trivial foolishness, cars, hairdos, pedicures, I haven't eaten out really that often. I feel bad spending money on myself. I feel like it's a waste because I'm like, how can this money make money? Your money should be making money. If you have anything over a certain dollar amount sitting in the bank, stop doing that right now. If you have over $5,000 sitting in the bank, just sitting there for a rainy day, go invest it in something right now because that money is becoming stagnant. It's not keeping up with inflation. And this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial planner. I'm not anything. I'm just giving you my testimonial. So go to your own banker and ask them for proper financial advice. Disclaimer.
Because you just save all your money in that bank, right? Right? You lost all your coins basically in that bank. Instantly, just as broke as the next person next door to you, because you put everything in there talking about saving it for a rainy day. But if the bank go up, your money gone. The FDIC is whatever is only going to hold so much. They're only going to be insurance wise. You ain't going to get it. And they probably to pay you out anyway. By that time, you under a cardboard box under a bridge.
Correct. Yeah. So get your money working for you. And you don't have to have a lot of money. It's not about your wealth or your status. The little that you have can do a lot more than what it's doing if you would just learn how to use the system to your advantage. And don't go run up credit cards. Some people have run up credit cards, I know personally, but they use that to put as a deposit for a home. So yes, technically they have credit card and consumer debt, but they use those purchases to buy assets. Not jewelry, not vacations. They use the cash to buy an asset. Well, it's an asset, but yeah.
You balling on vacation with a credit card, you retarded. I see people ball with a credit card on vacation.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe the stuff I see. And it's one thing I do notice though, people don't think about the same concept when it comes to cars. When you buy a car and you have a car payment, you can also pay down the principal faster, which causes you to pay less interest. Correct. So this doesn't only apply to homes. So they always consider that too. And usually with credit cards, like say for instance, with credit card, you're doing it for some kind of repair or upkeep, or maybe you didn't have money to get your tires and you go to a tire shop and you can get approved for the cost in getting your tires done. If it ain't a program that's a 12-month, same as zero interest, so same as cash, don't do it. But if it's got a 12-month savings cash and you know you can pay this off in that 12 months, you ain't gonna pay no interest
Right.
to be able to make payments. It's almost like these. What do they have those afterpay things on?
No money down,
everything
or
you
and
buy
then
now.
yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
it's almost like
And
that.
nothing's
Although
wrong with that.
there isn't.
As long as you
That
pay it
if
off
it's
before the deadline. I've done that when I had to buy a new washer, dryer, and dishwasher. I'm like,
yes,
oh my, like that's a big. And I did the no money down, and you pay it off within I don't know how 24 whatever months, and I paid it off in
yes,
like 20 months, so I don't have to pay the
yes,
interest, and I paid for my
yes.
appliances. So
And they don't
use it
like
to
you,
your
Irvin,
advantage.
because that's not what they want. They don't want us that go and do that. They
No,
want the
we want
people
you to pay
who
the high
go
interest,
and get
and the
it.
interest is on the entire purchase, not the balance.
But
Guys.
Exactly.
but that's
Not the balance.
but hold up. But that scam's been around for generations. Let me tell you. When you
Absolutely.
go to Walmart, right? When you buy iron, right?
Oh,
A 30 iron, right? What the person asks you? You want to put the warranty on it?
yeah.
Hell no.
On a $30 iron? I want to put a warranty on this.
I don't want a warranty on
You'll
nothing.
buy a new one. Yeah.
Just buy a new one.
Yep.
But people, they like the fan. You want a warranty on the fan? It's gonna cost you an extra $5-6, whatever. That is money wasted. You just
I'm big on the
Hey,
money.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Mm.
I got a question. Hey, so I'm just sitting back, laying back in the car. I just like listening. Excuse me, but I do want to ask it because everybody, hey Gina, I don't get to see you that much, like
Hey.
face to face, like this. How you doing?
My phone
And
volume
Torch,
keep going out.
them other three I see all the time. Hey, but look here. So I think this is a conversation that 100 years from now, 5,000 years from now, if it's not exactly the same, it's gonna be real similar, in my opinion. And here's why. I ain't finna be saying all these big companies on this on my sister's channel, but let's just say one of them Equifax, maybe another one TransUnion.
Yeah.
So little emphasis get put on why these three entities have such a enormous amount of control and influence. And in all actuality, in my opinion, we are really living under the damn social credit system. That's just me. I'm just old country boy. I'm just an observer. And then I'm gonna go from that. Let's say it's 6 people up here on this panel right now. I'm gonna pick one. I'm gonna pick on Microfarmer. Let's say it ain't. Let's say it, and because we talking about money, right? I just want to show how the whole game is bullshit. Period. And the rest of us is crab scratching, trying to fix the do and live the best we can and find little avenues that they done cut out for us to survive and live within, right? It's just me and Microfarmer. We the only people in America. I decide I'm gonna invent money. I decide that I'm finna invent some money, and I'm on loan. Microfarmer. That's the name of my first state. Me and Homer come up with Microfarmer. I say, hey Homer. Hey Microfarmer. I'm gonna let you borrow 10,000 at 10% interest. Now y'all better than math than me, but what's the interest on what's the interest at 10% on 10,000? Of this money that I just made up. It's 1,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where in the hell did that $1,000 that he gonna give me back in interest come from? Because I just invented money, baby.
It came from you.
You literally just it came from nowhere.
Just like
it came from me saying it. It came from me saying it came from somewhere. This is why from now on to the end of time, these conversations will exist. Credit issues will exist. Exhaustion will exist. Financial tips will exist because the observation is not on who said.
Yeah, I'm right.
Who makes money?
I forget.
Who makes money?
If I can chime in on it, it's called place of value.
Go for it, bro.
That have value, just like the diamonds and gold and silver and boo-boo. People put value on shit that ain't really value. It's only value to the person that think it's valuable.
Exactly. What's the difference between a quarter and a bus token? Why is one a token and why is one a quarter? You feel me? Because of the amount of influence and faith that's put into that legal tender or tender in whatever form it comes in. In my opinion, I'm just observing. And I say this too. I'm gonna step back down because I'm not step down, but I'm gonna shut up because I'm enjoying the conversation.
Exactly, you're right. All about the value. It's like you can ask what you want. It's the value, like those paintings. $30 million for a damn paint. Somebody threw some paint on the damn wall, right? It's what
Mm-hmm.
build that's value. Some people saying she's not valuable to me. I'm not doing it. I ain't taking her bull crap. I'm not taking this bull crap. It's whatever value you as an individual
you place on it.
Everything on this planet,
Right.
down to the wood that builds your house, to the shingles, to the glasses, to your weaves. It's the value that you choose to put on that value. I'm not going to spend $300 on no damn sneaker. I ain't going to do it.
Right.
But,
right. I makes sense, but I want to ask one more question because I've been listening for a while, and I want to ask this because Gina had said something a while back, but we done talked about a couple of different things. But the other one was, now I'm asking, and I'm not trying to be too morbid, and I'm not trying to be too because I've said it before. I'm optimistically pessimistic towards the future of society as a whole, because that's a part of this conversation is talking about society and how, what's going on in it and this and that. Can anybody, maybe y'all do, maybe the future look a lot brighter to y'all than it does to me, especially people with legacy that have children and grandchildren. You want the world to be the best place it could be, and you want it to be better, and I completely understand that. But can anybody name even 3 things that's currently going on in this world, in not only in America, but in the world as a whole, that says, yep, we looking at a brighter future, y'all. Things are looking great. Shit's looking up. Can anybody on this panel say that? This just me. I'm gonna go ahead because I'm stepping down.
Me. It's going back to biblical times, brother. Like I was telling triple firearms here, right? Triple threat, right? Society's going to have always, since biblical time, the haves and the haves not. Right now, this modern society, we have something called the middle class. The middle class is going to eat up. That's what we scared. The people that screaming is the middle class. It's always going to be a poor segment of people, and the rich, right? The middle class was formed probably back in the 1920s somewhere in the deck, right? They're always going to be the rich and the poor. This world cannot survive through biblical time without the rich kings and the poor peasants that work for them as slaves, or whatever, indentured slaves, whatever you want to call them. The middle class is the ones going to disappear. We all going to be either poor or rich. It's going to be the haves and the have-nots. That's all that this world's going to turn. So it is a brighter future. It's all who's looking at that brighter future. I'm going to have Lashes and the rest of y'all working for me again. You know what I mean? I'm going to throw that cornbread down in them piggies back to y'all, and I'm going to eat the best. You laughing, bro. That's what this world's going to. That's the bright future. It's all who's looking at the bright future. It's the ones who's going to have, and the ones who not. The ones who not. They doing it right now. They taking care of the poor, and they taking care of the rich. Me and you in the middle, we getting duped all over the place, bro.
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. I think I got you now. I think I understand what you're saying.
The brighter future is for the people like Bill Gates, the people that have the wealth.
Okay.
The middle.
So we in agreement. Yeah.
You ain't gonna see no poor person up here talking that crap because they're being fed by the rich government. You get what I'm saying? It's the middle ones that's getting taxed and getting crazy, tired of paying the bullshit. So there's gonna be just a poor race of people and the haves. That's what's going to do. So it's all depends on who's looking at the brighter future. And that's what we're going down to. Where, like they said, the government here and the world government don't want you to be self-reliant. They want you to depend on them feeding you like a slave owner. You depend on what the slave master gave you. You ate what he gave you. You grew what the little bit he allowed you to grow, to eat them root vegetables, what I was talking about the other day. So it's going to be just a rich race, a have and a have-nots. And we're part of that have-not. Right now, I got a little bit more cornbread than some of y'all. But at the end of the day, we all going to look in that same damn black burnt pot on that outside fire pit. That's where it's going to go down to.
This is where I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think who you see as the haves is correct. Money ain't gonna mean nothing to if it's just like that bad. Money, this ain't gonna mean nothing.
It's about money. The people back then didn't have no money.
But the people who have money are going to be the poorest because they have nothing else.
Okay, I was going
That's
back.
all they got.
Hold up, stop. I know that I got correct myself because it went left. It's not about the money. It's back in the day. I went to the biblical time. It wasn't about money. It was sheep, cattle, goats. That was wealth. The African dreamers talk about created the money. Remember you talking about somebody just the paper tender? It wasn't that back in biblical time. It was the person that had goats, the sheep. Young wealth came through your life.
Silver.
But if we go back to that, who are those people who have that? If we go back to biblical times,
the people
who are those?
The people that have
where are those people's status at this time in life? Most of those are middle class, are farmers, are people who may have homesteads, things like that. Those are our middle class folks. Those are going to be the ones who are considered to be now the ones of wealth because they have the things that everybody else needs to survive.
You're right, but hold up. But
see, I'll cut him after micro.
Okay, you gotta go back to the history. Bigger cattle ranchers took over little cattle ranchers. So what you're saying is correct, but the guy who's making whatever the tender money you talk about is going to take over somebody like Davy Corey with crops, right? Because that's what they did back in the West. People took other people's cattle. That was called cattle ranchers or cattle wrestlers. They overran the small cattle farms and built their cattle farm to be where they at to this day. Pig farming. So yeah, you're right. In the aspect if the things go the way it's supposed to go, but the bigger $1 million cattle farms will take over the little cattle farms. They're going to just hire hands like me and hands in dirt to go ahead and take your stuff from you, your land.
That's what I was gonna cut in and say because the mom and pop and the family farms are becoming obsolete. These wealthy people are now taking their wealth and purchasing these assets, land. Solar, wind, time, places.
Urban Garden, they ain't purchasing shit. They're gonna do like they did with these black folks.
Taking it, purchasing it.
They ain't purchasing nothing. Black people in the South know what happened to their land. The white man just came and took it. He didn't give you shit for it. He raised the taxes on the town, and your grandmother and father couldn't pay for them 300 acres that his ancestors left him.
And you are correct, but to me, I know what you're saying. It's taking it, but they do it in a way that they push you out. They don't just come and say, Gina, I'm taking your house. They change the laws or the requirements or the taxation, however they want to do it, to push you out. And you have no other option. Yes, it's taking, but it's not literally taking. So if you don't have cash or assets to pay property tax or whatever it changes to, they push you out. And you have to go, you have to leave because you can't afford because they want what you have. Now, how do we keep what we have? We haven't learned that yet because history keeps repeating itself. Because the people who are making the decisions, we're not at that table. We're not even in the room. No, it's not
because of that. It's because of the people who are not at the table and not in the room don't work together. So people like us, we don't come together because we're afraid that Micro Farmer, is he really genuine that he cares enough to team with me for us to, is Triple Threat really sincere and that she's really telling me what I need to know so that we can be together on this. We always want to, we don't trust each other enough. And they create that.
That went way back to slavery. It's been instilled. Yeah.
Yes, they create that. They create the discord so nobody trusts nobody, and we can't work together to defeat them. Well, because they, even though they don't trust each other, are doing what?
Remember,
they're working together. Yes, they.
They. And we don't have enough sense to know that they. We could be our own they. Like the whole.
That's what we need to do. We need to be our they.
But yet we can't get out of it. We can't get out of this wheel. We know
but they don't have
it's
to
hard,
create.
and I don't see it not happening.
Yeah,
I don't see it not. I mean, Gina hitting on some good points, and this whole conversation is interesting. It took this turn like cattle ranching, like Micro Farmer use this example. I'm gonna say this. Now I know we get flooded with information day in and day out, 24 hours a day. But hell, I was alive. I'm old enough to remember a couple of years ago. I'm gonna bring up Mr. Bundy. What happened out in the West a couple of years back? If y'all remember, these boys had a full standoff.
Yeah,
with agents over they damn cow. He was grazing on shit that wasn't even supposed. This just happened a couple years ago, but this is what I mean by the gaslight, man. We get bombarded with so much information. Some things we think of long gone historical aspects. Hell, the shit happened. The stuff happened a couple years ago. These boys said, So you do have group people who are that about it, who like, nah, this mine, it ain't no take. You ain't taking nothing through taxes. You ain't taking nothing through pulling up 18 wheelers, loading up my cow. Now, I ain't saying stuff ain't gonna get ugly, which is why I go back to what my original question was. Who see, and I understand where you coming from, Michael. I do see what you're saying. But I mean, on the grand scheme of shit, what looks really promising in the next decade before big change? I ain't saying it can't get better, but have anybody on this panel ever seen a pretty construction site? I done seen a whole bunch of construction sites. I ain't never seen a pretty one. I done seen pretty buildings after. I done seen some real nice looking skyscraper. But when all that scaffolding and up in the mud and backhoes and trucks and all this, it get ugly, real ugly before it get pretty, baby. That's all I'm saying. And that's what I see.
Yes. Thanks.
Hit it right on the head, bro. Hit the nail right on the head on that one right there. Don't get ugly before it gets better.
I ain't got nothing to add to that. That's facts.
That's facts. I'm right along with you, G. That's facts. If y'all don't believe it, just sit around and look. Like I said, G said, watch. Just keep watching.
Yeah,
watch. Keep watching.
But I ain't gonna be watching, goddamn it. I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna get out the way of that goddamn train. I'm gonna just tell you, I ain't gonna be that food stands on that track. I hear that train. If you put your ear down like the Indians, I can hear that nigga coming 3 miles away.
Stay ready. Stay ready. So you ain't got to get ready. That's what Tarsha said.
Yeah, and that's the
Stay
truth.
ready.
Put your ears to the ground. Keep your eyes open. That's it. All you can do.
I want to say this too, real quick, y'all. I know the focus is on the states because that's where all are from. But y'all, we talk about how relatively peaceful it is where we at right now in East Africa. That's fine. That's all well and good. But living where we live, and we've lived abroad before. I have to follow international events and international news. There is a global unease right now. It's just something all over the globe. It ain't just the States. It ain't just Europe. It ain't just Africa. It's just something. It's like that old Benny Siegel. I can feel it in the air.
Yeah.
I can feel it. I can smell it. I can taste it. I don't know what it is, and I don't know when. I'm not a prophet. I'm not I just, hell, you call it intuition, whatever. But it's something happening, and it's been happening for years, and I think people starting to go crazy because they can feel it. Everybody. Yeah. Any rational, reasonable, and prudent adult in 2022 has to know that something is not right. I get it. Stuff done happened in the past. Life done happen. There have been tragedies. There'll be more in the future. But right now, in this moment that we alive, something just off. Something's off.
I'm gonna give you that, and I'm gonna leave on this end, and I'm gonna leave it with y'all. It's your food. These things they keep saying, these people doing mass things, like you saying, mass violence and stuff. They can't even fathom what is going on. I think it's in the food, y'all. I really do. I really do think these people are not just, it's being too frequently. It's happening, but it's frequently now. It's frequent. Is it the food? Is it your food? Is it that Popeye's chicken formula and shit where people's killing people for a Popeye's chicken sandwich? Is it something controlling us through our food, water, sodas? Because you saw what happened with Popeyes when they came with that chicken sandwich. People was killing people for a damn chicken sandwich. What was in that chicken? They didn't kill people for crack like that. A chicken sandwich. You got people fighting people in fucking restaurants for a chicken sandwich, taking people's lives. Nobody, no ears went up with that. No red flags went up with y'all about. I don't eat that chicken sandwich to this damn day. I ain't shit like that. We saw
you know something with that.
We saw that.
That's a good point, bro.
Y'all didn't wake up. It was something in that chicken sandwich or something in that food that made people feel they were supposed to attack people for it and kill people for a damn chicken sandwich.
Wow.
Well, you know that sandwich had been around for a long time, bro. What you talking about, what I'm getting from that is the power of media. I don't think people give enough credence to the power and the influence that media had. Because that sandwich had been out for shit damn near 10 years. I mean, Popeye been around for forever. But it was a marketing strategy that just went waves. I don't know. Look, I'm not in the advertising, so I don't know. But to have that level of control by just getting a few, who was Tarsha early? You hit something on the head, Torsha. You talk about these doggone celebrities. Look, I don't get in grown folk business. You go spend your money on a Gucci belt and can't afford to pay your light bill. That's your. I don't give a damn, honestly. That's you, because I done learned
That's
you
right.
can't help grown
Foolishness,
folk.
that.
Yeah, it's two people you can't tell nothing in the world. That's 2-month-old and grown folk. Neither one of them gonna listen to you. So I quit. I gave up on that. But when you get the right 2, 3, 4 celebrities to act like they give it, now mind you, if you got a personal jet, chances are you're not eating chicken sandwiches no way. But I give you 500,000 to talk about it. Next thing you know, you got what microformer talking about folks sitting in drive-thrus fighting because they done got cut off trying to get to the damn sandwich. And then you have the possibility of what are the ingredients inside this stuff we being fed. So it's a twofer for me. It ain't even just one.
Yep.
You got I recognize the possibilities of both. Sometimes two things can be true. It's not always black and white. Sometimes the gray where you find the real trouble.
Yeah.
There's definitely ingredients in our food that are having a chemical, I don't know what you want to say, but reaction, and it's influencing behavior and mentality, or keeping people asleep or making them violent, or whatever the case. And I got a video, which I'll talk about in a few weeks, but there's definitely some science being applied to the food to create reactions in the human body.
Yeah.
Have y'all,
Or make you violent.
have y'all seen that movie called The Kingsman with Samuel Jackson?
Yes.
Where they program
The cell
everybody was
phone,
getting
the
those
frequency.
free cell phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
it. They're
So
doing that.
that's also definitely possible, but they're
Just
now
the
putting
flip of
that
the
technology
switch.
in the food, in your
Yeah.
food that you're growing. And the
Genet-
food can be targeted to different people to do different things. It's that specific because they know we got to eat. They know we ain't growing our own food. They know we rely on the grocery store. They know that people aren't really homesteading. They're paying people to destroy the crops. All these things that we've been noticing and talking about. And now I'm hearing that the food is being pre-programmed to have certain results in certain people. This is I'm like, what? And it was somebody who was talking about it. And he said the only reason why he can talk about it is that he doesn't work for the man. He's a private company. His funding doesn't come from the government, because if it did, he definitely would not be talking
They'll
about
still
it.
try to shut them down now, but
Yeah.
they try to
So,
quiet anybody who's giving the secrets away.
because it sounds, this is ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous.
I believe they quiet Grandpa Prepper. I really do. I really do. He was on that live with us that night on my New Year's Eve live. By the morning, he was gone. It didn't seem like he had no illness, nothing. Next thing I know, I see
That's
his nephew
crazy.
gone. And he used to warn us about stuff. He always got his channel taken down. They did a lot of things he was talking about. And he was on my New Year's live with Ed, Crazy Ed Homestead New Year's. New Year's Day, he was gone. He was celebrating with us on New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, he was gone. Just no questions. Just nobody said how he died, whatever. He was just gone. And I believe he did talk about that. He did talk about, like Biggie and Tupac. He knew they was coming for him.
Yeah. And I only heard about him through you because you mentioned he passed. So I'm like, okay, who's this person? I looked him up and I started watching. But yeah, people are dropping knowledge and they know too much. And natural causes. He's older anyways.
No, but see, that's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
That had so much knowledge, and people gonna say, "Oh, Michael Farmer crazy." The people that follow him, he dropped a lot of things that he knew he shouldn't be talking about, and he's gone, just like that, gone.
Yeah.
It was just like here today, gone tomorrow type syndrome, and like you said, people gonna assume he was an old man and he was just old already.
Yeah. But that's So we gotta start listening, because even my aunt and my uncle, they passed, but they saw a lot of stuff that was happening down the pike. And all these old people, rambling on some stuff. No, I'm now seeing like, damn, they were right. So now I'm scrambling around to get myself together so that if anything happens, I can survive. Because you're gonna be either in the wilderness or out in nature, or you're gonna have to leave your home and come back because you can't be staying here. You can't be predictable where they're gonna find you.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be here at my address where they know. No, I have to start being more unpredictable. I'm over here, and I'm over there, then I'm over, so that, because if you're one of the people who are quite aware of what's going on, you're a target.
And the thing that we don't have to learn too as survivalists, or whatever y'all want to call preppers and survival, you want to learn how to talk in code. You're gonna have to learn to put symbols that other people won't have to go get Indians or somebody else to decode the shit, because we cannot continue to speak like this if we really gonna make a change. You're gonna have to start putting like they did back in the World War I, World War II, they decoded stuff. It was code. You didn't know what you were looking at. It was a bunch of numbers, bunch of letters, symbols. You didn't know it, but they knew what it was when they looked at it. And soon we have to stop talking in English and talking on social media. After a while, we're gonna have to learn to come off this damn thing, because they created this for us to talk and hear every move that we doing.
Oh yeah.
That's why I said in the beginning, sir, we need to start
absolutely.
getting solutions and getting ourselves together. We've been talking, not we, but people have been talking for years. What are we doing about it? If I'm going to be talking again 12 months from now and I haven't made an improvement or a move, then I need to just shut up my mouth and go get my stuff done. Because at the end of the day, I can't blame nobody but myself. So everybody needs to get themselves in order.
I agree.
Because
you know what, and I'll say this too. I like kind of touching on something else Gina said earlier, just a while ago. I wouldn't blame nobody in this. It's four, including my five together. I wouldn't blame the four of y'all for nothing. Look here, if we use this term, it's SH, it hit the fan, right?
Yeah, shit hit the
Urban Garden Chronicles. First, I'm gonna make everybody need to take care of their own first, and then if we happen to cross each other and we out backpacking and I bump into y'all on I-20, it's like, oh, there go Gina. Gina, y'all got some pork and bean. Here goes some. So I got a bucket of gravy to give you. But outside of that, man, look here, because that's what she said. She made mention about us working together. And I'm telling you, because I'm being in the diaspora community, so I'm over here. It's all kinds of black folk over here from America, black folk from the UK. That whole working together stuff, it sounds good and it probably look real good on paper. But when you got folk with these real divided ideologies, everybody want to be a chief, don't nobody want to be an Indian. Baby, it's easy to just look. Everybody find your village, whether you prepping, whether you 2A, whether you whatever you are. Find your small village of people that you can trust and grow and build with them. Know that they got your back 100% and you got theirs. And then if it branch out from there, then that's good. If it never did get no bigger than the 10 or 12 of y'all, then shit, it is what it is. But you can't save it. Everybody don't want to be saved. Everybody don't want your financial help. Y'all, because y'all been dropping some gems. Y'all been dropping some good knowledge. But when you got people out here, and it ain't just 22-year-olds. It's some 52-year-olds out here that don't want to hear a damn thing y'all just said. So put that energy into yourself.
And keeping it back in the mind, you are a food source.
Correct. And let me just jump in on African
period.
I know y'all don't want to think about that, but you are a food source. Don't think I'm coming over to try and fill on your boo-boos and shit. I'm looking at you with some salt and pepper.
Right. So back to what African was saying, because he's talking about working together. When I say working together, I agree with you completely. There's your village, and then there's just like the Survivor, the show where you have to work and have allies. So when I say work together, I mean like allies. They're not your friend.
Yes.
You don't trust them. They don't know where your secret stash is, but you work with them to get to the next level of survival. But they're not your village. They just, they're good with guns. They're good with mapping. They're good with starting a fire. You learn what you got to learn. You give them some beans, you give them a cookie, and you stay in good graces with them, but they're not your friends. They're not your family, and you don't trust them as far as you can throw them. But you do have to work with people, because you can't be going through, you can't isolate yourself, because people will get turned up and think that you think you're better than them and then come after you because of that.
They'll come and get you,
Then there's ego. Then there's a whole kind of. So you have to learn how to be a survivor, how to manipulate people, how to
blend in,
how to read people, how to influence people, when to blend in, when to take them out, when they're getting a little.
Don't give up all your skills. Don't let them know everything you good.
So when I say work with it, I don't mean be stupid, because some of y'all be like, "Oh, you told me to work with them." Nope. Not like that.
If your family of 4, 5, or 2 or 3, y'all sleep at the same time. Always leave one person awake while the 3 of y'all sleep.
Exactly.
In case that group decide to take your family out, at least one of y'all can alert. Don't all y'all go come down and lay with mama. We all, y'all all might wake up on a spigot.
Exactly.
somebody got to stay up. So dad sleep first, and mom and the kids sleep. In the evening. Somebody has to stay up. I don't give a
When
damn.
I was watching, I didn't watch The Walking Dead. I watched a few episodes, but what I did watch
I
was
watched the
guy.
whole series.
I don't know.
Somebody
you know
has
the
to
names.
stay up.
The man with the crossbow who used to always ride the motorcycle.
That is
Daryl.
Daryl.
Yes, Daryl.
When they got to a point where they got
He's
to
my
a
favorite
sanctuary,
character.
I like him, but I gotta start watching it. When they got to a point where they got into a sanctuary in a safe place,
Yes.
he still slept in the bush and in the trees because
Yes.
he didn't want to get comfortable. Because once you're comfortable, you're complacent. And he goes, "No, I'm going to stay in the bush. I'm going to stay because."
Yes.
He was the one who had to save the idiots that was in that spot.
Yeah, because they got comfortable.
Daryl was my favorite character because of the fact that he was the strongest survivalist. Like,
correct.
He was gonna be part of my group if I was out there at all, because he knew how to track.
Right.
He knew how to not be tracked.
Yep.
He knew how to hunt. He knew, so he was gonna eat. He knew how to take care of. He knew how to grow. He knew how to do all the things.
And he knew how to read people. He could read people.
He knew how to read people.
He would tell the head guy, "I don't trust him," and he would smile,
And he never let his guard down.
Never. Yep. And there was one
even if he trusted somebody, he still stayed alert.
Yep.
Yes, because he knew at any point they could just switch. So there was one part in one of the episodes where the other crazy man who was in charge of a group wanted to kill Rick. It was Rick, and then he met up in a place, and the guy had a gun taped to the table, and then Daryl was there, and the other number one guy was there, and they had a cigarette, and they had a cordial.
It wasn't Negan, was it?
I can't remember.
Was it Negan when Negan had that big? He had like a big warehouse.
No, not that guy. It was earlier on because I didn't watch the first two seasons.
So you're talking about the governor.
That was
probably the governor.
Yes, it was the governor, and then he lost. I don't know the governor, and then he went. Rick went to meet him, and the blonde girl left Rick and went with the governor.
Yes,
and then Daryl was there talking to the other number one guy, and they had a cordial cigarette. They smoked. They talked, and he goes, "When we leave here, we're back to being enemies. Like we're back to." And it was just cool. Like we can respect the game. I respect what you do, whatever. But when we leave here, we're back to being enemies. And I'm just like, that Daryl was just like, I like that guy. I like this character. But that's how we're gonna have to be, because you gotta know when to trust them to a certain point, but not your entire trust, because they're gonna turn and screw you over when it's best advantage to them.
And I know what you and like a lot of my people gonna probably say that's a show. But that show had some truth to what.
That's why I liked it.
Now it's a show. Don't get us wrong. It's a show, but it has some truth to let you know how to survive. And these things in these movies are showing you certain things that you might need. You might not take all the storyline that they saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, you are a food source. In a lot of societies, are a food source. Stop going ill because you can go ground beef. You're going to be the ground beef.
You're gonna
that show had cannibalism. They had a group that were cannibalists, and they got taken down.
I saw that. Yeah.
They ended up dying because one of the people they ate was infected, and so they all died because of that. But that was they would act like they were welcoming people in. No, they were welcoming in their food.
Fed them. They didn't even know they was eating other humans. They just knew it was meat.
It was delicious. And then, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, especially you Urban Garden Chronicles. I know you done moved around. You go back and forth. You travel a lot. Y'all, it's crazy stuff we talking about right now. When you live in different places, man, you got to be able to see a finesse coming, man. And I have seen people who real innocent who come over here and then it go real bad. Because you just too you like, oh well, I'm back home. Nah, bro. Nah, I'm treating you just like we in South Dallas, son. I'm watching
That's
you.
Right.
You watching me. I got my head on the swivel. You gotta know who I'm in. Y'all think about in real life. We over here in East Africa. You think I can just trust everybody?
Nope.
End up being a hyena turd somewhere. I didn't. Shit. Look, man, this is
Right.
real. This grown man business over here, boy. You got to, and I'm not saying it to put it to be negative or nothing. I'm just saying the stuff that we talking about, the relatability with some of the things that happen in that show versus living in this country and that. All these folk don't know me, and I damn sure don't know all them. So it's like you got to be real, grown, and logical. You move with a purpose and a game plan. You keep your head on the swivel. People will play a long con with you. Some people have a short-term con. You know what I'm saying? It's just you. I know that was just a show, but like he was just
There's a
Like
lot of
you said,
lessons.
be some
There's a
truth
lot of
in there.
lessons.
It was
some
entertainment,
truth
but
in
it
it.
was also some truth in there of things. That's what I like about it. I even joke with my kids and my oldest daughter anyway, and she know I'm not all the way joking. But I be like, when stuff hit the fan, y'all better be ready to go.
Yeah.
Cause listen, I'm gonna try to take y'all, but I'm not gonna go down because y'all not following direction.
Real
Because people
talk.
in these
Real
groups
talk.
don't be listening. And I be like, did you not just hear what they said? They trying to get you in through this alive, and you up here screwing it up for the whole group. Nope, not on my watch.
You
Yep.
see?
You
And the
better,
whole point of the show
follow
was
directions.
that the very beginning of the show, which before it went left, like the very first 2 episodes, and you quickly learn he was a police officer. That didn't mean jack. Remember, he had his uniform on at first, and he was, you know, that there is no law. There is no law and order.
Yeah,
You make your own law and order. Then they had those 3 men who had their own little clique, and they had the rules, like, you know, I put dibs on it or whatever foolishness they had their own little law in their own clique, and then everybody has their own law. There is no.
They come in like Snoop did and Baby Boy and kick his fort over. It's your little stupid fort.
So all your, you know, law and justice for all and fair treatment. That's out the window.
All right.
You don't get eaten alive.
Guys, I gotta go. Okay, the girls are up, and I gotta
Time for the funeral.
And we're gonna have to get it together. So they
all right,
so.
Micro. Have a good day, man.
Y'all take
Have a
care,
good day.
All right, thank y'all.
But this has been really good. I actually was writing down stuff as I was driving because y'all was mentioning the tabs for the water, and then Michael came on and dropped some gems. I'm like, oh yeah,
I'm
need
gonna
to get on
put
some
some
of
of the names of stuff on my description after, like maybe tomorrow. So if you guys come back to this video, I'll put some stuff because I guess it's hard to go back and watch the whole video, but like all the tabs, the Silcock, and all the things that we were mentioning, Mylar bags. I'll just put a list of things that you guys can go and look up because, you know, if something's on your mind and it just keeps coming up on your mind, like for me, I don't know about how you are, but if it keeps coming up, there's a reason. And I'm sharing it to give people a chance to prepare. Am I a prepper? No, but doesn't mean that God can't speak to everybody and let them know, like, the water is an issue. So I don't know if it's going to be for me, maybe for somebody else in another city, but something's going on with the water. It's been going on, but you need to have things set up in your home. So at least maybe 3 or 4 days, you can have your hygiene. You can have your, you know, you can do a little bit of laundry. You can cook. You can do what you got to do because you just don't know. And I remember here, we also had an ice storm and everything was locked down. We didn't have no power and people had no heat. People had don't wait for any more natural disaster or whatever. Just try to have a few things. Don't have to you know, solve the world's problems. You don't have to survive for a year. Couple of days. Just work on surviving a couple of days to give yourself time to
say something about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The couple of days is not enough.
No,
the government started off saying at least 3 days to give them enough time to get everything back on track, but it's no guarantee. A lot of states already told their citizens, we're not going to be able to get to you when you want us to in that 3 day period. So I would say a minimum of a week's supply, but strive for at least
minimum
a month, 3 months. Yeah. The 3
so
days
guys, a minimum of 7 days of stuff. And I know it's, you know, 3 days, 7 days, it sounds overwhelming because now you're like, okay, I got to buy this, I got to buy that, you know, but just start with the water right now. Make sure you have enough water for each person in your household, not just each. There's a rule to this. Each person needs so many gallons or whatever of water per day. So you calculate how many people you have in your home. I know Gina has grandchildren and other things, so she's going to probably calculate extra to make sure that if they come over, she has prepared for them already. Same with you guys. If you have other members of your family that you know are going to come to your house, you account for them already. And they need so much drinking water, so much. Go ahead,
Yeah.
African.
I just wanted to ask a question, but first off, I love you, sis. I gotta say, I really enjoy when you bring people up, you put these panels together. I want to take the time to ask something, if you don't mind, for just to get a female perspective, because it's something that I admire about, especially y'all three that's up here right now. I don't know you personally, but you seem to have a air about yourself that says you see things for what they are rather than what you would like the world to be, right? So with that being the case, what is it about you all that made you kind of get to that conclusion where you more in the mindset of you see stuff for what it is versus, because a lot of people, and this goes for both men and women, I mean, a lot of people just have a sort of like disbelief, or they still like this can't happen or that won't happen. This ain't gonna never happen. No, this not here, not in America. I mean, anywhere in the world, people just seem really, it's almost like it's so overwhelming, the possibilities of what the future could potentially hold, that it's like, let me just go into ignore mode. So what made you reach the conclusion where you like, nah, I'm finna get my family right. I'm gonna start getting myself right. I'm on Tasha, like, you know, she working with them pews. How did you get there?
For me,
mine started,
go ahead, Tarja. No, go ahead. You go first.
Mine started off with me having a child in college and being over an hour away from home. So being prepared when you have a child and you in college, you have to have everything. And growing up, it was also the same thing living out in the country. If you're like over 10 miles out from the city limits, you always have everything in place before anything happened, because if you can't get to the city. And when Katrina hit, that really took me over the top, because I said I would never want to be in that situation. That's what started it for me. And I always been in law enforcement, from graduated from college in law enforcement, and wanted to be able to protect myself and my kids. And I just boosted it up a little bit more after I stopped working. So that's where I stand.
For me, I was raised with people, again, Caribbean parents, Caribbean family, who grew up, had to go through hurricanes, natural disasters, and extreme poverty, pretty much. And, you know, they kind of teach you that poverty survival mindset. I also had an aunt and uncle who were really into this, I guess, you know, Armageddon kind of, you know, the world's going to come to an end. And this was 40 years ago, where have your own food source, your own meat, your own, you know, place in the country, away from crowds and cities. They knew that there was gonna be like mass diseases and infection. They kind of saw the pandemic before it even happened. And then also, I just have that discerning spirit. And it finally came to a point for me where all the older ones are passing on. I have to take care of them. They did their job. It's either I took the warnings and took the training, or I didn't. And I have to now be on my own 2 feet. And I'm now seeing how easy it is, even with the movies and stuff, to cause chaos in a society. And when the pandemic hit and I went to the store to buy 2 items, and the line was around the store, around the bend, down outside the store, and I'm thinking, why? The time for the line wasn't worth the 2 items. So I put them down and I left. And I said, whatever I have in my house is going to have to hold me. And I was raised to have extra and have a supply. But I became too modernized and said, oh, I like my house less cluttered. I don't want all these things pile up. I don't need 50,000 things of toilet paper, and toilet paper became an actual thing. I don't need 50 million. And I had to go right back to how I was raised. My mom told me to have extra. When things are on sale, buy them and put them up, especially when they don't have an expiry date and the things that don't rot in, like toilet paper, paper towel, soap, laundry soap. So I knew this stuff, but now I have to grow up and be on my own 2 feet and be the one telling the next generation to be prepared. And I realize how vulnerable I'm personally am. That's why I'm now learning from you guys with the 2A stuff, having protection, learning how to survive, how to forage. Like there's layers to this, but basically it's God, because I have a discerning spirit, and now is the time, because things are happening. As you said, it's in the atmosphere. Every country's feeling this uneasy feeling. I'm feeling that uneasy feeling. I can't tell you why. I can't tell you how. I don't know, but there's an uneasy feeling, and I need to do something about it. Now that I have time and the stuff is in the store and I can order it on Amazon and I can get my hands on what I need, now's the time to do it. Gina, what's your answer?
For
Okay.
me,
Okay.
I started prepping. I've not to the extent that I prep now, but I had started prepping a long time ago, shortly after I started couponing. And for me, I'm just observant. I'm an observant person. I pay attention to what I'm seeing and what I see people doing. But also, I was listening to people that I trusted, giving information. So a lot of people in the couponing circles, you know, I would see how they stock things, and they were making sure that they had enough that if anything happened, they lost their job. They weren't even thinking of something as big as 2020. But they were just, anything that could happen. You losing your job, or a big change, you have to take care of a relative or anything. They were trying to be stocked for at least a year. So I was like, well, that would be nice to not have to go to a grocery store because you got stuff and yada, yada. So I started doing that. When 2020 hit and y'all saw that nonsense people were going through for toilet paper, when I tell you the amount of no F's given from this person, I was sitting back looking at my stack of toilet paper, my stack of paper towels, my stack of trash bags and body soap and body wash, and because I was prepared. And I even looked, I was like, you know what? I cannot go to the store for over a year and we still would be fine. And I was telling my husband that when I first started couponing, it drove him nuts because I had so many things. And I was like, but I organized it. He always liked the fact that I kept it organized. But I'm like, I don't have to buy this stuff. And because I'm couponing for it, I'm getting it for really cheap. Now, that's neither here nor there. That's a whole nother thing, but that's where it started. And then it started from household stuff to food. I wanted to have enough food to where I didn't have to go to the store and see an empty meat case, which I've seen, and worry about that because I'm good. But what I didn't account for of some of the things that I'm learning now, and like you said, Urban, you're picking up all these new things that you realize you're not as prepared as you thought you were. What if we don't have power? My food is mostly frozen. I have a big upright freezer. So I have that plus my 2 refrigerator freezers. If we lose power for too long, what am I gonna do with that? So now I'm learning how to can. So I can have canned foods. I'm learning how to preserve stuff. Like you said, the Mylar bags, people use that for preserving food to keep food longer and things like that. So I'm learning how to do those things so that if the crap hits the fan, we still have some things that we can live off of, and we're not dependent on electricity. I had already thought of the water part, so I thought about that years ago. So I keep water. I'm pretty good there. But after hearing this conversation, I'm like, am I? Because I didn't think about washing clothes. What am I going to do? Now I'm using the water that I was going to clean our bodies and maybe drink to now I have to do another. I didn't think about washing my clothes. Yeah. So I'm like, dang, I might have to, think that through and start gathering some more water, those just in case. Gallons of water, to be prepared for that. So for me, it was just being observant. Like I'm watching what I watch and pay attention, and I believe, because guess what? Even if it doesn't happen, this is why I tell people that I try to get to be ready. Because some people don't, they feel like they want to ignore it. And it's like, oh, y'all just being extra. That's just too much. But even if it doesn't happen, what's the harm in that? What's the harm in being ready, even if it doesn't happen?
And see,
Nothing.
but you raise a great question, Gina, and thank you for all of y'all for saying what sharing your perspective on it, because it's really interesting, and I agree. I just like you, but when you said the last thing you said was, "What if it doesn't happen?" But the thing is, Gina, there's 20. It's happening right now. I mean, there is no
It is.
one bit, and that's where I think a lot of people get deterred. I think that's where a lot of people get sideways, because they just waiting to see a comet pass over in New York one day, and then it'll be on the news, and then okay, now it's finally
Now
hit
I
the
can
fan.
panic.
No, baby. Yeah. No, we talking about water. We talking about self-defense. We talking about basically self-preservation. There are so many different things coming at us as a society, as people, as human beings right now. It's already happening, and I think that's the most underestimated part. Is all of these, whether we talking about supply chain, infrastructure, preserving your home and your family. I mean, I guess that's why I'm in the mindset of things, at least for the immediate future, having some sort of decline. Like, it's kind of declining, because there's like 10 really big things going on right now. And if we sit in anticipation of this one massive calamity that's just going to be the end all be all, I think that is just me personally. I think that's the wrong approach. I think what you ladies have shared is like, it's really important, because I mean, if you're just waiting for the sky to fall, the way you need to see the sky fall for you to wake up, it may never happen. But meanwhile, you ain't got no water no more. Meanwhile, you can't go to Super Warms or HEB no more. So
Gina said
yeah,
something about
I don't.
not having to go to the store, and she had everything right there. Even that, like, our ancestors, my parents survived by, when they had the money, they bought something, and they bought a lot of it. Because now look at the inflation. I went to the store and I'm thinking, had I just had a stockpile of stuff that could feed me for a year or maybe a year and a half, all this inflation wouldn't hit me till a year and a half later. So I could be building up my money to start, keep buying more stuff. But this is the problem. Inflation is hitting us because we're buying as we need and as we go. I can't afford. I went to the store. I'm thinking, I'm not poor, but I can't. The pasta sauce was $3.99 for one sauce. So then I have to be like,
Wow.
okay, let me pretend. But they have cheaper ones. But it's like, over here, the Wally World does not price match. Do you think that's a coincidence that like before the pandemic hit, they stopped price matching? It was, this is the price, and you no longer price matching. Then I used to go somewhere else, and they would match. No, they don't longer price match anymore. Whatever the price is what the price is. And I didn't take in all these little things that were happening. If you can't afford to eat, so those are ones who were couponing and packing up the house in the garage and under the bed, and those are the ones who are doing okay because they have all that they need. Number one. Number two, there's no supply. Some of the stuff that people have, you can't find that in the store. That brand, that company's out of business. That whatever happened, and they don't even have that anymore. So we can't.
Yeah.
Our parents weren't wrong. They may have been old-fashioned. They may have been extra, but they weren't wrong. Because had I had more stuff prepared, I would have been better off.
I think there's a lot of insight, and I think you completely right. And I want to encourage people, without getting in grown folk business, I want to encourage people, trust your gut, trust your intuition, and here's why. Sometimes, I mean, if you see the signs, you just see the signs. I give a perfect example. The reason that I met many of y'all is through the gardening community. The gardening community on this platform we on right now blew up in 2020. Guess what happened a year before that? Whatever entity brought whatever entity we own, decided all of a sudden. But it's almost like, I put it like this. I'm just going to put it out here, make it plain. Look here. If a year before you didn't have all the parameters you had to meet to become a content creator or a monetized content creator, but all of a sudden a year before, now you got to have 4,000 watch hours, and you got to have 2 million subscribe, the 2 million S words and all this stuff, almost as if somebody knew it was coming. Now, does that make me conspiratorial, or do that mean I got common sense enough to sit back and look and see, okay, well, that happened, and then this happened as a right after? Maybe somebody knew it was coming. So I don't think that people who talk like us, who feel like us, who share these thoughts and ideas should really question ourselves and sit around scratching our head wondering if we crazy when it's right out there in front of everybody. I forget where I saw these analytics, but I mean, doggone, man, it went up by literally several 100,000 new content creators in 1 year. Because it's almost like somebody knew everybody was going to be at the house. Am I crazy, or am I just observing?
No, exactly.
Observant.
And one thing that people need to understand is there will always be another situation. They think maybe this was the last, and it's never going to be a last. It's always going to be something.
And it may be more personal. It may not be global. Just that's why I wanted to start talking about finances. Because what if people don't plan for, I need to buy tires this winter time? People don't even plan for that. And then when it happens, it's like, where am I going to get the money to do that? I didn't used to plan for it. So I'm not judging. Now I plan for everything. And I plan for things that may not ever come up, but I don't want to be in a position where that thing does happen, and now I'm like, I'm begging for the bank to possibly lend me money to get it done, or a credit card, put it on a credit card that I'm going to have to worry about paying for, or anything like that. So, yeah.
Yep.
My budget, I plan for everything.
We have to.
It's better to have and not need than need and not have.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sister.
You're right. Like, we have to plan, because it's either you fail to plan or you plan to fail. There's a reason people have these sayings, because they mean something.
Yes,
exactly.
It does.
When I was young, I run up credit cards, not cash. You have to pay the bill. So if you can't buy it up front with your cash, then don't be running up the card either. But we all have to learn those hard lessons. It's tap and swipe, and then you're like, then you realize that the shoe that you bought, that you wore 2 times, you really don't enjoy it because you're paying for it for 3, 4, 5 months after the fact. You start to think, this is not really an enjoyable experience. The high of buying it was great, and walking out the store, that was great. But then, and it's like, we're still having that's real. Over and over again. Nothing's really changed. People been, they have bad credit. Oh, I don't care. My friend's dad was such, as African said, you can't get into grown folks' business, but you have to actually talk about it because it's so horrible.
You do, yeah.
There are some men who are just ignorant. They think they know everything, and the long and short is that he did something, he didn't pay the bill, and he basically went to his grave. He's not going to pay the bill, but they can put a lien on your house, and it becomes somebody else's problem, and that's what they did.
Yeah.
They went to go do something on the house or do refinance or something. And guess what? You can't, because they put a lien on your house. So if you're going to be so cocky and ignorant, make sure you know the rules so that the cockiness is beneficial. I'm not going to pay. Too bad for them, I'm not going to pay. And ignorant. And I'm like, and it's just like, and you're right. You can't tell a grown man nothing or a 2-year-old nothing. But somebody's paying for it. And it's not him. It's his children.
This is the good thing about these. Sister, these are a good thing about these conversations. For one, I'm almost certain that, and I'll take like what you saying, Gina and Tarsha. Tarsha, it's a whole lot of women who would probably sit back and watch you, and you probably gave them the courage to decide that they ready to go ahead and try to delve into that space. See, there you go. So that's one blessing. Urban, you just get mouthy. You just go for it when you get to talking. I love it. You gonna say what you gonna say, and for Gina. Putting out the reason I say this, especially Gina, I'm glad you feel like you want to start speaking on finances. Let's talk about another truth. Now, maybe y'all may have been more blessed than a whole bunch of other folk were, and I don't want to say a messy family, but people will sit back. You want to know why my opinion is people go to YouTube to get help, financial advice, because they ain't got nobody in their family circle they can talk to and go to with real questions without getting judged, talked about, or talked about and then judged, whichever order you want to put them in. People shame. You got a lot of young folks and a lot of older folks who realize they need help and they want to make better decisions, but the people in their inner circle will talk about them so doggone. I'm telling you stuff I done heard out my own mouth. Well, if you in your whatever age you at, you ought to know better by now. Well, maybe people would never train. Maybe they didn't have anyone to teach them.
That's exactly it.
And the younger folks are like, well, I see how bad my aunt is talking about my cousin, or my uncle's talking about my other cousin, because they needed financial help or had questions or they made mistakes. Like, this is really helping people, and this is why so many people gravitate to these types of platforms, so they can just get some information from somebody who don't know them, and they'll give it a shot and see how it works, because people are mean, man. People always been mean, but people are mean.
And
it
that's
could be
true.
such a turnoff.
It can. It's true. And sometimes people won't come to you just because they think they're going to be judged. I couldn't tell you how many family members came to me after the fact, and I'm like, I've even had friends who came to me after the fact, and I'm like, I wish you would have said something. I could have helped you, not even had to deal with doing XYZ. And then when I tell them what they could have did, they're like, oh my God, I wish I would have talked to you. And I'm like, you don't have to feel like, I don't know why anybody in my circle would feel like I'm going to judge somebody, because that ain't about to happen. And usually if I don't know, I have one friend, I swear she seems like she knows somebody in every circle. She's been through so many things in life, I guess. So if I don't know somebody or something that I can answer for you, I usually could call her and say, hey, you know somebody who does this, or you know somebody who somebody could talk to about that. And she usually can refer me to somebody. But it's like, talk to somebody. Don't suffer in silence. Suffering in silence sometimes is so unnecessary. I've been in doctor's office where I'm just chatting it up with the person next to me, and they might talk about something like that's going on with them or what they do for work. And I'm like, oh my God, I was just thinking about doing this. Do you know who I could talk to about XYZ? I found a connection just because I sat there and had a conversation with somebody for something that I needed, or vice versa. So it's like, don't be so, people are so private, and we're raised that way. Don't get me wrong, because my parents were like that. Like, you don't talk about
I know what
what's
you mean.
happening in this house outside of this house. But I tell people, I talk because I feel like when you're talking about things, sometimes you might be the blessing that somebody needed that was suffering in silence, but because you mentioned that thing, now they feel comfortable to have the conversation. And now you're able to help them not have to go through this, be under the pressure of whatever they were going through anymore. So sometimes you just have to, and I agree, that's why people, I think, come to YouTube, because they don't have to feel judged by the person that's behind the camera, when they would feel judged if it was the people that are supposed to love them and support them. So yeah, that's a bad thing.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible, but that's the reality. We don't
It's reality.
People. I have people I can trust. Thank God I've never had it, because I got older siblings, so it's not the same. But if I didn't have that, like, who would I really ask these things or figure out stuff with, or has a sounding board to figure out, okay, and I could ask my mom and dad stuff, but some things that were just new to them. They didn't know, this is all new and all different. They had no idea. And at one point she was like, my mom was like, I could never talk to my mom about this stuff, like women stuff. I could never go to my mom about this kind of stuff. I said, who do you want me to go to? The street? And then she thought about it. Exactly. A lot of parents are sending their kids to find out in the street. And then you're upset when the results not. No. You find out for your kids. Don't send them out to go seek that information somewhere else. And she said, you know what, you're right. I shouldn't be. I better figure it out and find out so I can tell you, from me and not from somebody else.
It might not be a comfortable conversation, but it's a conversation that needs to be had. All conversations aren't conversation. Yep.
Yeah.
And you gotta have
kudos on y'all.
And
I don't care also too. Like, I really don't care.
I'm like you, Urban. I don't care. I don't care about being
and also just my personality. I don't care. People have said that's a dumb question. I don't care.
Exactly.
Because if I get once I get the answer, I can move forward. Because my dad always
taught us. I love that about you.
People are gonna talk to your face. They're gonna talk behind your back. they're still going to talk behind you regardless. So why do you care? You ask the
Exactly.
question you need to ask. He goes, a squeaky wheel gets the oil. And if you're not going to squeak, you're not going to get no oil. And if you're not going to get no oil, you're not going to get ahead. There's people who are getting ahead. What are they doing differently? We'll figure what they're doing over there. And they're not all doing illegal stuff. They're doing legal stuff. So figure out what they're doing over there. So I really don't care. People insulted me. I'm like, and I'm just looking at them like, and I would have a clap back for them. But
no, I get it.
I'm calmer now, but I'll be like, yo, look at you, just look at you and your mama and your grandma, like whatever. But like people are rude, people are mean, people are insulting, people want to make you feel you're less than. Some people are racist, and they don't like recently what we're encountering is people at the banks and financial institutions, myself and my friends who are at a particular level, some are way ahead, but they're helping me move in these streets, are giving us information and slowing down the process on purpose because they don't like the fact that we have what we have and we're moving the way we're moving. And they don't like it. And my friend called it out, and the other friend's like, no, I don't think that. I don't think that. And I said, if she said it, she's right, because she's got a good read on people. Everything's been delayed for us. Everything requires extra research for us. She's not helping us. So when we told the colleague, oh no, she's my best person. She don't like Black people. I had to just say it out loud. And she don't like Black people.
It happens.
Watch how she moves. Then I said, we know people who are not Black. So we said, yo, go in there and deal with her and tell us how she runs these same numbers and this same scenario with you. And they came back. Because people who are not racist have no problem going and testing the waters for us. Like, I don't know how in this day and age people are still moving like that, but they are. And it became very obvious. So do you go there and have a scene? No, you just keep quiet and you don't refer
but
people.
Those people have ancestors. So we say we don't know how people are still moving like that, but they have elders who were and are teaching. So we are, no matter how much we try not to be a part of our upbringing, we always have some of that in us. It's just going to be part of us because that's what we came up in. And that's why it's continuing. What I thought is it was thinning out, but what we have learned in these last 4 or 5 years, not so much, because it was like a magnifying glass to like, y'all better keep your eyes open because this is a big, like, this is big. People out here big racist.
So we're getting to a place. Like, I think even a lot of Americans, especially in the South, have businesses. They're well-to-do. They're established. They have wealth. They have, these are not, country bumpkins. These people got, have something. And now we're encountering people who are like, almost as if you don't know your place. You don't belong, like that kind of, higher level of racial discrimination. And you're thinking, what? Like, I'm being polite, I'm being friendly, I'm dressed properly. I'm not walking around thinking that everyone's racist. Like, I'm keeping open mind. Like, you're not living, and then you're like, and it's, So things are being slowed down and halted. And some of the people were like, oh, no. And now they realize, yes. Because you have too much. You should be satisfied with what you have and stop striving. That's the messaging that's being said without being said. Know your place. You have enough. Why do you have to keep getting more? Why blah? And then it's like, but you can't just go and blast people, because this is the level that we're at. What's blasting her going to do? Give you a bad name, make you look unprofessional, and she's still going to have her job, and she's still going to have the power to manipulate other people to make you lose deals. So you have to move.
These days, it actually don't work out that way for them though. These days, you expose them, especially on these platforms, they losing jobs.
Some
companies don't want.
Depending on the circumstances.
Maybe a smaller place, it wouldn't happen. But if you got a big brand name, you ain't gonna let nobody mess up that brand name. I don't care how big or small you are.
That's overt things. Some people move very covertly, and it's very hard to prove and pinpoint. And those are the most dangerous ones. And those are the ones I'm dealing with now. They're dangerous.
Yes.
Because it's not overt, and you know what you're seeing and feeling, but you can't prove it. And they don't word
Yes.
things in emails rudely. They don't speak in public because they know it could be recorded. You can't catch them
Yep.
doing. It's very crafty, very
Yes.
crafty.
I
And if
know
you
what
don't
you're
know how to
talking about.
move, if you don't know how to move, nice. I call it nice nasty. Very
Yes.
nice and professional. They'll let you have a coffee. They'll let you whatever, but they're nasty, and they'll screw
Mhm.
you over. So you have to be
Mhm.
very careful. And a lot of us are dealing with that. It's like, okay, how do we move now? Because nothing much has changed.
Mhm.
The clothing's changed, technology's changed, but some of the behavior hasn't really
Mhm.
changed. And a lot of people are
Yeah.
getting I think a lot of people, back to, people not wanting to talk to their family and make moves and do certain things. A lot of people are also just frustrated because the amount of effort that they're putting into stuff to get ahead and the amount of growth they're getting is not the same. Like, they're working hard. They're trying to get
Yes.
ahead legally, do things, and then nothing's happening because they're being
Yes.
blocked, and they don't know how to communicate
Yeah.
that. They don't know how to express that,
Yeah.
but they're being blocked. And they're just,
Yes.
they can't handle it. And they want you to quit because,
Yes.
okay, the oppression is a lot, but our parents didn't train us on how to deal with this modern day oppression. They didn't know about it. They were dealing with the older overt stuff. The covert stuff
Yeah.
is very difficult to navigate. Very difficult.
Yes.
But back to bigger and better things. Let's talk about a downer. But I'm just glad we had this topic, this conversation, and just do your best to get prepared, guys, because I don't think anybody wants to see anybody else suffering and not doing well. Like, we have time. The stores do have supplies. Get what you need.
And
Get
don't
what
feel
you
like you
need.
got to go get it all today.
No.
Do it in increments.
Increments, yeah.
Make you a list. Let's start with what's most important, something that may not stay on the shelf. Start there and start stocking that thing. And then just check things off that list. Maybe every pay period you check something off the list. You go take $20, $25 and get a couple of things. Don't try to go and get everything at one time. Because I know sometimes I could be that way. Sometimes I could be impulsive, like, oh, I need to be prepared. I need to get all these things. And I had to learn, I don't have to go get it right now.
No.
I can just make sure when I go out, I pick up a couple of things. So that's how I do it.
Yeah. Do that, because it's just, don't leave it to chance. Don't leave it to later. And because when you want the stuff, it may not be it'll be rations, or they'll have a limit. You can only buy 2 at a time or whatever. Just start going now and buying what you need. And I think,
hey, Urban. Do you have time for one more quick question? I ain't trying to keep dragging you out, but I'm really loving this. I just one more question is because I don't never get to especially see Tarsha or Gina like this. I mean, get to talk and ask questions. First off, I want to say I take each and every one of you ladies, all 3 of y'all, seriously because of your demeanor, the way that you present yourself, the way you speak in your conversation. I take y'all seriously. Do you think that some of the people, all I can say, I guess, is the way that you all present the information that you present. As far as preparedness goes, and I'm talking about all of it, from 2A to prepping, the homestead, and the garden, to all of that, the individuals that exist within the community that tend to be a little bit more hair on fire, like all the time, I personally, I'm starting to see that's more of a detriment, because they do have usually larger followings. They do get a lot of buzz, and they attract a lot of people. But I kind of tend to take people, ladies like y'allself, most seriously, because it's so practical and it's so real. And when it really hit me, when I forget which one of y'all just said, a little bit at a time. It might have been you, Gina. But just you get a little bit at a time. You do what you can. You try to get prepared for not just this one big ball of chaos. You just kind of weather events, like just little day-to-day stuff that you might find yourself in a position. Like Tarsha said, man, I mean, you if you got a child somewhere, you want to be able to get to them. You realize you need this, you need that, and being out in the country, because I know that life, being 15 miles from town, being 20 miles from town. You don't go to the grocery store every day. Hell, you got a pantry, 2 or 3 pantries. That is your grocery store. Mm-hmm. So I understand living like that, but these people in the community, I'm starting to think that they are some of the reasoning why people like, I don't give a damn anybody can call me crazy. That's their right. They can feel however they want to feel about me. But I think it's starting to create an atmosphere where people see these hair on fire people and they like, well, you know, I'm everything's fine. No need. I just want to know how y'all feel about that.
I see it. I definitely see it. I think it's unhealthy. But people have to be aware, like this platform for many people is a business. This is where they get their money, their extra not their main income, but it's as an income.
Facts.
And the frenzy of it all keeps people coming and tapping in and watching and watching the replays and then I've always again back to my parents. They basically they weren't into TV and they always said to me, "You watching them, but who's watching you?" Basically, you're making them rich by watching these programs and these TVs and tuning in. But are they making money in your pocket? The answer was obviously no. They don't even know who I am. Same thing with this now. You watching them, who's watching you? This is a business for them. The whole frenzy and getting people excitable and in fear and just nervous keeps them tuning into you. And half the time, there must be promoting some kind of product, right? Because it's never for free. It's never just, you know, they're not, you know, Jesus feeding the people with fish and bread. They're selling something, selling merchandise. They're selling their affiliate links. Nothing's wrong with that, but you have your two eyes well open, number one. Number two is no one's ever fully prepared. And if that's a true statement, how do you have time to be on these platforms all the time, sounding these trumpets and making all this noise and fire in the sky and the sky is falling? How do you have time? I work. I have hobbies, I have interests, I have family, I have friends, and I'm trying to get prepared. That's why you're not getting all the content because it's kind of in a standstill in the queue because I'm trying to get stuff done. So if you have all this time on these platforms, what are you getting done? Can't be very much. I'm just so pessimistic that I'm like, yeah. And then after time, I'm like, people talk too much. Like some of the big people, I'm just like, yo, shut up.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't have time to waste. No offense, anybody. I don't have time to waste. Time, 8 hours, 10 hours in the day goes by quickly. And I can imagine to you who have livestock and this and that and up. And I know how it is in these countries. They move slower. You can't get as much done because people just move slow. And it's like the time just goes
way
by.
slower.
I don't have time to be listening to you and you and you and I have to watch people's car. I don't got time. So if you're not helping me grow and benefit in some way, shape, or form in a condensed version, mind you, I don't have time for you as much. Maybe I'll still watch you, but yeah. And all this frenzy, the sky's been falling, as I said, from 40 years ago when my parents and my grand were telling me about the sky's falling. It's been falling. I'm still here. So, go ahead, Tarsha.
I think some of them are beneficial, but you have to go in and take out what's, good for you. You don't go spend your whole entire week or months focused on one particular big channel that's putting out all this information. Just grab bits and pieces and apply it to your life and let it be. Because everybody have a little bit of
that makes sense
information. But you just can't focus on one. You just take what you need and go.
But my issue is how they dispense this information. There are some people who I watch and they make a video about like, I don't know, something. And they make it.
I was going to say, don't get no example. That might lead to people to who it is.
I know. But they do a video on, I don't know, on how to use my cell phone. So you don't know how to use your cell phone. You go and you Google, how do I use this new phone? And you find a video about how to use your cell phone and all the features it has in a condensed version. I find some of these genres don't have condensed versions because they want to suck your time. They suck your time. If I can't get, yes, they have good information. I agree with you. But the time it's taking me to get the information from you is taking my. I was watching myself this week. I want this live, that live, that live, that live, that live, every live. And there's some lives I'm on 3 lives at the same time, have 3 windows open. Am I listening to 3 people at the same time? 3 people at the same time? I'm not. And we all do it. I see some of y'all in the same 3 lives, and I'm in the same 3 lives. And we're all saying hi to each other, and we can't be listening because we all in the same 3 and 4 and 5 lives. Then we leave the live and buck up again in the next 5 lives, because I've been bucking up with you guys for 2 weeks. I buck up with Hugh there, and some of y'all in my chat, and then 5 other lives too. I know how this thing works. So the time it's taking me to get the information, if I'm only watching one, it's taking too much of my time, is what I'm saying. So if we are trying to help the people, then we also need to create short little, like Tarsha did a video. I'll call out Tarsha's name. And she talked about the Glocks and what she recommends as a new 2A person, whatever. I'm looking to learn something. I didn't have to spend 3 hours with Tarsha to get that information. She made a video, the 3 ones. She talked about the magazines, the extended magazines.
Yes.
I can give you, I'm telling you.
Loaded it.
Load it. Safety slider.
That's what I'm saying.
Check the chamber. That was a 10 or 15. I don't even know how long. And I'm telling you what I learned from that video. And I don't own or ever held the gun in my hand. She talked about the 15 the 15 magazine, the 12, the expanded, why she likes the 3. Everyone has information, but the way they're presenting it,
I was going to say that.
They want you stuck on their video for 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yes. And what Tarsha didn't do is she didn't say, y'all better get out there and get these because y'all need to be out here protecting. She wasn't hyped about it.
Hey, that part.
And this is how it works. This is why I think these are good. This is what I like about them. And this is why I think this one is better or this one is not. And you still, make your own judgment as to that. These are all good. But this is why this one might be my favorite.
You have to try them because your hand is a different size than my hand, and you may not like the feel of it. But these are that's what I'm saying. We all, myself, like this is not a live to give information. We're just talking. But if I want to give you information,
but information is coming from it.
I have to do a condensed video of what I'm recommending and why, and so you guys can get it and go back to it. And it's like 5 or 10 minutes because I understand that attention span. We don't have a long attention span, and these people talking, and they're going off. Then when you go back to the video, there's no subject, so you don't even know. Okay, this is a video that they talked about the water filtration, like even my video. So when you go back to this video, it was about water, so that you don't have to go through all my videos to figure out which one was it again. So then you can't even go back and get what you're looking for. So I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying. There's they want to suck you in and they keep you reeled in. And every day you're tuning in, every day you're this and that. And then before you realize it's like I spent 15 hours of my life on all these different lives. I don't have things to do. I don't have a house to clean. I don't got chickens to go shopping for. I don't have to go. Hello? I got things to do. I need to stop this foolishness. So that's why it's a business. It's the same as going to church. I go to church so I can speak on church, and it's a business. And they go up there, they have their mic, and nobody talks normally. They always, and they're breathing in the mic. Oh, and the Lord told me. I've been in church all my life, so I can mock the church. So if you have a problem with me, I've been in church all my life, so I can mock the church. Everyone's wiping the brow. Oh, and the Lord told. You can't just say the Lord told me, like I can speak English. I'm not deaf. Because you don't have to.
You're going to move people with the extras.
And they're fanning. No, they're fanning. Oh, and where's my rag? And they have the rag. And they're dabbing. And they're dabbing. And they haven't got to the point yet. And I'm in church for 3 hours. And I'm hungry. I'm getting grudge. And you haven't told me nothing. We got to the offering. Oh, we need the offering. And the Lord told me you can give me $10,000. And we're not going to leave here until we get to $10,000. I'll give you 10,000 rupees. Can you get to the point, please? Can you tell me?
To me, exactly. To me, this is like what we were talking about earlier, where Micro said that his wife drives this particular vehicle for what work she does. And I said, for me, I don't need somebody to have that. But this is the same thing for the people who gravitate, those large followings that gravitate to those people that can be a little animated. They want that entertainment. For me, I want somebody like Urban said, can you just tell me what I'm looking for, what I searched in the search box? I need you to condense that, because if you talk about it too long, now I'm like, you know what, next, because you're getting too much. Don't get too in the weeds. Keep it simple and concise to what I'm looking for.
Like if the sky's been falling for 40 years, and I've been hearing that for 40 years, do you think I'm going to keep listening? I've been hearing it. The sky didn't fall yet, so now I'm going to stop listening because it hasn't happened. So stop saying the sky's falling. Just say, be prepared. Just say, it's good to have something for a rainy day. Talk about maybe the hurricanes or things that are happening that actually happen that could affect. Don't be, the sky is falling. The sky hasn't fallen. So that's why it's
and you know what, sis, that's
anymore.
That's kind of why I asked that question, is because I hear all three perspectives. I agree. And Torsha, I don't want you to think. I got a few big channels I follow. I mean, no disrespect. I always try to come in love. I ain't dissing on nobody. My thing is, I usually don't have a lot of fears, but the stuff that we talk about, the way that we live, especially people who take farming or homesteading or just prepping seriously, my only fear is for people to be so overwhelmed that they get turned off, and then when it is actually something, it's almost like crying wolf. You know what I'm saying? Because like she just said, you got 40 years, but in those 40 years, we done had 2020, couple buildings done blew up, whole bunch of folks so things are actually happening. It's just not one big event. Right. And when people get to a point where they don't think nothing gonna happen, people can do what they want to do with their life. But when they just feel like nothing is going to ever happen to me, that scares me, especially if you somebody in my life, especially if you somebody I rock with, I love. I need you to have your head on the swivel. I need you to see the potential for both the good in the world, but you also need to have some recognition for the bad and the things that can happen and transpire that could be detrimental to both of us, because I need you on my team. I need you to be as ready as I am. And Gina said it perfectly about when Urban was saying the church example. Sometimes people really just do want entertainment, and it scares me a little bit, because if you want entertainment, go watch WWF. But when it comes to this stuff right here, man, I need you to be able to pick up that thing and rock with it, put them rounds down range. I need you to be able to drop some tablets in that water and go check it, you know what I'm saying, 2-3 times a week. I need you to do some real stuff. I mean, you know, I need you to be comfortable with cutting the neck off of an animal. Oh, I'm sorry, Urban. Processing. What you call dispatching? That's your word. Dispatch.
Yeah, or as long as you don't say the K word, because people get upset. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you're eating.
Right, but I need you to go out there and get that goat. What's up, GT? I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead. What's up, bro?
My issue is
What's good, y'all?
I find these preppers, not all of them, so don't say I said when I didn't say, but some people want to be like the savior complex. They're not empowering you to be independent. Like even some preachers, they have this complex and they want you tied to them and always coming to them. And I don't like that, because it's like, you're not my savior. You're a person just like me who is sharing information, and you don't know it all. You can't help me in my time of need, but they want you to keep coming to them and be drawn to them. And this is any platform, everybody. And what are they doing for me? Nothing. So I need to worry about me and handle my business, because you're giving me information, but you're doing it in a way that's making me tied to you. And I'm always coming to you. And it's like an addiction, almost like a prepping addiction. Oh, I gotta go. Yeah. They're talking now. Oh, and they drop whatever they're doing to go to this church because they're having a convention, a 12-day, convention revival meeting. And for 12 days, everyone's there every single night. You can't tell me you don't have responsibilities in your house and that you can afford 12 nights out at a convention to hear these revival meetings. And when I talk to my family, they're like, "You are awful. You are horrible. How dare you know?" That's what I said to my family. You can't pray to God at your own house. I have to drive over here. I'm glad the pandemic happened because church on Zoom was the best thing in life for me. Because I shouldn't have to drive over here. I mean, if I drive an hour there and then go down to have prayer meeting, and then it has to be a 5-hour prayer meeting. And if you dare leave early and put your finger up for leave early, a problem. Them give you 2 eyes. How dare you leave the prayer meeting early? You're
Hey, she
my
excited,
life.
y'all. She said best team. She said best team. You know, when she starts saying team,
the church
getting
walk when you put
excited.
your finger up and you tiptoe out the church. We all see that. Maybe it's only
Yes.
Jamaican when they tiptoe
Oh yeah.
out the church.
No, everywhere.
And then Africans, mama had to have a whole gallon jug of water because you know you ain't leaving the church early. So she had to come with a big old 4-liter jug of water with ice because it's gonna be an all-day prayer meeting and an all-day fasting. And then let me tell you something. This is why the church people don't like me. I don't care how many services you go to, it's how you live your life. And all that loud talking and loud preaching and saying hallelujah 12 times in a row to conjure up some kind of Holy Ghost spirit inside of you is not going to help you. How do you live your life? Are you kind? Are you helpful? Do you pull over when somebody needs help on the side of the road? No, you don't, because you're going to prayer meeting. For the 12-hour prayer chain that's happening for 12-9. When somebody needs food, are you giving them food? No, because you're too busy going to these this meeting. And then I said to the church, you take up an offering, not an offering for the church, but you take up there's always a special need, the special needs offering plate. Listen, let me tell you, I said I've never asked the church for a red cent.
Right.
Not a 1 cent in all of my life. And when they did give us something, it was for like a funeral or just for the kindness of their heart. But I've never asked no one to pay my bill, my cell phone bill, my winter tire, nothing. Why every week there's a special need that I have to donate to? I can't have my own money for my own self. And it's always this guilt trip. And the same thing I'm talking about in the church happens in the prepping community in a different form, but it's the same thing. There's guilt to go buy this. Oh, I need this. I need that. And if I don't have that, I'm not a real prepper or I'm not a real this. And they suck up your time in all these meetings and the meetings. I grew up in church. I ain't going to no more meetings. If you can't finish in 2 hours, an hour and a half, me have my own license. Me have to drive and go make my dinner. Because I'm not sitting here for 5, 10, 12 hours. I'm not doing it. And half the people in the church are just there for decoration. Because they don't know how to pray, they don't know how to live right, and them I live double life. Right. So if those of you who go to church, I go to church, I believe, I'm a follower. But there's a business of church. There's the business of church, which I do not like. And there's a business to prepping that I also do not like. Yeah. And if you're going to keep following people, you're always going to be following people. You're going to be following the church people. You're going to be following the deacon. You're going to be following the prepper. You're going to be following cooking channels. You're going to be follow. Stop following and start doing something. I have no time. Half the time I'm watching you guys' videos and I'm playing them, but I have to be working. I don't have time to just sit. Like right now I'm sitting because I'm doing my own live. But after that, you got to get your own stuff done. And I expect you all to get your own stuff done. Don't be sitting on these live and Instagram live and TikTok. You don't have nothing to do. Maybe you should get a hobby because you're spending too much time on these lives. So I said to myself, I'm going to go on a fasting and prayer off of these live. And if they're not done in a certain window, you're not going to see me. After a certain time at night, you're not seeing me. I'm not waking up anymore in the night. And let me see who's live. You're on your phone. Let me see who's live. Go to sleep. Get some rest so you can be productive the next day. It's an addiction.
No, don't do that now.
Not anybody, but
no, come over here.
You be live at a decent. You be live at a decent hour for the States, African.
Yeah,
when you be live, it be a decent hour for us. It might not be decent for you.
Thank you.
This is what I find that I'm doing. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm talking to myself. So if you're getting offended, then obviously the shoe fits. So don't be giving me no sign. I'm stopping what I'm doing. Oh, I gotta go. African is live. Oh my God. I mean, I sit there and I'm thinking, hold on. I don't have time for this. So I take the phone and I go watch African, not necessarily you African, but just in general. and I have to go do something.
I know, it's
can't
all
be
good, fam. Go for it.
sitting there like, hold on. Oh my God, Torsha's live. And Torsha's live for like 5 hours too. Do I have 5 hours? No. So I put on Torsha and I put the volume on loud and I go check my plants and I'm doing something. Oh my God, Gina's live. Oh my God, GT is live now. He's going for a walk. Okay, let me go watch him go for the walk. How many hours a day is that? That's like 5, 10 hours. That's 20 hours.
We need to be out there walking.
And I love all you guys and I watch all you guys, but we each have to have boundaries because it's like we each got to get stuff done. And these preppers are fire in the sky, fire, the blah, 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 blah. Nah, man, get yourself together and get your stuff done. And don't be spending every waking hour on these platforms. It's not healthy. I was like, what did I do today? This live, that live, that live, another live. Then I have 2 other lives I joined new to. Then I was on another live. I think I saw Torsha about 10 times yesterday. About 10 times. Torsha and I kept bucking up. And she knows she's laughing because we buck up on this side, then I buck up with GT on this. And me and GT are on the same 2 lives at the same time. He in a gardening live and a 2-way live. And I'm in the same 2 live. Then I see David Corey with the crop in the same 2, 1 gardening and in a 1 2-way. And then David's monitoring in the third chat.
Right. Yeah. But sometimes I'll be outside. If it's in the morning time, I'll be in the garden listening. I'll take my glove off and then I'll type a little comment.
Yeah,
and
that's
then doing what I'm doing.
So anything you're doing and we're watching, do not let it stop you from getting stuff done. And I have to make sure that, okay, whatever I'm watching, yep, I'm in the live. I'll say to them, okay, guys, I'm on the phone, but I can't type because we gotta keep it moving. Gina's in the car getting her errands done. She's not sitting at home just sitting down watching. You gotta keep it
I've been
moving.
sitting in the parking lot for a minute.
Yeah, but it's like we gotta make sure that it's not stopping us from getting stuff done. And it was stopping me, and I have to stop that because I'm in a cold climate. So I don't have Alabama and Georgia weather where I can just gardening soon gonna finish.
I'm with you, girl.
These chickens gotta be in place before a certain time. Snow is coming. I gotta get stuff because winter is coming for me, and I can't play around. Some of y'all winters is like summer to me. It's not the same over here. I gotta make sure that things are, and I'm on these lives. I watch my week. If you watch me this week, I've been on about 20 lives a day. Live here, live there, me over there, me in the 2-way. Then me now join the homesteading community. Now me I watch people can. I'm canning over here, and I'm like, what did I do? I haven't canned a damn thing. I'm watching you can, but I haven't canned a damn thing. That don't make no sense. I need to go can my own stuff. So it's either I'm canning while I'm watching you. I see Gina can up all this stuff, and I don't have nothing can. She have and hands that have pasta sauce can. Where's my canning stuff? I have the book right here. See the book? I have the book right here. The canning book. Didn't can.
Yeah, you're laughing.
You know what I'm saying?
It's addictive.
Of course, laugh because you have the shoe fits. But everyone wants to be
very addictive. Social media.
You're offensive.
It's very addictive.
Nobody here's paying my bills. None of y'all cleaning my house. If you were, then so fine. True. I watch your lives day after day. Ain't nobody here vacuuming. Ain't nobody. So, so we need to kind of, David. Okay, I don't happen, but it's too much right now. I'm like it's too much. Yes, we want to build our channels. Yes, we want to get, but it's too much. It's too much.
We love you, Urban. You keep it 100.
When you talk about these big channels and these people fire in the sky, it's all a gimmick. It's all a gimmick. It's all a gimmick. They want to get an emotional reaction from you, an emotional response, then they suck you in, and before you know it, you're
right, because the other day I realized I'm not reading my Bible enough. I not do a lot of stuff because I'm on these live, I'm on these, you're right. I'm guilty of it.
But always get prepared and stay prepared. Don't let one particular channel determine if you're going to survive or not. Just do what you need to do for yourself and your family.
Correct. And don't be watching these channels. For instance, today I said, okay, we're talking about water. And then Thursday it was Starduster. I'm not going to let the week go by without getting some of the things that they suggested that I can afford. Why am I sitting down watching her suggest things and then I still don't have the thing a month from now? So I'm making sure that if I'm going to sit there and listen and learn, I'm going to make sure I have some of those things so that the next time now I can go to the next level. So water purification tablets are on the Amazon cart. I'm going to click that and I'm going to get this what's it called? The Silcock. That's only $8, so I can get that. And then that's going to add to my survival box and do something about it. If I'm going to watch GT walking, then I better go and start walking up and down at least the stairs while he's walking and we both walking. And I'm not just sitting there watching him walk and I'm still getting fat and not healthy. That don't make no sense. Like, inspire me, but I need to do something about it. I'm watching GT walking and I know full well I have blood pressure issues. I'm supposed to be walking myself. What is the point of me watching him walking when I'm supposed to be walking? That don't make no sense. Oh, great job, GT. You walked, you burned 50 calories. And I just ate a bag of Doritos. I ate a bag of Doritos. Sitting here. I'm gonna drink one box. You drink one box of juice. That's what I just did just now. Oh, great job, GT.
Into the chat, guys.
No problem, Gina.
Bye, Gina.
All right.
Bye, Gina.
Bye, Gina.
Bye, Gina.
Bye.
That don't make no
Hey,
sense.
your breakfast is ready, okay? All right, then, man.
So I don't know what you guys think.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down too. GT, what's up, brother?
What's good with you, man?
I'm chilling, fam. Hey, Torsia, it was great to see you on be able to converse with you. Urban Garden Chronicles, sister, fam, keep doing what you're doing. Love it. Hey, Lashes, how you doing before I get out of here?
I'm doing
all
good,
right, take
bro.
care. I forget.
I love your knowledge. I love your knowledge.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
he's
right,
very
Thank you.
excited.
Hey,
He's
y'all
very
take care.
excited.
All
So
right,
am I talking foolishness or am I talking the truth?
You're talking the truth.
The truth.
There's a lot of truth in what you're saying.
We're addicted to this prepping thing and we're not doing. I don't have a two-way thing here. And when I saw Tarsha, she was the most recent person I saw, a female who was doing this thing. And I said, you know what? Enough watching, enough, just watching. Am I gonna do something about it? Let me start doing something about it. Yeah, I'm watching her, but she's inspired me to do something about it. If I'm just watching this to watch and I'm just watching, something's not right with me. I'm not blaming the content creator. I'm saying it's just an addiction that I'm just watching this stuff. It needs to be doing something to improve my life, especially when I rather just watch TV than I'm also just watch Netflix if I'm not going to do anything with my life in terms of improving. So I'm walking now because I said, you know what? GT is walking and I know I'm supposed to be walking and I should be not watching somebody walk. I'm supposed to be walking. Tarsha have her security and safety in place.
Cool. All right.
Let me go do something about it. Lashes is doing real estate and dropping some knowledge. What am I doing about it? That's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking any creators. I'm not, as you said, yes, but we also need to be conscious of what we're presenting. If GT, I've watched GT's channel and I'm calling you because you're in front of me, so you can't say that behind your back. He does hydroponics. I want to learn how. So I watched the video. His videos are not 5 hours long. He shows you a thing and he showed us how to plant a plant cutting. You had done a thing, you scrape the thing, you put the powder on, you put it in the cup, and you had a peekaboo cup and you did something. And I learned from him how to do I think it was elderberry he was doing. I didn't have to go and spend 4 hours to figure. He did a video and he showed me how to do it. That's all I'm saying. Don't have me on the video for 5-6 hours and I'm just too much. So we who are content creators, lives are different than content. Lives are just talking and chatting and whatever. But create videos that people can find easily and are going to help them, and you're not holding them hostage to have to go and get that information from a live from you because you want to get the numbers and you want to get whatever. That's not fair. That's not fair.
Like I watch I watch some people for entertainment, and it's mainly because I'm at work. So I'm trying to find that balance between work and actual a social life, basically.
Mhm.
Because I work a lot. So I watch Tarsha because there's a lot of interest in her topics that she discussed. So I'm there and I'm learning from other people that are on the panel. So yeah, but with the big channels, I noticed that it was more of getting you to buy certain things that basically it wasn't necessary. I and a lot of those things I wasn't gonna spend my money on it. Now that I'm in a home, I'm definitely not gonna spend my money on it because I have a different type of responsibility. I had disposable income when I was living in the little duplex, and now I'm in a home, so there's a lot of stuff that's involved with that. So yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's I even though I haven't been on this platform long, I'm new, but I'm not that new. Like I know how this stuff works. As I said, church is a business, so it's the same thing. They're selling something. They want off. There's all this stuff to getting information. If you go to a convention about, let's say, even I went to a real estate seminar, and you had to go, and when you got there, at the end they were selling this thing. So if you want to get the real information and the real training, you got to sign up for this program that costs so much thousands of dollars to get the real estate information. The seminar was just a general, to reel you in. And then if you wanted to get rich with real estate, you had to pay $3,000 to join this program. This is so, this is what's going on. Not just because you watch it on YouTube doesn't mean it's any different, or you watch it on even Instagram. It's not any different. They're selling you something. It's a merchandising business. And if they're not selling it to you, they have commercials that are playing that are,
Yep, it's their
I build
marketing
cars. What are you going to
strategy.
start building cars? All I want to know is how to change my own oil and stuff like that. I don't want to build no car.
And then if you notice too, as soon as us YouTube our content creator get get some numbers, we start selling a lot of stuff, which that is good. But there's a lot of us don't come around no more that used to, and
if you're
stuff
gonna
like
sell
that.
something, it's something that you actually use first and foremost.
Exactly.
And I don't think that's the case, because let's just say, I don't know, I use a certain skincare product. There's no way that I'm using 10 different skincare products. Most likely I have one that I'm using. So why am I selling you 10 different skincare products? There's some things that you can buy a variety of, but there's some things that you don't. And you're not telling me the truth if you're selling me 10 skincare products. You only have one face. You're not creaming your face 10 different times a day. You're creaming it once. So in the morning in your bathroom, what are you using? Now, if Tarsha recommends more than one firearm, that would make sense, because she doesn't own just one firearm. She owns multiple I keep picking on you, but she owns multiple ones because each has a different purpose and a different function. And if you're a hunter versus, you want a single shot, like there's information, but that's more realistic if she recommends multiple ones, and there's different type of ammo. But when some people are just selling, like you got to catch it faster. First they're selling this, then they're selling that, then they changed their mind, and now they're no longer selling that on Monday. They're selling something different on Thursday. So now I have to buy the Thursday product. Oh, change my mind again. I don't. That's no good. We're gonna do something else. I spent $10,000 and you've changed your mind 3 times.
I know.
So fool me once, fool me twice. I don't think so. Life is too
they start selling
expensive,
course.
and I've lived too much life to fall for that again. So nah. And if people, you're talking about me, I didn't call nobody's name. And if the shoe fits, then wear the shoe. If the glove don't fit, then I quit. It's quite simple. If the glove don't fit, then you will quit. If the shoe fits, wear the damn shoe. Because I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing for speaking the truth. And this is a problem, not the problem, but this is the reality of living an adult life. There's some things that you want to say, but you can't be talked freely because people get offended. If I want to say, Lashes, you're a damn liar. You don't have no, that what you told me is not true. You're lying and misleading the people. I can't tell Lashes that, because then Lashes will say, you know what? I'm going to stop watching you. I'm not going to support you and blah, blah, blah. So then we just keep quiet and talk vaguely, because I don't want Lashes to get mad at me, even though I'm telling you the truth, because people don't react properly to the truth. So we all just keep quiet and talk in circles instead of telling somebody the truth.
That's
But
one of the reasons why I couldn't do content, is because I got a whole house and I have to work on these things. So, it's easier for me to do a live because I don't have to spend, 30 minutes to an hour just to edit a video for a 10-minute video, when only, the 80 people that watch the video, they're only watching, 4 to 6 minutes of it, so it just seemed like it made more sense for me to just do a live real quick. And eventually I get to a point where I'm able to, dedicate a little bit more time to editing, but it takes a lot of work, in my opinion.
but your lives are usually on the content. I met you through, it was either Broke Farmer or Lioncrest or something, where you guys were doing like MIG kind of, but it was before the MIG. And then you were in the grow tent or in the garage and you were showing. And at least when I go back to it, you're showing me stuff. I don't have to listen to you talk about the trees. Then you talk about ackee and saltfish, and then frying dumpling, and then making jerk chicken. And then, okay, this is a hydroponic that I use. Then you go start talking about Hurricane Katrina. And then you talk about your Nikes and your Air Force Ones. And then you go back to a little bit of the hydroponic. Like, that's what, like, and I'm just like, yo. And then to go back and rewatch it, I can't find what I was looking for. But when you're on a topic and the whole live is on the topic, I can go back to it and watch you again. How you, like, you had one where you did the pump, how you did the pump to get the air stones and something. And I could go back and watch that to figure out. Then you drill the hole. Like, I watched the video because I want to do hydroponics. But if you're going around in circles, you're wasting my time, because you're only doing that because you want me to watch the video for 5 hours and get your watch time. Like, you just want your watch time. You're not really trying to teach me hydroponics, and I'm not stupid. I know what people are doing. They're going on for hours and days, and I'm thinking, how you must not be working, because if you had a job, a 9 to 5, you wouldn't be doing this so long and so frequently. You only see me up here once a week because I got work. I got a job, and I have to pay my bills. I may be on a live in the chat or pop up here, but then I kind of put the camera on because I have a job. So give me what I need so I can grow and learn what you're teaching me. If you want me to pay for a class or a what do you call it, Patreon or whatever, where you have, I'll pay for it. But don't be going around in circles. And then people want you to pay for join this special club and join my Patreon and join over here. I'm going to give you exclusive. Where's the exclusive? Have you got anything from any of these channels that you get exclusives?
I did from one channel, and I cut them all off. Once I moved into the house, and I had to look at my finances and do a fake budget, because I really didn't do a budget. I made the envelopes after I watched Gina's live.
Yes.
When I watched that, because I thought I was subscribed to her, but no, I wasn't. So I seen her community post, and so I subscribed to her, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I missed a whole bunch of videos. So I went through and I seen that she was talking about, finances and how to get economically savvy, for lack of a better word. And so I went home because I was at work, because I got 2 jobs. I got 3 jobs, but I work 2. I'm doing over 60 hours a week. Mm-hmm. And I made my envelopes. I walked in, kissed my wife. She asked me how my day. I told her about a little something. And then I said, do we got envelopes? Because I'm not organized. So I know I have envelopes in my my garage, because I have my workstation, all that stuff. And she told me that they're in the office or whatever. So I went to the office and I got my things, and I started making my yearly finances, and it just made me feel a little proud. But when I go to these lives, when I go to these channels, I also look for personality. Like when I go to Broke's live, I know that I'm gonna get who Broke is, you know, because he has this aura, this energy that he puts out, you know. So that's the reason why I go to these lives, because anybody can show me how to do a whole bunch of stuff, but it's just that I can connect to him, you know. And some people they give you the information, but they don't give it to you in a way that you can digest it as quickly, or you don't retain the information as quickly because they're not putting that little pizzazz on there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how I found Broke Farmer. I don't remember, but I like him because he's Broke Farmer. Basically, he's cheap. He's not spending a lot of money on all this stuff, and that's what I'm doing. I don't want to be spending a lot of money. And his lives are entertainment and good conversation. But all of his videos that I've watched, when I'm looking for something, I can find something. He did the raised bed. He amended his soil. There's like, you know, he talked about his trees and why he's having problems. Like his actual like videos and his shorts and stuff are giving you information. And I don't think he's asked for anything or sold anything. I think he did one I think the raised bed was a sponsorship where he was recommending a product. But these are regular, honest people. That's fine. But the big channels who have now gotten to a big $1 million subscribers and 2 million subscribers, and they're making money off of this platform. It's a business, guys. It's just a business. So, and you know, just, it's a business. Don't be fooled. And I can't be expected to be joining every channel or any channels, period. I have to join you on your YouTube special plan, then your Patreon plan, and then you have things that you sell on your website. And before I know it, I don't have no money because I'm joining here and I'm joining and I'm adding up. And I'm saying, I don't mind when I support someone and say, okay, I want to, you know, like me, buy me a coffee, you know, you go buy them a coffee or you donate to a special project. But like the monthly, as you said, GT, you have like a monthly, like you're on all these subscriptions and every month you're paying here because you joined all the channels. And I'm thinking, I can't afford that. I have to cancel a lot of stuff. Yeah, I can't afford that. I have to cancel it because I have to go build my own raised beds. I have to go buy my soil. There's stuff here I have to get done. And supporting doesn't have to just be me becoming a member. If I watch all your commercials, that should be good. If I watch your entire video, that should be a support. If I, you know, thumbs up, that's support. There's other ways to support and get them their monetization, their stuff. I can't always be subscribed to all of their extra perks and stuff. That's not, and no, they're not telling me I have to, but there's a bit of a pressure if you're not in their exclusive club. It's not, you know, it's a business. That's all I gotta say. And I'm not, you know, even as grown-ups, we provide a lot of peer pressure to be in a certain clique. And if you're not in the right clique, you know, you're an outcast. And we're still doing it even up to this day. And this platform is no different. Member, you know, same thing. If you're not a member of this exclusive perks, you don't get this, that, and the third. Like, it's not, I've never liked it. As you can see, I've never been part of the Girl Guides. I've never been part of any particular group. I don't like to follow people's foolery, and I have to do what you say to be a part of this clique. That's why I didn't join the military. Like, that's not me. I want to talk freely, and if you don't like it, then you don't like it. If you don't like me, you don't like me. I'm not gonna have to be following, you know, that's not me. I can't do it.
I love it, Urban.
Can't do it.
You know, it's just like when we are when you're a small content creator, everything, you know, everything on your page is free, everything. As soon as we get to a certain number, we put members only.
Members only. And I'm thinking, but I knew you when you had 200 people. What happened? No, them get big now. Them get big now. They must sell clothing now, and they must sell merchandise. They must sell and then one person, if the shoe fits, don't get upset. Some people, I know things cost money, but I am not paying $30 for a ceramic mug. That's gonna break because things break, things drop. If it's a stainless steel, you know, the ones, but people are selling a mug for $30 because it has your channel thing on it. I wouldn't pay $30 for a mug in the store. Like, I don't know what you guys are drinking, what the Kool-Aid is you're drinking, but I'll go buy some soil and some fertilizer with that money. I'm not buying your mug. And then they make you feel bad because you said, why is it so expensive? And then they block your comment because they didn't like what you just put in the chat because you're asking, why is the mug so expensive? So then delete the comment because whatever.
See, I haven't reached that. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. I
haven't reached the monetization aspect, so I don't know how the income rolls at that point. But I still want to sell merchandise. That's just, and I just haven't put my hand on what merchandise I want to sell. But I have a logo that I've worked on for 3 years, and I'm gonna get it patent, trademarks, whatever it's called, and that's gonna be my brand loyalty. So I probably will not be, having on everybody's shirts. People have their shirts and stuff, and I'm probably not going to be doing that because I'm self-promotion. Now, I promote your videos when I get to a certain level, but I'm not going to wear your shirts. I'm pretty sure I'm going to wear my own because that's my brand loyalty. That's where my commitment begins and ends. So that just, it's not being selfish. It's actually looking at the facts of, I'm trying to do me. And I can't do me and support you in that fashion because it doesn't. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
I just don't think people, again, if the shoe fits, don't come for me. Like everything costs money, and even when I go to concerts, I go out and about, and I've never bought. Like I love Sade. I went to her concert. She only performs like once every 10 years. I saw her twice. And but I didn't buy her t-shirts. I'm not paying $50 for a t-shirt that's gonna wash out and fade. I'll buy the album because I can play that for the rest of my life, and somebody else can play that. But I'm not gonna buy things like I'm a very frugal person, and maybe you'll say, "Oh, so you're cheap." But why am I paying $30 for something that I know is made in China? Like I understand the backstory, and it's I'm not gonna use it most likely. It's gonna end up in a garage sale. It's a t-shirt that's going to fade and wash out. Like what you're asking me to pay for this merchandise is not reasonable. And you can't tell me it's worth $30 because I know where they're made. This is part of what I do. I understand how this works. And I'm paying for your logo. So maybe just send me a sticker then, because I'm not paying $30 for that. I'd rather go and buy something that is going to benefit me, like say for a solar panel and a battery pack and put that money somewhere useful. I'm not walking around in somebody else's t-shirt. You'll never see me. I very rarely have logos. I don't care about Lacoste and Gucci. I'm not paying someone else's to wear somebody else's label and moniker on me. You'll see me in maybe a leopard print. I like animal prints, but never with a name or a logo. You'll never see me. I don't know what hat you're wearing, but you'll never see me with anything that has anybody's name on it. I'm like you. It have my name. Maybe it might have a Jamaica, the country, or a Canada, but not anybody's name brand. I'm not. And that goes for content creators as well. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not doing
like that. The only reason why I have this hat is because I got it from a vacation. It was $6 at Burlington's. That's the only reason why, and it's raining. So that's all. I don't have a team.
Yeah, I don't have a team, and maybe I have the Brazil. I love the Brazil soccer team, football. You may see me with that, and you may see me when they have a sport day at work. I may throw on a team, but it's the same jersey I wear every year for the last 10 years. I don't see the point. I just understand the politics of all this stuff. It's not worth it. Put the money into your own family. I'm not doing it. And I'll buy stuff from people, but make the price reasonable. And some of y'all just getting, I don't know, you get monetized and you just get your head just swell up. I've never spent $30 for one mug in my entire life. Like I want merch too, African and GT. I want merch, but not for that price point. That don't make no sense. If I want to sell you one mug, it better be at a more reasonable price. Then I have to pay shipping on top of the $30 and handling. I'll just go to the store and buy a mug myself and just put a marker with your name on it. GT. There you go. I'm supporting you, GT.
And you're right, because a lot of time, if we want to support, we'll super chat or we'll, so
let me support that way. But like business is business.
Members only. I don't like that. I remember I'm sorry, follow this girl, and she's a content creator, I think back in Jamaica, and she used to, when we all small content creator, it's fine, but then later I see she put members only. So this week is members week. I'm like, okay, I unsubscribe because I'm like, I'm not a member. But when I go there, I super chat and I support. So what are you saying? Members
And
only?
if you want to have members only, what are you really giving to the members? Like, what are you giving the members? Because the way how I'm moving and rolling now, are you a mortgage broker? Are you helping me get financing? Are you helping me find land? Are you what are you giving me for this members only? Because frankly, it probably ain't shit. So I'm not giving you my $4.99 or my $2.99. Excuse my French, but not really. Sorry, not sorry. What you giving me for that members fee? You ain't giving me nothing. I wasn't born yesterday. I've been in these streets for a minute, and you ain't giving me nothing that I can't get for free somewhere else. So take your $2.99 and go put it somewhere else. You're not getting my $2.99. That don't make no sense.
Now I will subscribe. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you cut me off because I'm just talking.
Now there was one channel, I'm not going to name their name, but they had conversations off of YouTube because we can't discuss everything on YouTube. And that was one of the reasons why I actually became a member, but I was so busy that I could never meet, get to these meetings or whatever, because there are topics that we just cannot talk about with, on YouTube. And there's certain things that we don't talk about with company, if you understand what I mean. Like, I don't discuss everything in, with people that are company. They're not actually, we haven't built that relationship where I know you. So there are certain things that I will not talk about. There are certain, So, but I had to drop them.
GT. Because I hear what you're saying. So you're on a chat talking to people. Do you trust any of those people to be having that offline conversation? Because for me, I probably won't trust any of those people. Because my offline people are people that I can see in person. I know where they live. I can go to their house. I know their children. I know where they work. So if you want that kind of trust from me, it's not going to happen with just an online platform. That's people I can actually tangibly go and see. And I do have a Zoom group. We have a Zoom group for that. They let me into the group, and there's no fee for that. The fee is do your best and grow and help somebody else. But there's no fee for that. Am I paying for your Zoom membership fee? Like, what am I paying for? And maybe I'm being rude. I'm not being rude, but I'm just saying, if you're giving me something that's going to help me, that's fine. But some of you are charging for stuff that is garbage. And if the shoe don't fit, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. But if something fits, don't come for me. Don't come for me.
See, how you gonna keep being good even after I done gone, and then I'm watching and listening. You didn't look here, man. First off, I love you because when you start going off, you be going off. That shit's so funny to me. But like for us, I'm trying to get. I don't know how much. I don't know if I have no mugs or nothing like that. But you hit the nail on the head when you said it's a. Oh, by the way, Simba Soccer Club is the best. I heard you say Brazil. You can have Brazil, whatever, baby. Simba over here. But yo, look, I mean, you said it. It's a business, and with content creation, because everybody's circumstance. Some people do this for fun. Some people do this like just to pass time. Some people don't care about monetization at all. We in another country trying to own and operate a business, and we just barely getting by. Like, so much of this stuff helps so much for people in our situation, because when we get not monetized, but we get in a position where we can have merch or something like that, it's kind of like, I'll equate it like this. I just want to toss in a different perspective. You know how you've mentioned before, like how, I forget what you did a live. It's been months ago, but you were saying how like you was talking about the chick from the bank earlier, and you were saying people who how y'all work together. It's kind of a small group or whatever. When you support, like, I get it. I don't have the bread to just break bread for a
a mug that expensive. If I had it and I really liked the person, I probably would. But this is kind of like how it goes in my perspective. I hope people do this for us. That's why I try to do it for others when we able to, is because I know it might be overpriced, but it's kind of like you putting money back into, I'm gonna say it for what it is. You helping the person. It's more about the person, I think, rather than the
item
product
itself.
itself. Yeah, exactly. The item
But
itself. Because the item
let's just
oh,
pause
go
there
ahead.
because you and I both know how this thing works. So I buy a sweatshirt or a mug with Let's Bug GT with GT Junior's name on it. And out of the $30 mug purchase, he's gonna get what, $3, $4?
Probably.
So there's no point in me buying the mug. If like how you have your buy me a coffee, I'd rather just go give you a coffee or
Exactly.
a Cash App or a PayPal.
And that is
or
that's
what I'm saying.
Because we
That's what I
all
was
know,
finna slide
well, not
into
we all,
next.
we all on
Yeah.
the panel know and are grown up to know how this thing works. Because
Yes.
ultimately, we're making the company that's making the merchandise rich. I'm not helping
Exactly.
GT with my purchase. I'm not.
I agree.
Thank you,
That was
sister.
that was gonna
So
be my next point. That was gonna be my next point, and I was gonna say, because we've had people help us. First off, the school shit, Microform. He was on earlier. Microformer was, and he the one who set that up, and it blew up. We have,
yeah,
we still got people who coming up to us like so amazing. This shit unreal. I ain't even want that on the cool. I ain't want that kind of attention because it's like people know, okay, these the ones that helped us do this and do that. So that was the thing with the school thing. But people who have helped us personally, like do I buy me a coffee or just send us a cash out for just me and April, man, that shit hit hard. And you right, sis. You know what? You really got a point. You really got a point because for some, you spend $40, $3 of it goes to the person. Now I still want merch because it's kind of like it's kind of cool. But you absolutely right. It's nothing like just sending that help directly to the person or supporting that person directly because it's like you said, it's a business. I'm still new to it. I don't know how it goes.
And I don't have a solution.
Yeah.
I'm just talking, but because it's not worth it for the purchaser to buy a $3 mug because I'm not going. Most likely, it's going to drop and break, or it's going to crack in the microwave, which has happened to me before, and that $3 is down the drain. Number one. Number two is you're not getting I like African, I like Tarsha, I like GT. You're not getting benefits from that purchase. You're getting a couple of dollars and cents. So that's not really giving you the impact that you want. But I'm giving you free advertising. Fine. The companies that we're going to for merch, we need more options. What's the solution? I don't know yet, but obviously we can figure out something. But affiliate links are better because if I'm going to purchase a firearm, let's say, and Tarsha has a coupon code, and she's going to, and I need the item anyways. I'm looking to buy one anyways, and she's going to get some kind of commission from it. Then I'm helping her, but I'm also getting something that I actually am going to use. And that's all I'm saying is, even though I'm chopping it up, let's promote things that people are going to probably buy anyways. And most people have affiliate links or products that people should have. I don't know who has a water coupon. I don't know who has a water purifier coupon, things like that, because this is what we need. I can buy a shirt here and there. Maybe I don't think I won't. I probably will buy a shirt, but I really shouldn't have to spend $25 on a shirt that some sweatshop and paid some child. Like when you know too much, you just can't be doing that. Some child got paid 10 cents and I'm paying $25, which is not really the issue. The issue is I'm not helping the content creator. I'm promoting child labor in other countries, and the product is not worth what it's being sold for. But yes, because I like you or I like the person, I may buy a mug, I may buy a shirt, I may do something. Now those $30 mugs shouldn't break. Oh, they break. And then you put them in the microwave. And
Didn't you do a video? Didn't you do a video of a mug breaking about?
No, that was
3
my
months
Instagram.
Ago?
I dropped my mug. Yeah, I dropped my mug.
You dropped your mug. I remember that.
I've had mugs at work that you heat it up, like your coffee gets cold, you go heat it up, and you pick up the handle and it just just took, because it makes the mug weaker. It disintegrates the mug. This is what
Yeah.
happened. So that $30 mug is lasted me for, whatever. But the point is, this is a business. And when you understand business, I bought things from people that I don't even want the item. Sometimes it's easier to say, here's the $30 and give a shirt to somebody else, because I don't want the shirt. I don't, like, they're selling me things that I don't need and I don't really want, which is part one of the problem.
I understand.
And I don't,
Yeah,
I know
respect.
it doesn't cost that much to make it. But because I like people, fine, here it is. That's why the kids' donation was so good, because people want to do something that actually went somewhere to help somebody in need to get ahead. Because everything that we do in North America, everybody else is making the money, but the people that you really want to get the money.
I understand.
That's why
the
the
point of
fundraiser was so good, because people like the $5, actually the whole $5 went somewhere. People put $10, $20, it went somewhere. It wasn't going to overhead costs, staffing fees, coffee breaks, rental space, and all the stuff that these things go to. It went right to the families and the school books and the supplies. Grassroots, helping somebody else.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. If you have a shirt, I'll buy your shirt. I'll buy your goat logo, whatever you're gonna do, or whatever you're gonna do, or
No.
if you sell dreadlock wax, then I'll buy that, because I can use. I got kinky hair. The wax with
Right.
or something that we can use. That's all I'm saying. We're all following everybody else. Just because GT has a sweatshirt and a hat and a sticker doesn't mean I have to follow that route. Maybe I want to sell.
That's true. That's true.
Cooking oil and I don't know, seasoning. Renaissance Grandma has seasonings. She's doing her own thing, and the community is supporting that. And Gina bought some and she's loving it, and Tabitha Brown bought some and they loving it. And she's like, we don't have to all sell T-shirts and hats and gloves. I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm trying
right.
to retire,
Like you
I'm trying to
said,
retire early. I'm trying to retire early. I'm not going to retire early by buying everybody's shirt. So let you
More
know right
options.
now,
You-
I'm
like
not
you
buying
said.
all your shirts.
Like my cousin in the lower 48, she does shirts and other attire. And if I did decide to do a shirt, sweaters or whatever, I'm gonna take the business to her first until I actually learn how to do it myself. And that way it's going into like how group economics work and stuff. So it's basically going to go back into the
Your community.
generation,
Your community.
so
I support
I
that.
mean, it's not going to
100%.
affect me directly because I actually don't live there, but she's profiting off of something that I had the ideal about. So if I were to do something similar to, attire or whatever, that's the route that I'm going to go, because I'm not trying to make that other company rich and I only get $4 out of the transaction when they just made $25. It doesn't I mean, they doing the work, they mailing it and stuff, but still,
Right.
you got to break that thing down.
Yeah.
That
You
makes
need to-
sense, bro.
You need to share
And
that
that's
so that
what's
we
so
know.
hard.
Go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
what's so hard for us. I'm sorry, Urban, but that's what's so hard for us is because we over here in East Africa, those companies are U.S. based. I don't know how is no way in hell we could afford to actually ship something to, especially t-shirts or a sweatshirt. Man, that'll be, if the sweatshirt, that'll be $100 transaction, because if the or close to it, because if the t-shirt costs let's say 40, just hypothetical, 50, 40 or 50 for us to make, it would probably cost another 25 for us to ship one 2X t-shirt from where we at to wherever, any point in the States, East Coast, West Coast, don't matter. So I mean, you
have to join a U.S. company, because I can tell you right now,
we
from
have
my
to.
stats, I can tell from my stats alone that your stats probably show that most of your viewers are U.S. based, because most of my viewers are U.S. based.
Absolutely.
I figured out how to
100.
check, and I'm like, oh, and it tells you the age category, so you can assume some, my followers
the
are 40 and
analytics,
plus, and you could figure out, okay, so those are probably working people. Like, you could figure it out, but it's just, so I understand it makes it the business of it. Like, don't ship from Tanzania, you guys ship from the States, but it's just, we just need to have more options. And it's like, yeah, sell, Sell some goat sauce or something. I don't know, something, but something that's personal to you that makes sense. That's all I'm saying. Like GT does hydroponic. Link up with a hydroponics company that you're recommending you buy how many pumps? Must be from the same company or from the same or hoses or whatever you're buying for your, like, if you recommend something and I know I'm going to I'll buy it and you get the commission, but I actually need it. Yes, you have t-shirts. Yes, but there's things that are more unique to each content creator. And as I said, Tarsha, has firearms. If she has a link to certain brands, maybe she should call Glock, and she's talking about Glocks, and she did a video on 3 Glocks. So you go call Glock and say, listen, I'm recommending your product, and I have 1,000+ subscribers, and I'm a certified trainer, and I want an affiliate link, and I want it to work in Canada and the US. So when I go buy my stuff, Tarsha can get the commission. That's what we need to be talking about, because
I would definitely support her on that. I would support her on that because I got family members who looking at re-upping, who looking at expanding they arsenal, or they fire they tools. And yeah, if she has something, Tarsha, if you had something like that, I would show. Hell, I share it. I don't have the ability to get that over here.
I'm giving you free tips right here. I'm not charging you my consulting fee. So, this is what you got to be doing because, because it doesn't make any sense, because this is how let people have the option to buy what they really need for their personal, and you get the commission. T-shirts are great. Mugs are great, but there has to be something else. We're just following the same mold that everybody else has done. Let's just find something unique to you. That's all I'm saying. Because, I'm just too, I'm not paying back to that mug, $30 for a mug. I'm thinking, what's it made of? Gold? Is there diamond chip?
I got a $30 mug for you.
What's up, Tori?
And it won't break. What's up,
Tori?
GT? What's up, Tarsha? What's up, Africa Dreaming? Lashes? Urban?
This is
What's
crazy.
going on, y'all?
And the man
that
was
is
vexed when I
crazy.
asked him $30 for a mug.
Well,
What?
it might be made of gold. Fake. Well, that might be fake gold. $30. I don't know.
Did you not know about inflation?
It ain't even
Like,
real silver.
That's right.
It's just
Yeah,
we
but-
gotta talk. I'm giving you free tips, so let's go out and research. But some of y'all are monetized. You have a lot of people watching you. You're recommending products for free, and you're not getting any benefit from those companies. And if you don't squeak, you're not going to get nothing. Go approach those companies and you ask them to send you a link.
And that's one of the reasons why they tell us to sell. I mean, to buy these things is because they're trying to get a piece of that pie. And it's like we can get more of that pie if we actually do more research and understand group economics better. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it's taken me. It's probably
It's
took
true.
me about a couple of months now to try to get my merch store, because that's what I've been doing a lot of research and everything, because there's so many different companies that are out there. They take a nice portion of that money, and I actually have a heat press and a vinyl cutter. I have a lot of stuff to actually make t-shirts myself, but the shipping part, it takes quite a bit of manpower, depending on how many people you're going to ship it to and everything like that. So I'm kind of like debating, should I do it, on my own, but I got a full-time job,
Exactly.
in tech support. So it's like I'm in the middle between both of that. But I did spot out a company, and I'm looking at them and seeing how that's going to work out. But yeah, I agree with you totally on that $30 coffee mug, and pretty much that content creator probably got about, I don't know, about $10 or $15, off of that mug.
Yeah. So then let me send you buy me a coffee, because if you want me to support your channel, which I understand because
Right.
I'm doing the same thing I want support, but it's like I don't know. It's difficult because you're working a full-time job. You don't have the manpower to be sitting there heat pressing all these t-shirts, and then you got to ship them out. You got to box them. That costs money to package, shipping labels.
Oh yeah.
You know, if it gets returned to sender, that's like as a whole, that's its own business right
Yeah,
there.
I actually did. You know, that's what I used to do a few years ago. I actually used to design shirts and make them and everything. But I did it on a local level versus shipping things out. I did have some customers but that was out of town, but that was just a few. But mostly what I did was it was pretty much local, and it was mainly businesses versus just regular individuals, consumers. I did a lot of stuff for businesses. So
it's
that's a different type of monster when you're doing.
You need to do a class on that,
individuals and
Tori,
consumers.
the business of merch or something, because it's good to know.
Yeah.
But some of these people just be doing some really, I don't know what they expect from people to be.
Right,
I can't
right.
support your lifestyle, because I think that's what they're trying to do. They want me to pay their mortgage and all of us to be buying all this stuff and paying their mortgage. It's like, it's to support the channel and support your brand and to market for you, but I'm not here paying your mortgage, and then
Right.
these same
Well,
big
most of
channels
them.
never support the small people. You started small at once, but you don't see them going down to help anybody else small. They ain't coming to your channel. They ain't watching your stuff. They ain't commenting. They're not nothing. It's not being reciprocated.
Exactly. Well, most of them, probably the $30 mug guy, he was probably full time, doing the content creation. So it is a business. I mean, that goes without saying. It is a business, and some people just have a personal preference of buying certain high items. Shoot, I spend, in my past, I done spent quite a bit of money on Jordans. I don't do it no more because I'm too old for that now. But I got a nice collection of Jordans. Now I look back, I said, man, I spent all that money. So
yeah,
it's just personal
nothing's wrong with that,
preference.
because they're collectible items, and if they're in good condition, it's a whole thing.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, it's in
but,
they're in very good condition because I barely wore them. So yeah.
Hey, Tor, I just
I'll
want to
say
say, man,
something.
I just want you to I'm ready for the quiet storm now, boy. You and that voice you got. I need to put on some Luther or some old Jagged
you
Edge
remember
or
that
something.
show? I know the quiet storm.
Yeah, man. He got that DJ voice on him, don't he?
Yep.
I used to be a DJ too. I know I'm one of those
I
guys say,
believe
yeah,
it.
I did that now.
I believe it.
But seriously, I used to be a DJ. I still got a lot of my my stuff, turntables and all that stuff. Yeah, they don't use that stuff no more. But
Hey, Tarsha, how you doing over there? I've seen you writing notes and stuff. You doing good up there?
She's good.
Over there?
I'm
Now
doing
I be
good.
watching her live. She be writing down stuff. I'm like, yeah, she being smart over there. I was
right,
like, yeah, she need to release some of the information she writing on that tablet. You good, Tarsha?
Like, I like to learn a lot. I watch a lot of different channels, and I just gather my information because I don't know everything. Just like with the guns, I don't know everything about guns. So it's all a learning process.
For sure. I think if you're not learning, you're basically dead or you're stagnant, because there's
Right.
every day I have to be seeing and something in a different perspective and learning something.
Absolutely.
And that's just the way I'm wired. So yeah, it's very important. I like to take my notes and write on napkins. Like I'm always fun, writing down something to go back and refer to. But it just makes you think. Like unfortunately, I'm jaded because I know the business of this business, and I understand how things are made in child labor, and I understand all of that. So it makes things that were enjoyable not so because I understand the system. So it's not like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy that shirt and that mug. Yeah, how many children? It's not the same anymore. It's not the same.
Like I purchased T-shirts with my logo on it. I was paying over $360 for 20 T-shirts.
What? I'm sorry, I'm getting my calculator. $360
for 20 T-shirts.
that's a lot. Yeah.
But then I was even
Wow.
selling them for cheaper. I was selling for like $15. And then I would have some people be like, "Can I get a discount?" I'd be like, "They already $15, you know."
So
But
you lost $3 a shirt because $18
I
a shirt.
lost a lot. And I bought patches. I ordered those from online. Well, from a company out of Pakistan, wherever Pakistan is. Um, I hadn't sold them, so I just started giving them away. So it's like I was wanting to promote my business. It's important to purchase all that stuff to promote your business, but um, it just
People want
hasn't.
freebies. People want
Yeah,
freebies.
it just hasn't worked out for me. Yeah.
Yes, sometimes that price point really do hurt us.
Hmm.
Yeah. And it's not always about the money. I don't care. I don't care about money. You know, I care about stuff and what money gives you the opportunity to achieve, or it lessens the burden of just different struggles that we may
Well
first with
said.
this adversity when it comes down to
Hmm.
life. But yeah, because if I'm gonna put something out there, I'm not doing it just because I want you to wear, because I want your money, because I can go get my own money. But
Right.
yeah,
Mhm.
Well, you know, like GT, you were talking about like you said, from a socio-economic point, kind of touching on, I guess we could kind of get into a class structure, a class system. I always love, and this is something that helped me in our transition because of people that I befriended um prior to moving to Africa. They were already, you know, actual continental Africans who helped me, and I'm really fascinated by the social dynamic. I'll give y'all an example. So we had a friend who had an event here recently. Now they didn't buy our chicken. They got chickens from another friend of ours, and they used these, you know, this poultry for this particular event. And we talking about a whole lot of people. It was an event, there's a whole lot of food, but these were purchased from people that we know. I hear people back home, and when I say home, I'm talking about back in the States, back in America, and they talk about how keeping dollars in the community and doing this and doing that. But I think as a people, as I say, Black America, we still going through this thing of trying to figure out how we gonna make that work. Cause like Torsha said, you spent $300 on t-shirts, you still got people asking for discounts. The way I move over here, when I do business with my friends, not only do I give them the full amount, I try to give more because I know when they need something from me, I want them to either pay asking price or give me more. Now, when we come into a set of circumstances where we hold on, y'all, hold on just a second, Mumbo.
okay. While he doing that
Sorry.
real quick, we have a problem with that. We definitely do. When it comes down to people always want a discount. And it's like if you go somewhere else and you go purchase that same thing, you wouldn't ask them for a discount, but because I look the
Man.
way I look, you want to
Yeah.
ask me for a discount. It's
Yep.
disrespectful, and I can't believe that you have the audacity to ask me that when you see that I'm trying to do what I do. Yes, I might, shoot you a side deal, but you got to pay for that. That means that you're gonna have to buy something in a little bit more of a bulk. Instead of
Right.
buying one t-shirt, that means that you might have to buy 3 t-shirts so that you can save $3 to $5 or something like that. I can't give you no discount. So how am
Right.
I gonna maintain if the outside world is paying what they consider my worth, but you think that I basically have to lessen my value so that
Exactly.
you don't look at me a certain kind of way. That ain't business. That ain't
Right.
how we're gonna
Right.
make group economics work. We have to look
Exactly.
at it make a conscious effort to where we have people that we think that are community based, that's gonna reach out to the community. We need to, put money into that, put time into that, instead of giving it to other folks and stuff. And David Corey had made a point. He made a point early in the chat. He said, once our children get 18, we want to kick them out of the house. And it's like, you know, we shouldn't do it like that. Maybe, you
Mhm.
know, I see it from a different perspective to where when my son do hit 18, I'm gonna make sure that he's still gonna have rules in my house because it's my house. But I want to have an environment where I can still coach him and teach him about life because at 18 he's gonna have a different type of privilege, and I want to be able to, you know, encourage him and role model certain behavior so he understand his role in this world. And kicking him out at 18, some of that stuff is just going to hit him and he's going to be like, oh my goodness, you know. So, you know, that was something he talked about, and I'm
You
like,
100% right, bro.
Yep,
You
that's
100% right.
facts.
Where did that
And
even
I
come
try
from? Where did that 18, like, where did that whole ideology
exactly.
come from?
I try
we
not to
learned it
get in
from
grown
somebody
folk
else. A
business.
lot of sorry.
That's a
No,
Western,
go
that's a
ahead, bro.
Western mentality. And for those of us who are not Western, it's doesn't make sense. At 18, are you able to live on your own self-sufficient pay? No. You may be at post-secondary education and you need guidance on how to be an adult now because you're not a child anymore. You know how to brush your teeth and floss and comb your hair and iron your clothes, hopefully. Now you need to know how to survive in this adult world. And people, I used to get upset because I lived at home for a long time, but I didn't live off of my parents. I lived with my parents. And people assume because you're living at home, you're living off of your parents. Many of us who lived at home up until even 30s, we had our own home. Our parents said, when you leave here, you're not renting. Abaya gabay. So most of us, you're not going to pay rent to nobody else. You can contribute in this household. People need to teach their kids between
Yes.
between 16 before whatever the number is. I'm not going to say a number. You are teaching and grooming your kids to be adults and functioning adults. And that means you're teaching your kids all the skills that they need to learn. And part of that is paying bills and paying bills on time. And that means they're supposed to be contributing to the house. Once I finished post-secondary education, my parents said you need to start contributing to the house. They could not afford to pay I had to get a student loan. They could not pay for my university. They couldn't afford it. But they said you can live here free. You know, you have room and shelter and groceries and food and all the stuff that you need. But to go to school, they could not afford that. They had 5 children. So they could assist, but they couldn't pay for it. When I finished my post-secondary and started working, I started contributing. I guess you can call it rent, but it wasn't really rent because in the real world, what I was paying was not enough. And you pay the light bill or you pay whatever bill, and you're teaching your kids because you don't just throw them out there. They're not making enough money to even afford their rent and groceries. Like, you're grooming your kids. Pay your bills on time. How much? Then when they start paying their bills, like, oh my God, why is the bill so high? Turn off all them lights. Stop burning the heat. Stop burning the AC. Now those kids, turn off the light. Turn down. They're the ones walking around turning down the light. And stop running the water. Turn off the faucet. Stop letting the water run like that because they're learning.
Yeah.
Then when they get established enough, they can move out. And when they move out, well, they're going to get the real lesson because they don't have the safety net is gone. Mom and dad the safety net is gone. But you groom them, and it's a gradual process. And every child is not ready for life at 18. Most of them go off and live on campus, but they're not ready for real life. It's a safety net.
Facts.
That you keep loosening.
Facts.
Y'all see what David wrote?
Oh, go ahead. No, go
we
ahead.
think
Bro.
it's Mama's house. It's where you all live. So the funny
The
thing
last
is,
comment he just did. Sorry.
Anyone can just go back home if times get bad. Not everybody.
We need to put our kids in a position where it doesn't get bad. We need to keep them at home if we have the ability, if they understand how you're supposed to, if they understand about rules and, you know, obligations and stuff, so that when it gets bad, they can rely on their own resources to help themselves, so they don't have to come back to my house. I want to keep you there for a while to where you're able to be a real contributing factor into society. But until then, you're going to learn about group economics. I already told my son, when it comes down to it, you don't have to go to college. I know a lot of people may disagree with my choice or whatever, but this is my child. And with my child, I'm going to I want my son to know about trades. So I want him to learn coding or carpentry or plumbing or something like that, to where he's guaranteed to have the ability to work for himself. So that means that you're going to be an entrepreneur. That means that you ain't going to have to work for somebody else, but you might have to so you can understand certain things. But I want to put you in a position where you understand that you are your own. You have to be responsible for yourself. Don't let no other person put you in a position where you have to work for them. I'm in that situation right now, and I told him, I was like, son, I was chasing girls. Well, I ain't chasing, but I was at the girls, and that was basically my life. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't worried about no house. I wasn't worried about all this stuff. I didn't even want no kids. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna sugarcoat. I gotta keep it 100 to a certain degree because I'm still his dad. I'm not his friend. But I want him to understand that, look, you got to put certain energy into the world if you want certain energy back. Point blank, period. That frequency got to be high. If you ain't hear what I'm saying, then you might be lost in the sauce.
Every
So, yeah.
child is
I
different.
agree.
Every child is different. And 18
Now,
is
I-
not the benchmark for, you know, being ready to be going out into the world. And
Well,
how is that
correct.
appropriate? You're going to kick them out, tell them to go live on their own and be influenced by God knows who and God knows what, because now they're on their own. Does that make any sense? We're not birds where you push them out the nest and say, see you later. We're not eagles.
Yeah.
We're not, you
Mm.
know, chickens where it's like, okay, you on your own. We're human,
Yeah.
human beings.
You
So
know,
Hey,
for
I
the
just
next,
want to say this.
oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Tori. No, go ahead, Tori. My bad. I can wait.
You know, according to science, our brains are not fully developed until you're 25. So, like the prefrontal cortex of the brain is not even fully developed, and that's that reasoning, you making logical choices and mature choices. So, a lot of times, I mean, um, just because that child turned 18 years old, still a child, you know, still not fully mentally developed. And there's a lot of different skills that have to be learned even during that time, because a lot of us, especially in our community, we grow up too fast. You know, we see and we have done a lot of things, and about time we turn 25 or whatever, I mean, we got probably about 4-year-old baggage. So, you know, so it's something that's prevalent in our community, and
That's I think it's very it's American and westernized, because other cultures don't do that. They don't
right,
do that.
right,
And even
right.
when they get married
Yeah,
at a
it's
young age,
Americanized. Yeah,
they
it's
live
American.
in a communal house, in a home, and they learn to work together until they can go out and buy their own home, because they want their children to not be renting it. They want them to be at an economic status where they can, you know, take care of themselves. But I don't know where this idea but I hear all the time, oh, they're 18. When you're 18, you may have a license, you can vote, you can't drink yet. So how am I running a household? Like, I don't even know how to clean my house properly. I don't know how to do anything properly. I went to school, I may have graduated, and I'm learning to live an adult life. Where's a transition for me to learn to go from a teenager or childish behavior to becoming a functioning adult? You're leaving me out into the world to figure it out on my own. That doesn't
Right.
make any, and it's our community that's doing that, because it doesn't make no sense.
Yep.
And we ain't buying them a condo to live in where they can say, okay, here's your condo, you can live here, and you can, you know, be in.
Well,
You're leaving them to be in poverty, basically, because that'll
well,
toughen
I'm gonna
them up.
say it do kind of make sense. It depends on what part of it you're willing to look at. Now, first off, I'm just happy as hell hearing GT say what he said, Torres say what he said, you say what you said. I don't have no kids, so I kind of gotta walk on eggshells on this a little bit.
Not
But
really, neither do I. But
li-
you have an opinion,
li-
and it's a free country.
but living
No, you gotta
there you
walk on
go.
eggshells.
No, I ain't got none of
Li-
it.
living living
You
in
Just
this
were
playing
you
with
were
you.
somebody's
No, I know
child,
what
so you gotta say.
I'm
So
just
there you
playing
go.
with
that's
You
you.
were
true.
somebody's child.
That's true.
I'm just
Look here,
talking.
man. I know you playing, bro. I'm just saying, man. It's so like beautiful. It's beautiful to hear and see parents say this, because man, if I had known then what I know now, I'd have stayed with my mom and them another 4, 5, 6, 7 years, because everybody ain't ready at 18. And this whole like Urban Garden Chronicle asked a question, where did this concept come from? Man, it come from why you got people in infantry. Hell, it come from why you got the military, not military industrial complex, but why you have the school to prison pipeline. Because for whatever reason, you have a generation. So we in deep now. We in several generations of people who feel like as soon as they babies hit 18-year-old, if you a parent, you know your child got good sense or not. You know they maturity level. You know if you got to tell them to close that bag of Doritos. You know if you got to tell them put the cap back on the toothpaste. You see how irresponsible or how responsible they may be. So society telling y'all send your babies out into this world half-ass ready, half cocked, and society already got a plan for them. Now they done got to you, they pushing you, they telling you send your babies to me because I got something waiting for their ass. So that's what happens most of the time. And people, these kids ain't even ready. And Tori just said something real deep. You growing up too fast. I had to grow up too fast. I grew up with a certain level of maturity, so it worked out in my benefit. But everybody hadn't been as successful as I have. Man, this is real. This is real. And then I'm living over here in East Africa, and I see people in their mid-20s. Some of them almost 30. It may be a little bit more pressure about getting married and starting a family or whatever, but like it ain't the whole, it's not a level of shame like it is back in the States. It just don't come with shame.
Right.
You can, like Urban Garden Chronicles hit it on the head. You can live with your parents, and that don't mean you living off of them. You living with them. Hell, you might be doing the bulk of the work around the house or the property or whatever. But it's weird, man. I'm telling you, being able to be on the outside looking back in, it's like, bruh, I see how they got us. I see. Yeah. This start young. This start early. This don't start in, when folk get grown or when they're in adolescence. No, baby. They talking about kids, what college they gonna go to when they in kindergarten. You gonna go to Duke University. You gonna go to Yale. You striving for Harvard. Hell, you can't even count to 7 yet. But I digress. Y'all go ahead and talk.
It was because I know for me, I wasn't ready at 18. I had a lot of skills, but I wasn't ready. And I guess it's different. There's this whole gender difference. Like girls can stay home longer than boys, but we're not going to go into that. But 18, you got to leave. That's the most ridiculous thing, and it doesn't create a good family dynamic. It doesn't create family bond and unity because everyone's now independent and isolating. Like I stayed home with my parents, exactly, the bulk of the work. Why shouldn't my parents benefit from the children that they gave birth and raised? Why should somebody else benefit? Why should I be mowing somebody else's lawn or do like that should be benefited to my parents? So I did laundry when they got older. They're older now. My dad can't mow the lawn. His heart condition. No. Who's doing it? The children. You go and you make sure that they're taken care of. You show that respect, the respect that we complain about that kids don't have nowadays. What do you expect them to have if they've been growing up on their own from 18 plus? And some people kick their kids out their house because they got pregnant. I've seen that as well. What's that going to do? And let's think about it. So now your child is pregnant. Her first child doesn't know what she's doing. Most likely the guy's not going to be there. The guy's some kid himself, doesn't know what he's doing. They're going to go on welfare, government assistance, and that grandchild's going to be raised how? Where's the logic in that? We can't make mistakes. You didn't make a mistake as a parent when you were growing up. So now your kids got to pay for their mistakes. I don't think that's right. Nor do I support everybody babying their kids. Because I got family who's 50 plus and they can't do what other people can do because they're immature and mama did everything for them and mama washed their clothes and I ain't washing no grown man's clothes. It's not my man.
Right.
You a man now and you probably have girlfriends, so I ain't washing your damn clothes. So let a man be a man. Since you're a man now, you're still living here fine. You're contributing fine. I'm not washing your clothes.
There's a level of respect, I believe, that comes when you still reside in your parents' house at 18, because you understand, hey, I'm grown, but I still have to follow these rules because some of these kids don't understand. Like, yes, you have the right to do anything you want to. I can't make you go to school. I can't make you get good grades. I can influence you. I can deter you with different consequences for you to understand what's your role, but I can't make you do nothing. But if they have a level of respect that you can see from them living with you, why not try that method? And I misspoke when I said I wouldn't put my son in college. Now, if my son chooses to take a specialty, then yes, I will put him in college. Yes, but on just a regular smegular, now he gonna do the trades, and then we gonna take 2 classes in college, community college, economics, and another one I just can't remember. I wrote it down somewhere, but yeah, that's the scope that I'm trying to go with.
GT, I've been a welder since I was 17 years old. And man, when I say I could have, I even got like I have a ton of certifications. I was never a master welder, but baby, I'm telling you, in between them gaps from trying to be professional and getting the more formal forms of education, man, that welding has, me and April been together for all this time. She's seen me, because layoffs happen, job losses happen. I've always took my behind either out to a construction site or took my behind out to a plant. And I done been able to make decent money enough to get by until I can try to put on a tie again and maybe sit in a cubicle. You feel me? So I never underestimate trades. I think we living in a real weird period where everything is so tech driven, which tech is important and it is the future, undeniably. But at the same time, man, being able to go out there and get them hands dirty and get that 718 rod and put it off in that stick, you know what I'm saying, and get the welding and building and constructing, man, y'all, I'm telling y'all, man, I'm loving what I'm hearing from y'all as parents, because or especially you, bro, because you literally talking about the next generation. And man, if the next generation don't know how to get their hands dirty, I don't care what else you do. You could go be a doctor, but if you don't know how to build a table, or if you don't know how to get you a little stick, go to Harbor Freight and get you a little welding machine and can get in your garage and put something together,
exactly,
you counting on somebody else for everything you need when it all come down to what matter.
That's what I was dealing with, man. Look, let me tell you something. Now, my thrill, my aspirations was women. That was my thing. So I didn't build a bench until 2 years ago. And now I'm in this house and I gotta do sheetrock. I gotta patch up a hole. I gotta put the plumbing together because we changed a lot of things. So I'm having to get on there, and I had to buy all of these books so that I can educate myself. So it's one of those things where I'm teaching my son, like,
never
look,
too late, bro.
I have to. If I don't do it, then I'm gonna have to pay somebody every time. I want him to take like business law, so he understands business a lot more with the trade and understand economics and customer service. He gonna go far, for real. And that's what I envision for him. And I get to lay that structure down while he's still impressionable by daddy.
That's what I'm saying. It's your job as a parent to prepare them for the real world, and not the real world. And what I don't like, not in my household because it wasn't that, but some parents don't treat their children as adults when they become adults. You're still treating your baby like it's a baby. No, they're a grown, independent adult, and you have to converse with them and reason and rational as another adult. Yes, they're your child, and you're grooming them to become an adult. And I don't like when I see like 18 and 20-year-olds and their parents are talking to them like down to them and like they're a baby and like order it. Like, no, they're their own independent adult person. So treat them with a level of respect as another adult, because you're grooming them to be an adult. They're not a child anymore. They can go make another baby. They can procreate quite easily. So they're an adult. So talk to them and rationalize with them as an adult, because they don't like going to their parents, because their parents keep acting like they're this baby, and and they don't want to
Right.
talk about certain touchy stuff. No, they're now an adult and
Right.
discussing
Well, you
their
know,
finances. You know, go ahead.
you know, Jordan Peele did Get Out a couple of years ago, and that was a great movie. Everybody loved it. But this the real Get Out right here. Get out. Why the hell your kids got to get out at a certain age when they ain't ready for it? That's the real Get Out. The Get Out that they're saying, I'm finna push you out into the world because, like, yo, man, I'm telling you, the whole sis, when you said it's a very Western thing, you not kidding, man. I understand because everything is based off of a cultural dynamic and a socio-economic dynamic. So you have this yearning to assume and believe, and then not only just the kids. Now let's just step away from the kids, right? The pressure is also on the parents because somehow, sometimes it's perceived that you failed or you didn't do XYZ, you didn't do a good enough job if they not ready by a certain age, predetermined by a society that don't give a damn about them no way. So you sitting up here in a context where you got to push your child out into the world, knowing good and damn well they ain't ready. And if they not ready, if you got an 18-year-old that's really got a 15-year-old mindset, somehow you a failure as a parent. Man, this shit ate up all the way around. It's all wrong. It's
Right.
all
We need to
bad.
give our
Right.
kids
That don't make
the
no
tools
sense.
to have an answer for those kind of people because I had, like I've had that issue. And it's usually arrogant, obnoxious, wealthy, well-to-do individuals whose parents can buy them anything and wondering why you're still living at home with your parents. And we all didn't
Exactly.
come in here with a silver spoon in our mouth. We have to actually work, pay our way through school, and be an asset to the main household. So sorry, you know, Susie and Scotty and whoever else has something to say, who has their money paying their parents' money, paying their tuition, buying them their car, paying for their lodging, buying them a condo, going on elaborate vacations. Like, again, I don't care. And I learned that from an early age because no matter what I did and no matter how much I bent, it still wasn't satisfied. I learned that early in life. So I stopped trying to please the little
Right.
thank you because you're not paying my bills. You ain't helping me if I'm sick. None of you all are doing that. My family is doing that. I don't care what you think. And you are wealthy. It's not the same mentality. And people who are wealthy of other cultures, they live together. Why would I want to go home? I said that to this person, to an empty house and have nobody to talk to at 18, 19, 20, 21. What am I doing? I'm not drinking. I'm not smoking. I'm not partying. Why am I going home to prove that I can live for who? For you? Does that make any sense? No answer. I know how to live on my own. I know how to wash my behind. I know how to cook a meal. I know how to clean my house. I know how to do all of that. But why would I want to go home to an empty house so I can prove to you who ain't going to help me out when I need you? You're selfish and self-absorbed. Why would I live my life to please you? Again, she had no answer. Because we're not real friends. I know that. We're not real friends. You're just talking to talk. My family is my real people who are going to have my back. So why would I want to run and move out at 18, 19? And I wasn't a partier. I had to pick her up off the floor drunk and get her home. And this is who I'm taking advice from? I'm taking advice from someone who can't hold their own liquor. That makes a lot of sense. Not. So I learned early. Some of the advice we're getting from these people doesn't make any sense. It's not our culture and it doesn't fit our dynamic. There's nothing wrong with living at home with your parents. And as long as you're treating your children at that age as independent adults and you're grooming them to be self-sufficient, they're not home, not working, they're not sitting at home and watching TV and video games all day. They're not just sitting there not helping. You have to, some kids don't do it voluntarily. You have to groom them. They need to be mowing the lawn. They need to be getting up and not sleeping until 12 o'clock. That wasn't an option. Get your behind up by when the sun's up, you're up too. And get dressed and stop being in the pajamas all day. Go do something productive. Well, I'm looking for a job. Go look for it then. Did you go to the job bank? Did you go here to do? I had no answer. So my parents wouldn't tolerate that. Go look for the job then. Did you have any resume? No. That's the time when you're grooming your grown child to now live in an adult world. Not go move out, go figure it out.
Can I say hello to a couple of people that came in the chat?
Dan
Hello,
Permaculture.
Dan Permaculture
Planta
Food
Garden.
Forest. Planta Garden. How are you? How are you? Those are the only two people that I've seen, but I wanted
Yeah.
to say hello to them.
Oh, Dan
But,
and
what do you think, Tori? I cut you off
Plantain.
earlier.
Oh no, you all right. I just came up here to sell you a $30
$30 cup.
$30 cup. It looked like you're not going for it, so no. But the conversation is, I mean, is on point because, and like you said, it's this Western culture, and that's another thing. You know, when you was talking about, you know, I don't want to get off into that, but let me just be brief on it. When he was talking about the church, you know, in the church, you know, the church in the Western, you know, the American church, has been affected by the culture, and that's why you got so much of that greed and so much stuff going on. I mean, I can go into that. I'm gonna leave that alone. But you know, I can go into that.
Come on, speak on it now. Speak on it.
You know, that's why, you know, it was, you know, I was, you know, I was in ordained. I'm still ordained minister. I'm an ordained minister, and how these pastors and different other people, I was, you know, for a while, and still is now, you know, ashamed to call myself, you know, say that I'm a pastor. I really don't label myself as a pastor. You know, I label myself as, you know, as a servant, a minister. You know, I believe, you know, that's what the word minister means. It means servant. And it's just so sad that a lot of them just make, you know, this whole thing looks bad, because that's not what it's all about, what they're representing. And when you were talking about that, I feel you. You know, I feel you 100% on that. And then plus I got a different type of teaching anyway on that. I believe, you know, that, you know, we are spiritual and physical beings. And I don't look at it as you know, I look at it more, I label myself as more spiritual, you know, as being a spiritual person versus being a religious person. You know, I'm not a religious person. I believe I'm a spiritual person. But yeah, I'm saddened by how, you know, I'm really saddened by how these pastors and bishops and things of that nature, how everything is so commercialized and has become a business. And I know there is a side where the bills have to be paid and different things of that nature. But come on now, I mean, mansions and private jets.
Yep.
You know, while your flock is, you know, just living, you know, in poverty.
Yeah.
Hurting and looking for direction.
It's sad. And the background that I come from, is pretty much we did a lot of things with food pantries and shelters. So that's the type of ministry that I do. Food pantries, shelters, helping people, and also teaching, you know, the word. But this stuff that they got now, it's horrible.
My issue is,
and I'm not even associated with that. That's
no. I don't see you. I can tell I don't see you doing that. But my also issue is the whole, I guess, entertainment and like even the wardrobe. Like I sometimes you know, you go and they have all this clothes on. It's all the pretense. It's just, I find it just ridiculous. And again, they don't want me there because I'm like, this is foolishness. Why can't you just wear regular clothes? Why do you have to wear this cape and this and this that and this and this clergy? I don't know what they call it, ecclesial, celestial, you know, all this pompous and pretense. It's like that's nothing to do with the faith. That's all, we brought that in there. And when you ask them about it, they don't have any specific answer. Like, it's just, it's so pompous. It makes it so unreachable for the regular person. That's the problem. Like, someone's coming to you with a problem and you have all this uniform on and you have to go through, 50 people to make an appointment. And it's like that stuff. And when you ask them about it, well, this is just, no thanks. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And I've had debates with some ministers about stuff. Like, you said something in the sermon and I've asked them a question. And then I called him on something, and then he's trying to make it seem like, I don't know what he was trying to make it seem like. And I'm not the kind of person to back down. And I basically said, you are not a man of God. You're a man of the flesh. And I had two people that are like, oh my God, please don't talk. Like, please be afraid. I'm like, no, you're not a man of God. That's a man of the flesh. Because you can't even back up your point. You're saying things that are not even factual or have any historical context. And I said, this happened, that happened, that happened. So, well, no, and he's twisting the facts. The word does not contradict history. And this is the problem. There are things that have happened in actual history that cannot be contradicted with the scripture. So you're not really speaking factually. He had no answer. I asked him something else. He had no answer. I said, some things are our own interpretation. And some people have said, this is my interpretation of this scripture. It may not be accurate, but based on my understanding, I'm taking it this way. I don't have to argue with you because you have admitted that you don't know for sure if your interpretation is correct. But when you come in there with this is how it is.
Right.
And then my issue is the people, the sheep. Do you not think for yourselves? Obviously not. Because if you did, you would be kind of asking some more questions. Because what he just quoted was not even what the scripture says. He took it out of context.
And see, like you say, and I like what Gina said also. I'm not a minister. However, my ministry is the same as you, Tori. Mm-hmm. And I look at being a minister is as a servant, so, that's what we do. We serve the people. And another thing is, I like what G Mama said, don't talk about it, be about it. Exactly. And that's what it's all about. Feed the people, serve the people, and being one with the community. Some of them don't even go into the community to even never even met any people in the community. Nope. So it's like I said, I just don't like the whole thing. My wife and I, we kind of we distance ourselves away these past years with quite a few of the people that we used to be with, as in ministry and everything. We kind of like distance ourselves because they got a hold of this new stuff. Well, I guess it's not really new because a lot of it, has been around. It's been around, but with this new, what I call new, it's just out of hand. It's all about greed and money. And
it
everything.
Is.
Yeah.
I know I know it sounds, I'm sorry, African, but I know it sounds strange.
No, go ahead, bro.
I know it sounds strange coming from me with Brain Man having fire in his glasses while I'm talking. That was a joke. That was a joke.
It's
I got it.
It's not hellfire, it's holy fire.
Go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna get out of here, bro. But I respect you so much. I appreciate what you're saying. And I want to say this, man. Growing up Southern Pentecostal, Tori, you over there in Texas right now, boy. I grew up Church of God in Christ.
Oh man, that's where I got my ordination years ago.
Yeah, I'm Church of God in Christ, man.
Yeah.
East Texas, countries you get, southern, and I mean, y'all, when I say it get real, it get real.
Yep.
But here's the thing, bro, thank you and salute to you for standing on your square, saying what you're saying, because that's part of that's how people like me end up just finding God in a different way in spirituality. And I hate that you gotta stand and be you and First Lady had to separate and make those kind of moves. But man, I'm telling you, that one of the reasons that I left the church in the way that I did, even though I still have a beautiful relationship with God. God is free. God
That's right.
personally, you can go anytime, day or night, whatever. And that kind of touch on some of what Urban Gardener Chronicle said. But when I was growing up, there were no Tories around saying what you saying right now. It wasn't nobody saying that.
All
And
right,
by
I'll
the
catch
time
y'all
I
later. I
got
gotta
my,
go.
all right, bro.
I'm
By the
ending
time
soon.
I
Don't
got
worry.
my,
I've been
Yeah,
on
I'm
it for
about to.
5
yeah,
6 hours.
by the time I got my young adult life, man, I was like, what? Don't nobody see what I'm seeing? Ain't nobody gonna ask no question. Ain't nobody willing to like, and there was nobody. So I did the same thing, y'all. I pulled away from it, and I built my relationship with God on my own. But salute to you, man. And I'm telling you, if you did still have active ministry, the few times I go to church will probably be I'll be seeking out somebody like you. I would. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't got no shame. I mean, it is what it is. What you saying and what you doing and the honesty you sharing is a big deal, because the jig is up. The jig is up. The only
Right.
thing that's going on now is people. It's a little bit of denialism going on, I think, and it's a little bit of people who don't know how to separate what they've always believed versus everything they know, if that makes any
Exactly.
sense. So
Yeah,
how
it
do
makes
you
sense.
come to grips with that? How do you come to grips with you believed in people, you believed in this, and they were your middleman to your relationship with God? But like you said, minister / servant, man, look, I'm gonna step down. I'll be on here all night, man. Y'all
I know.
wanna?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
about to step
yeah.
down too, but
I know I'm
I hear
ending too
you,
because I gotta go
African.
shopping,
I
but
hear you.
I'll wrap it all up in a bow. But thanks everyone for coming. I appreciate you tapping in. We went on water, but now we went on something else. But that's the point. There's a lot of things we need to discuss and unpack in the culture, in the community, and as grown adults. Dan said something here. Christianity instills fear in people. As a result, people are afraid to question anything and everything. Yeah, that is true. And I question everything and I read things for myself. And things have to make sense. Not have to, because God is a supreme being. He doesn't have to make everything make sense to me. But there needs to be some kind of sensical solution and resolution in my mind of why I'm doing what I'm doing, is what I'm trying to say. So thank you all for coming. I've been on here for longer than I thought, but thank you. And the conversation was very interesting and engaging. We'll continue next week, but try to take all the information from all the channels and do something about it. Let's not be YouTube addicts and just going and watching lives. And it's a great social network, don't get me wrong, but we need to make sure that we're getting ourselves prepared. Make sure that your water is in order and you have enough water in your household for your family members, for sanitation. If the water is cut off or some emergency happens, please just make sure you have it in order. That's all I'm asking and suggesting, because it'll help you and your family. We don't want to be unprepared. So, and get your water filtration. Go back to Stardusters Live on Thursday, where she and Bougie talked about some stuff. And I will drop the list of some items in this description bar tomorrow. For this video, you can come back and see some of the things that were suggested and find what you can afford in your own stores or Amazon. Okay. Thank you guys. God bless and have a wonderful week. Bye.